Hello and welcome everybody to the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas. I'm your host Casanova and I'm joined with some new faces to the desk. We've got the Cosmic Creation Seasonal Champion Majin Bay and a World's Top 8 finisher with Aikedo. Majin, Aikedo, how are y'all feeling joining me on the desk here today?
I'm really excited. Never been on this side of the seasonal event, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, so excited. I mean, anytime you're getting into the top 32 of the seasonals, these are the best players in the region. I'm just so excited to see some good legendary interaction here.
Look, and I can't wait to get into all of that action with you too. But first, we're going to go ahead and talk about what these players are here playing for today. There's a big chunk of change. There are over $20,000 in that total prize pot, with 10,000 of it going to the first place finisher. But every member of this top 32 that is qualified today will be receiving a portion of this prize pool. So let's talk about that format as well as talk about what they're doing here today. They'll be playing a single elimination bracket where all matches are best of threes. All the players will be bringing 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combinations, and they can only bring 1 champless deck in their lineup. They're going to ban 1 from their opponent, and they have to win with their 2 remaining lists in order to win the series. Now remember, this is a timed tournament. There is going to be a clock in the game. Players need to make sure they're watching that clock to not go over. You do not want to lose on timer. Speaking of these 32 players, though, let's go ahead and take a look at who those initial qualified competitors were from the open rounds. And right away, Majin, I'm seeing a lot of your teammates here. I mean, you got to be excited to see them, right?
Yeah, a lot of the Mastering and Terra gang here today. What Am I, who's just a constant staple of top 32s. Push P, returning seasonal champ. Jason Florent making his first top 32 entrance. And Henneke looking for yet another top 4 finish here.
Yeah, and I'm also seeing a lot of just names that are really terrifying in the game right now. A lot of us are excited to see, Aikedo Drizzoff is here, and we've talked a lot about, his signature deck, TF Nami, being quite terrifying.
Yeah, sort of one of the main people who created the Nami TF SI deck. He's been sticking with it, has reached very high on the ladder with it, has been telling everybody how broken it is. A lot of people have come off the deck, but not Drizzoff. He topped with it, and I would be very surprised to see him not bring it back, just to show everyone how good it actually is.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited to watch some more Drizzoff gameplay. But Majin, I know you've gone on record saying that you wanted to be the first player to be a 2-time seasonal champion for the Americas, but we've got one, and you alluded to it, that has a chance to do that here today. They have a 100% win rate in top cuts because they've only made 1 and they spiked it. It's Push P. I mean, do you think he's got what it takes to take it this time around?
I do. Push P is a really strong player, and I think quietly so a lot of the times. I spend a lot of time looking at the top of ladder, keeping up on what all the top players are doing, and Push P is usually just there or right under, like, quietly. Anytime Push P puts in the work and really wants to make a splash, he does. And I think we'll see a pretty strong performance from him today.
Look, and Aikedo, I want to talk about, potentially the elephant in the room. What Am I? His 8th top cut, still no win. I mean, what do you think of What Am I? Do you think, this might be his time?
I mean, What Am I has just been so consistently good, is consistently topping these tournaments and doing very well in them. But once you make it to the top, he has a lot of trouble really finishing. The highest he's finished is top 4. Hopefully, this time around, the meta, maybe suiting him slightly better. He's topped again. Maybe this will be the time that he actually makes it to the finals and maybe takes this one down.
Yeah, and I mean, Majin, I gotta ask, right? I mean, the other half of the J and Bay podcast, Jason Florent has finally made a top cut. I'm sure you got to talk to him a little bit yesterday. I mean, how excited is he to finally make it to the top 32?
Pretty incredibly excited. I actually got to be the one to break the news to him because he didn't know. He finished 7-2 and was like, man, finished 7-2, proud of my performance, but my ladder finish isn't high enough to get me into the top 32. GG guys, I'll see you tomorrow. And then we got the list of players, and I was like, bro, get online. I need to tell you something. And he ended up getting on at like 11 or 12 at night. And then just like spam messaging everyone, like, please, is anyone awake? I need to scrim. Like, is anyone awake?
Well, we'll see if that last minute prep was able to pay off today, if he's able to find a lineup he's really happy with, or if he just stays with his open rounds lineup. But speaking of lineups a little bit, I want to talk about some decks that we just expected to see in the meta when we were going into the open rounds and how maybe those expectations panned out or not. And Majin, I'll start with you on PNZ Aphelios. This one, I feel like it definitely did pan out.
Yeah, this deck is the truth. We knew it coming in, and it definitely proved itself during the open rounds. This deck, if you've played ladder at all in the last month, you've played against it. It's an aggressive PNZ Targon shell that looks to really utilize and take advantage of the discard engine. Things like Boom Baboon, Spacey Sketchers, Zonai Urchin, the Gems Off Goat, Sump Dredger, all that stuff to not only activate the Nightfall of Felios and Winding Light, but to also just push. It's high power, low toughness, puts a lot of damage on the table. Winding Light lets you go over the top, and then you finish it off with your suite of 6 burn spells.
Yeah, and Kato, I want to talk to you a little bit about this next deck. I mean, really, there's a lot of decks that we had that maybe weren't going to meet expectations, and a lot of players in the open rounds said that this one wasn't meeting their expectations, especially over in Europe. But today, I think we saw some success of it. So I'd love for you to talk to us a bit about Crocshawn.
Yeah, Crocshawn here, Akshan Renekton has just absolutely been tearing up ladder, especially the Americas. A lot of people are really high on it. You know, of course, EU had a little bit of trouble when they ended up net decking this deck. Didn't do quite as well in the open rounds, but here there were several people who were bringing it. It was everywhere. It's a very strong, proactive deck that just relies on this Papercraft Dragon, giving double attack to either your Crocodile or that Ruin Runner. The massive overwhelm damage, just if you let it slide for one turn, it will absolutely kill you. It's a very strong deck, and, you know, despite some people not having success with it, you know, maybe if you don't draw everything exactly how you need to, you know, it sometimes has trouble, right? But in general, if it draws well, it will be very, very strong.
What I love is I saw a tweet from Bajatek, right? From Europe, world's competitor, right? Seasonal winner, flaming MTux for convincing him to bring this deck and not doing well with it. And then MTux made it in the Americas with this list. And we might see him bring it yet again today. So we might see a little bit more Crocshawn. But let's continue on, right? We got a couple more of these decks to go. We've got Thralls, and this is one that, again, I think maybe we even saw more than we initially anticipated. Majin, if you want to talk to me about Thralls.
Yeah, Thralls has been putting up super significant numbers, even after the nerfs. It's because it is one of the best, if not the best deck at countering the PNZ Targon deck that we covered earlier. In the open rounds, we expected it to show up quite a bit as like a trump card in the mirror matchups, or looking to, again, take advantage of the Aphelios decks, but we saw it a lot more than even that, and I expect to see even more of it in the top 32. Decks tend to polarize a little bit in the top 32. I expect to see a lot of Thralls and a lot of Thralls counters.
Yeah, we could see a lot of those counters. I mean, I'm curious what some of those counters for Thralls that you could immediately think of right now, if you have a couple for me.
Yeah, Aurelia Azir is a really big one. It beats Thralls really hard, and it doesn't beat a lot else. Ari Bard is also a really good deck that beats Thralls and has some other rough matchups, so I expect to see quite a few of those.
Awesome, cool. All right, well, let's continue on then. This next deck is one that we thought we'd see a lot more than we did, because it was pretty absent from the open rounds and has been pretty absent today in the other regions for the top 32. Now, Kato, why do you think Bard Poppy maybe didn't show up as much as we thought it was going to?
I think a lot of it comes down to a consistency issue. You know, anytime that you're bringing a Bard deck, Bard is such an incredibly powerful tool to continually get huge buffs on your units, but it is very RNG dependent. And sometimes if you don't find the right chimes when you need them to on your challenger units, you know, you just aren't doing as much as you want. And this deck has a little bit of trouble ending games if you aren't finding your rally. But, you know, anytime that you get the extra +1/+1, especially on stuff like your Broadwing or your Duran Sculptor, it just gives you such a strong early game. This deck will absolutely tear apart boards if you get, you know, just a little bit of chime support.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes a lot of sense. I think this is a deck that, hey, maybe it still ends up popping up, even though it wasn't something that has continued to be, you know, as dominant as before. So, I mean, let's move on to our final deck of just kind of our little meta run through here. And that is going to be the TF Nami. We mentioned this for Drizzoth and how terrifying it is in the hands of someone like Drizzoth. But Majin, I'm curious if you can talk me through like what makes this deck so terrifying and so difficult.
Yeah, so the deck is really, really difficult. You have to balance a lot of things, like how you're using your spell mana to turn on Nami without falling too far behind. You have to understand your win conditions, understand how your opponent can interact with your win conditions. But what the deck does that's so powerful is you have these lines where you get Nami on board, maybe a Burblefish, and you can just kill your opponent. There's so many times in the open rounds I was playing this deck where I had nothing on board, maybe one card. Opponents at 18 were on turn 8, and I just go, oh, they're dead, and you just kill them. The problem with this deck is that, like you mentioned, it's very hard to play. However, it really rewards the players that put in the time and effort to learn it and learn it properly. And I expect a lot of those players to be here in the top 32. It's top 32 for a reason. They're good players. And I think they're going to look for the decks that can give them the biggest edge.
I think what's really nice about this TF Nami deck is there have been a lot of Nami decks that are really high on the combo potential and able to win in one turn. But this one specifically, with the Ruination, with the Harrowing, just has so much draw and so much utility, so much control that, like, even if your big combo turn doesn't work the first time, you can still just keep out grinding. This deck is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of power. There's a lot of players that I think, as Majin said, in this top 32 are going to be skilled enough to pilot this efficiently. And so it's something that we definitely have to keep our eyes out for if it's going to, sink or swim. Absolutely. But that's just kind of a list of decks that we think are quite good. We think kind of fit into the meta. You still have to put them into a lineup. And there's a lot of decisions that go into finally crafting your lineup that you will run for top 32. And a lot of that can differ from the open round. So I wanted to get each of your kind of takes and thoughts and strategies when you're prepping for the open rounds versus prepping for the top 32. And we'll start with Majin.
Yeah, in the open rounds, I'm a big fan of power over everything. I'm going to bring the strongest decks. I'm going to include some, little bits of synergy, but I'm going to bring the best things, and I'm going to dare you to beat them, because people are going to bring all sorts of nonsense, and people are going to bring the best decks. And I believe that a lot of the top players will agree they have a skill edge in the open rounds. However, in top 32, these are the best of the best. That skill edge is not as large as it might be in the open rounds. So you have to find the edge somewhere else. A lot of people look to find it in polarizing their matchups. They take a lineup that's looking to exploit other lineups and find an edge that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there's such a huge difference between going into a 1,000 person tournament with a ton of people. You don't know how much prep they're doing. You don't know how much they actually know about the meta or the best decks, versus going into the top 32. Everybody is very good at the game. They have a pretty good read on the meta, obviously. They've won at least 7 rounds. So you can sort of have a better idea of what they're going to bring and hard target them. If you know that there's going to be a lot of thralls, maybe you do bring that as Azir Irelia. Maybe you do bring something that's just hard targeting, as bad matchups in other places. But, if you find the one that you need, you only have to win 5 rounds to get that first place.
Well, let's have a little thought exercise then, because you guys have talked a bit about how you would like to build lineups. Let's pretend that y'all made it to this top 32, and Akedo, hey, look, we're pretending that you made it and you can play. And let's talk about what you think you might have brought. And Akedo, why don't we take a look at yours first, and you can tell me a bit about your lineup.
Yeah, very similar to my open rounds lineup. This is going to be that PNZ Aphelios, the Crocshawn, and the TF Nami. So PNZ Aphelios, a little bit different than the one that we had shown earlier. This one runs Victor, the main reason being that Victor is incredibly good in the mirror, pretty good against thralls, and all 3 of these decks are just incredibly strong, proactive decks that are, daring your opponent to have to deal with what you have. If they fall asleep for even 1 turn, they absolutely will die. Of course, Majin talked quite a bit about this list. I really like the Moonlight Affliction in this deck just to push a little bit extra damage, and the Hush is incredibly good against thralls and against the mirror. Celestial Trifecta, one of the nice things about this deck is it's basically an aggro deck that just discards all your stuff, goes really wide, pushes a ton of damage, and then burns out. But you have so much value generation between the Celestial Trifecta and the Pharaoh's Financier that you can just grind forever. I love just how dynamic each of these decks are. The second deck that I have is that Crocshawn. And very similar list to what we had seen earlier. I like the Stress Defense to be very good in the mirror, because I expect to see a lot of Crocshawn. Either the actual Renekton or some people like Gnar. I like Renekton more just because he has that overwhelm on the level 1. So you can go turn 4 Crocshawn, turn 5 Papercraft, and have a 20 attack coming through, 20 damage attack. But yeah, I just love how strong this deck is. Number 3, of course, is going to be that TF Nami. I talked about it a few times, and I just absolutely love this deck. It's one that I put the most time into this season. So anytime that you're able to flex with a deck that really rewards you for the amount of time you put in on it, I'm all about that. And this deck is just so incredibly resilient more than anything. It has that combo potential. It has the grind. It's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of power in this lineup. I think you definitely took the approach that we've talked about in the past, a lot of like, I'm going to bring 3 of the strongest decks right now and ones that I know I can crush a lot of people on. And with Majin, when I saw what you sent me for your lineup, I was a little bit more surprised. It's a little bit different of a strategy overall. And Majin, I'd love for you to talk about yours as well.
Yeah, so what I actually brought, because we did get the okay to play the open rounds, was very similar to Akedo's lineup. I brought PNZ Aphelios, the TF Nami, and then I brought Heimer Jace Shadow Isles as the third deck. I wanted to highlight something a little bit different, though. This is actually Henneke's lineup, who did top 32. I wanted to showcase that you can go different directions. This is a PNZ Aphelios lineup with Ari Bard and Sion. Honestly, I think the decks are still really strong. I think Ari Bard is more powerful than people give it credit for, but harder to fit into a lineup than people give it credit for. But I think it's going to really come out in force in the top 32. What it does is look to establish these quick, elusive threats where you can like rely on the synergy of things like recalling Droplet, Homecoming, just making it really awkward for your opponent to get any good board setup or any good attacks. And then you can either hit some chimes on elusive and go full aggro, or you can play the control game and wait for the full Ari combo, wait for Bard to give you insane stats. The deck is really flexible, and with Thrall so popular, I expect to see it a lot. Sion, on the other hand, is just another really strong deck with a very, very powerful burn finish. It's also quite good into Demacia, which I expected to see a lot of in the open rounds. I expect to see less Demacia in the top 32, so this might not make the cut now. I might want to replace it with something like a Zerarelia, but I really liked it for the open rounds. Just a strong deck, crushes Demacia, 50-50 to a lot of other things. Let's take a look at the third one. All right, so for the third deck, Zoe Aphelios Victor. Incredible deck. I also was a really big fan of the Moonlight Affliction, just like Akedo said. This deck is the deck, right? It's bring it or beat it. You have to have a plan for the deck, and if you don't, then you're going to lose. And my plan for the deck was bring it and also ban it. So for this lineup, I wanted to bring it. I wanted to ban it. I didn't want to play mirrors. I just wanted to play really strong decks and force my opponent to deal with it.
Yeah, and historically we've had decks like this all the time, right? The Aphelios Victor here this time is going to be the big one, right? But in the past, we've had TFIZ, we've had Ari, the old Ari decks as well. There's been a lot of very strong lists that we've had that dominate the meta, and this seems to be the case for this time around. But on top of that, right, the one thing that's very different about the Americas compared to a lot of the other regions is we go last. You get to see the other regions and what they played and who won and all that before. And so I want to take a quick look at kind of the just winning moments from the other regions. And we're going to talk a little bit about those winners, the lineups they brought, and all of that. So if we'll take a quick look here first, this is APAC. This is Nezik ends up taking this one down against Pimping Ho, who was trying to grab his third seasonal win, by the way. But Majin, I mean, first off, we've got Alawi. This was a little bit surprising for me.
Yeah, Alawi had been putting up some numbers for a lot of the beginning of the season, and then Bard Alawi kind of popping up about 2 weeks before seasonals. I think it fell off of a lot of people's radar because a lot of people were on Bard Poppy or Bard Ari. They decided those were the better Bard decks, and you obviously can't bring both, can't duplicate champions. Yeah. However, Bard Poppy fell off.
Yeah. I mean, and now we also have Karashi on over in EMEA, able to pick up the win here. This was the NAR version. And you mentioned the NAR version when you were talking about Kruxon. So did Akedo, as this is another option. Akedo, you said you prefer the Renekton, but we still at least see the similar archetype grabbing a win over in Europe. And I think that we'll take a look through these full lineups, and you'll kind of get to see that they're a bit different than what you two brought. However, they do kind of echo a lot of the sentiment that you all have talked about. So we'll do Karashi first, and Akedo, I want you to kind of walk through this lineup with me, and it starts with Thralls.
Yeah, Thralls is, of course, we talked about, an incredibly strong deck. It's able to use Blighted Ravine, the most broken card in the game, and incredibly good against the PNZ Aphelios. And, anytime you're able to bring a deck like this, despite all the nerfs, that's still doing such a strong thing, you're going to do incredibly well. I do like that we saw the Renekton, or I'm sorry, not Renekton, but Akshan Nar, despite EMEA potentially having issues with the deck. It's out here winning the region. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep walking through these, right?
Yeah, of
Thralls,
course, sorry.
We've talked a bit about Thralls, and now we've got the Aphelios Victor. So as you guys have talked about, this is going to constantly be a staple of a lot of these lineups. We know the last one is going to be the Nar and Akshan. And just holistically, Akedo, when we've got, Thralls, Aphelios Victor, and Kruxon, what is some of the strategy that you expect to see out of a lineup like that?
You're trying to win mirrors. That's really what it is. You're bringing the Victor version of the PNZ Aphelios. You're not banning it. You want to beat it. The Kruxon, or the Nar version as well, is very good into this PNZ Aphelios deck. Thralls, of course, hard targets it. You are just here to beat mirrors at the end of the day. And I obviously did very well. We saw the mirror there in the little clip that we saw. You know, you're running the Moonlight Affliction, you're running the Victor. I love this list. It's very good.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the NAR version too, and just kind of, we can do a little comparison here on the normal Crocshawn versus this NAR version. What are the biggest differences here? Or is it really just the champion?
It's just a few extra one drops. You're running the Inventive Chemist, you're running the full suite of Yordle Squires and Bird the Bellringers. This is a little bit more of a mid-range deck. It's not leaning as hard into the combo, into the one-turn kill. Instead, it's playing a little bit more slowly. But the reason why it's so good in the mirror is because you get to run 3 copies of NAR. NAR's champion spell is Wallop. And with the 3 main deck Wallop, 2 more from your NAR, that's 5 Wallops, which are incredibly good. Of course, in the mirror, NAR also generating you the Pokesticks to pop spell shields on the Ruin Runner. That's really just what makes it such a menace in that mirror. And it's a little bit less explosive, but it's a lot more consistent in its mid-range game plan.
All right. I mean, that's pretty sweet. I like that concept, though, as if you expect to see this a lot more, and especially in NA, or the Americas, sorry, where we will see this deck, at least we expect to see this deck a lot more. Maybe the NAR version ends up being a kind of cool answer to try and look for those mirrors. So maybe we'll watch out for that more. But Majin, let's go ahead and talk about APAC. Let's talk about Nezik. This is, you know, much more different, right, with the Bard Alawi. I know you were starting to talk about this a little bit more, but we can deep dive a little bit more into this lineup as a whole, with the Bard Alawi being the first deck, of course.
Okay, yeah, so Bard Alawi's strengths is that it just dominates the board. Like, whatever you're doing on board is going to be smaller than whatever Bard Alawi's doing. These tentacles get to insane size. And then I think the deck really took off for me once people started playing the Blood in the Water and the Cosmic Binding. Mono Bilgewater can't do anything at like fast or burst speed. If your opponent open attacks, you don't have a lot of ways to really interact at all. Tentacle Smash being really your only way to deal with things on board. However, with the inclusion of Cosmic Binding, you get the stun, you get the damage, it makes your opponent think twice before opening, allowing them or forcing them to possibly develop into a Tentacle Smash. The deck is just, it goldfishes hard. It really just puts so much damage on the board, and if you can't deal with things like Alawi or these gigantic tentacles, it's going to kill you.
All right, let's quickly cycle through these last 2 and kind of just see that whole lineup as it is, right? We've got the Crocshawn, we've got the Bard Alawi, and then let's see that last one as well, which is going to give you that idea, right? Thralls again. So we're seeing Thralls win both of the other seasonals. We're seeing some Akshan deck win both of the seasonals, and then that third deck was a difference. The interesting one for this lineup, and Majin, I'd love for you to help me understand it a bit more, is we don't have the PNZ Aphelios, but instead we have these 3. So what's the strategy of this lineup, do you think?
Well, foregoing the PNZ Aphelios means that you don't have to ban something like Thralls if you don't want to. It also like keeps you from, it removes that weakness. In top 32, we might actually see a lot of the PNZ players move away from PNZ Aphelios because a lot of people are going to be looking to target it. And if you don't want to get targeted, you can't play that deck. Now, the question is the power of bringing that deck worth the trade-off of possibly being targeted? And that's what we're going to have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This one was really exciting for me to see, because when we were doing a lot of prep, Alawi was almost, I mean, never mentioned. We talked about the different Bard variations and how he can kind of fit into so many different lists. But the fact that we then see Alawi win, it's just reminiscent of like the random Ribbon spikes and just different, you know, decks that you didn't really expect to see show up and win. And so that starts to lead me towards the question that I want to ask you too. Do these results tend to affect your thought process when you start to go towards that lock-in phase? Do you think maybe I should change my lineup? Should I change a deck or 2? Is there anything that you start to do? And Majin, let's start with you. Your thoughts on how being the last region to go affects your thought process on lineups.
It does affect my confidence sometimes, but normally I try not to let it affect my actual deck decision. What I will do is sometimes if something's super over-represented, I will text some cards, maybe either against that or against what I think players will bring to beat that. But I try not to let myself talk myself out of an entire deck or an entire lineup.
That makes sense. Akedo, you as well.
I think especially since this has been condensed into one weekend instead of a week break in between, it kind of might put a little bit more pressure on you, just because you get to see, you know, you haven't had like a week long to prep, you know, this one lineup that you really believe in. You know, you see this Crocshawn win both of the seasonals and you're like, oh, well, maybe I need a hard tech against it. I know that in the seasonals that I got in second place, I came in, I was like, I'm going to have a hard tech. I'm going to just like hard target Lee Sin. And then I see, oh, EMEA won with like the exact same lineup I brought. Is everybody going to get off of Lee Sin? What do I need to worry about? It's really hard to deal with, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, sometimes you just have to kind of stick to your guns and hope that you had the right read initially. Can't let it affect you too much. But we are going to be getting into games pretty soon here. Very excited to jump into that. We're going to say goodbye to Majin for a second. We're going to bring in Boulevard and have Boulevard and Aikedo for the first one. But make sure that y'all don't go anywhere, because the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas will commence right after this. Welcome back to the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas. I'm Casanova, joined by Boulevard, and welcoming back Aikato to the desk. We're going to be jumping in with the round one action in just a moment, but first, Boulevard, first time we've got you back here. How you doing? You excited to jump into the action today?
You know, I was excited, but I noticed this is not the height that the cameras were at in the dress rehearsal. I want to point out that I am taller than Aikato and Casanova put together. The fact that they have made me look shorter than these two is a crime against me. I have your number, Sleegy.
Well, you know, as I know, he is, of course, the shorter of the red-haired casters. He's just trying to compensate here. But Aikato, we're going to have you casting your first match here on the seasonal. And I'm curious, you looking forward to getting in the action with Boulevard?
Well, of course. I mean, you know, he has the red hair. I have the red shirt. You know, I tried to get a little bit of synergy going, so I'm excited for it.
Perfect. Well, I am really looking forward to this matchup. I mean, we are anticipating getting into Henneke versus Manesia. Henneke, we've mentioned quite a bit in the past, but Boulevard, I mean, if you want to talk to me a bit about Henneke's history, I know you know it as well as I do.
Yeah, so Henneke, famously, very good at getting top 4. Very good at not getting any further than that, which is fine. You only need a top 4 to get to the World Championship. And as nice as it is to, like, win a seasonal, that's really what a lot of these players are aiming for, is that guaranteed slot in the World Championship later this year. And Henneke, one of the most consistent players at doing exactly that.
All right, well, with these two going at it, I want to take a look at their overall lineups. I'd love for us to get over there and talk a little bit about, you know, what each of them has brought, what they're, you know, going to be trying to accomplish going up against each other. So as soon as we can get those, I'd love to talk a little bit about those. And here we are. There's Manesia, there's Henneke, and, you know, Aikato, I'd love for you to try and break down a little bit of what Manesia brought, how these kind of interact with each other.
So Manesia with the Ari Bard, the Viego Shurima, and then the Alawi Ionia. This screams to me anti-Thralls. Every single one of these decks is incredibly good against Thralls. Obviously, there was a ton of Thralls yesterday. Expecting more in this top cut. And this, if you run into Thralls, you will absolutely crush it. And I think that's what Manesia is going for here. Also very good against Demacia. You know, obviously here, didn't quite hit Thralls, though.
Yeah, I mean, notably didn't hit Thralls or Demacia, so we could see some struggles there, but Henneke's lineup a little bit different, at least not having the Bard Ari that we had thought may be brought. But Boulevard, can you talk to me about this lineup a little bit? We have the Scion Katarina splash as well. That's really interesting to me.
Yeah, so Henneke looked at Winding Light PNZ, said, wow, that's the best deck in the game. Can I run that 3 times without needing to play a second Winding Light deck? And I think this is about as close as you could get to. Obviously, Winding Light going to look to play that pivotal unit on turn 7 and the game. Scion, a similar game plan. You want to go wide with these units that are sometimes self-replacing, draw through your deck a lot more than other cards, taking advantage of Draven Axes. And then, oh look, here comes Scion on turn 7 to try and end the game with a big push and a rally. And then this last deck is Yordles in Arms, which I think when we see the Winding Light come down, the +2/+1, we just think of this go wide with these value units, buff up the board, go in, do that as many times as we need to until it works, and that is essentially what Yordles in Arms is looking to do as well.
All right, let's take a look at these decks a little bit closer and see what kind of some of the tech choices that these two players decided to go for. I want to see, you know, what we actually are working with. Manesia's got the Ari Bard, and thinking about how it's going to interact with the other side, Aikato, talk to me about this Ari Bard, how you think it's going to play into the side of Henneke.
I think the big things here are going to be that we are on 6 copies of the Homecoming with the Ionian Telstones. Giving you access to the extra copies of Homecoming is going to be really good against Scion especially. It's a deck that sort of cares a little bit more about its units, and if they get bounced, it can be a little bit frustrating to deal with. The Denies, though, also going to be really good in the Yordle in Arms matchup to stop the actual Yordle in Arms or any amount of burn. You know, the Nopify is stopping the burn as well. I think that Manesia is probably feeling pretty good about Ari Bard's lining up into Henneke's lineup.
All right, well, I mean, let's continue on then. Let's see how the rest of this lineup is kind of doing there as well, because, you know, you have to find 2 wins, and Viego is going to be one of these pickups as well from Manesia. How does this one line up into that lineup as well, Aikato?
The Viego deck here has a little bit of trouble sometimes if your opponent has a very strong opening. And notably very bad into the PNZ Aphelios deck. It just goes a little bit too wide for you. But if you're able to make it to this turn 4, turn 5 without incurring too much damage, the moment Viego comes down, you no longer take damage on board most of the time if you have any amount of board, because you just continually summon out these ephemerals. It's very difficult to push damage. You know, it's going to be very important for Henneke to push damage early against this deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat of a blast from the past as well, right? We had Viego win the last seasonal in the hands of Prodigy. It's still stuck around, but this, you know, Alawi, we just talked about Alawi Bard winning a seasonal, and now we've got Alawi here. You mentioned that this might have a good matchup into Thralls, which it's not hitting, but how does it hit into this lineup from the side of Henneke?
Basically, any deck that doesn't have a ton of interaction for the Alawi, if you draw the Alawi, it will absolutely tear you up early, especially because we have Ghost, we have Syncopation, we have so many ways to get these large tentacles or Alawi to hit you in the face. So again, it's a deck that if you let it go at all, if you let it set up, it's going to be very difficult to interact with. It has the denies, it has all of this interaction on its own. You know, even the Spirit's Refuge, if you get one strike off with these massive tentacles, it's massive against these Henneke aggro decks.
All right, yeah. I mean, let's take a look at the other side, right? Boulevard. We're gonna now talk about Henneke's list and how they are going to interact into the other side of the table against Manesia. And you mentioned Yordle in Arms. I mean, how are you feeling about this deck when you're going up against that other lineup?
There are definitely some concerns about bringing this into a field where, as Kato and Majin mentioned on the desk, it's a very polarizing top 32. A lot of players are looking to counter Winding Light, and you have brought a similar enough strategy that there is an argument that the things that beat Winding Light are going to do fairly well against this as well. Any Avalanche decks, any Blighted Ravines, anything like that. And like Kato mentioned, there's really not a lot of interaction in any of Henneke's decks. And that is going to be a problem when we're staring down an Alawi, when you're staring down a Viego, when Sign-In buffs up a bunch of elusives. Henneke just isn't going to have the removal to deal with those units and is going to have to find a different avenue to victory.
Yeah, I mean, I guess let's continue on through then, because you're saying these decks have similar strategies and that they're not going to have as much interaction, right? So the Draven Scion, I mean, we have the tech choice Katarina. That's a small potatoes in it, but does that extra rally, that extra is that going to help in these matchups, or is that aggression not quite going to be enough?
It's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, because the similarity in Henneke's lineup, not just in the general strategy of, okay, go wide, push a lot of damage, is that all three of these decks are running Mystic Shot and Get Excited. So Henneke's going to be looking to push early damage and then finish off with the burn spells. A little unfortunate that you did that into 3 decks that run Deny, because that is going to make it a lot harder and a lot scarier to try to push that through. But yeah, the general game plan is going to be the same. Push as much early damage as possible, finish off with the burn spells, and Henneke might make some strange looking plays on camera playing for top deck burn.
Yeah, okay, that's understandable. That's one thing that I think is so cool to point out as someone who's played a lot of burn in the past, is how important that is. We may see some weird lines from Henneke just looking for that. And I mean, look, we've talked about this deck a lot. We're going to talk about it a ton more throughout the entire day, but specifically in this matchup, this is the boogeyman of the format. Do you feel like Henneke should be safely able to pick up a win or a ban on this deck against Manesia's lineup?
Almost surely, especially because Henneke has not gone for the Victor gameplay that we expect out of a lot of players, and instead on a triple suit-up version, which is going to do a great job at not only pushing a lot of early damage, but Flame Chompers plus suit-up can really surprise your opponent in what they thought was a relatively safe play, where they throw down a naked Viego, and they're like, you know, it's going to cost a Get Excited and a Mystic Shot to deal with this. That's so much. There's no way they go for that, and then they just Poro Cannon a Flame Chompers suited up, and suddenly your Viego is dead. I don't think that exact play is going to happen here, but when it comes to the top 32, Henneke is so much more experienced than Manesia. This is Manesia's first top, and those nerves might get to him.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, right? Henneke has been here so many times. He's made those top 4s. He has that pedigree. Manesia is a player that we all know is very good. He has been around in the competitive scene for some time, but he has just not found that top before, and maybe the pressure of this tournament could get to him, and that'll remain to be seen if he ends up playing a little bit looser than we expect, and it's not just Henneke with the plays that look a little bit funky. So I want to talk a little bit more just about these as a whole, right, before we get into this, because there is a ban, and I want to kind of ask Kato, when you're looking at both sides of these, what would you ban if you're Manesia, and what would you ban on the others? Oh, sorry, we're actually getting right into game. I apologize. I'm going to send you guys in. I thought we had a little more time, but no. Let's get some games going. The first game of the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament, top 32. Boulevard, Kato, take it away.
Oh, wow, that board music just hit me. Very pleasant.
Yeah, is it the baseboard?
I think it's the.
From Henneke?
Honestly, I haven't heard the baseboard music in so long that it very well could be, but it definitely sounded a little beachy to me, but I digress. It looks like starting off here, Henneke is going to be on the Yordles and Arms. I actually have my face in the way of the other deck. Now I have my cord in the way of my arm, so I can't even check.
Yordle and Arms versus the Alawi Ionia deck, and already a pretty okay hand here out of Henneke. Got the Boom Baboon. You know, we're looking at this lineup. I think that you could sort of call it just a 9x Boom Baboon lineup here from Henneke. It's all about that card generating the choppers in your hand and just getting a ton of value off of pushing damage early. Manesia, though, notably, no Watchful Idol on turn 1, no Tentacle spawns at all by turn 3. This is a very slow start from the Alawi deck.
Henneke doesn't have a particularly fast hand either. There's a couple of Fizz, which, you know, in Legends of Runeterra, drawing champions in multiples, not always the best thing. Is you throw one down on board, the second one turns into a spell, and it really deters your ability to go wide. But that Lulu pickup here, absolutely massive, especially with the Flame Chompers generated off the Baboon. Wouldn't be surprised to see Henneke throw that Flame Chompers down with the remaining mana, or just going to take the pass.
Yeah, unfortunately, no discards available to really get the value off of this Chompers. Makes it a little bit awkward. You know, you want a Poro Cannon as we run the 1 mana generate a Mecha Yordle too. We have a lot of discard options, and the fact that we haven't hit any definitely makes this Lulu a little bit more awkward. You want to be sending those 4/4 Chompers after stuff like the Sea's Voice here on board.
Also worth noting, I believe the Lulu is going to be the 4th region, so Yordles and Arms already online as we have Bilgewater, Shurima, PNZ, Bandle City, Ionia, all 5 regions already down. Starspring, one of the worst landmarks that you could get here. Henneke's deck is not very healthy. You're going to get a lot of 1 and 2 health units. Manesia's not really going to be chipping these things down, so even just getting the value from the Starspring in terms of healing up your units after a trade, going to be pretty minimal on Henneke's side here, who, depending on what Manesia plays, might just send in this Bomber Twins, might hold back and do no attacks.
Yeah, the pass here could be saying Alawi. It could be just waiting for them to attack, you know, holding up some combat tricks. Henneke not willing to swing into it. The nice thing about Bomber Twins in this list is not only does it give you that Shurima to activate your Yordle and Arms, but also, at worst, your landmarks are just discard fodder. And as we start drawing into these Zonite Urchins and other things to discard, having the extra fodder can sometimes be really nice, even if it's just going to get excited.
It looks like we're going to build up a Tentacle here. As you mentioned, you know, pretty slow hands on the side of both players, which I think is going to favor Henneke, who already has the Yordles and Arms immediately available, and no deny for Manesia, who's sitting on a couple of Syncopations, which I don't imagine are going to be particularly useful in this matchup. Maybe if you can dodge a block to get through a larger unit, but Henneke's not going to be doing a whole lot of blocking, I imagine. I think he's just going to want to build up his board for that Yordles and Arms and full send.
And I do like how long we're sandbagging this Lulu, especially since we see in Manesia's hand, they do have the Hired Gun. Hired Gun, of course, giving vulnerable to the strongest enemy. If they're able to find that on the Lulu, they'll feel really good about it, forcing the block out. Henneke has sandbagged it long enough that now it's just getting on the Bomber Twins. We get the Lulu out, and even with this attack, Manesia's attack looks pretty good, but how good will it actually be with how much refill Henneke has in hand? Still another Zonite Urchin to be played this turn.
And if Henneke wants to, they can fire off the Mystic Shot to finish off this Tentacle. A lot of times when you're playing against Alawi, there's, you know, the dichotomy between, do I take out the Tentacle? Oh, sorry, it's going to buff up the Tentacle. That's actually not an option. I don't play against these decks very often. I forgot that keeps it +1/+1. But you have to think about, okay, am I killing the Tentacle, or am I killing all of the things that support the Tentacle?
Yeah, but I mean, we just ended up with a 6-wide board. We're going into turn 6. We're just going to deny check them.
This is going to be Yordles and Arms, I imagine. No deny from Manesia.
Yeah, Manesia doesn't
and a
have
rally.
Much of a board. Oh, true. Fizz Rally's
active. Is this just
active.
lethal?
I mean, well, we have Will of the Ionia from Manesia. We have another blocker in hand, so we do have some reaction here. And if the Fizz Rally is cast on anything other than Fizz, then you can't really stop. You can stop it with the Will of Ionia, right? As long as we don't pre-commit it. Now, of course, no spell to activate Fizz's ability, but, you know, if you're Manesia, do you really rip a Will into Fizz at full mana?
Absolutely not. And I think that as long as the rally resolves, I think Henneke takes the game, just because you're going to have 2 Flame Chompers coming in as 4/6s to absolutely rip apart Manesia's board, even if you're not pushing lethal. And if Manesia doesn't have a board, we look at the rest of the hand, and it's double Syncopation, Ghost Twin. That's nothing.
What do you mean? These syncopation is so good when you don't have a board. You can. Okay, well maybe it's not great.
Yeah. What can you do, Aikido?
They're doing their best, man. That's all that matters.
I actually forgot that Yordles and Arms was only +3/+3.
Oh, true.
I've never seen it cast with that ability.
It kind of fell off the face of the earth. The only time that it shows up is in these 9x Boom Baboon lineups. And I mean, obviously, this game, Manesia's deck is very strong when it finds the Alawi. Without an Alawi, it just is very slow. It has trouble really, ramping up and getting to the point where it's dealing a ton of damage. And even though Henneke's at 10 health to Manesia's 20, it doesn't matter because this swing is incredibly scary. I mean, yeah, Manesia, what do you even do here?
All right, we're getting the bans out. Bard, RA banned. Winding Light PNZ banned. I didn't really have any comments about the ban strategy, so I guess I'm not too surprised to see two of the more popular decks from the tournament being the targets here.
I think it totally makes sense. If you're Manesia, you just want to get rid of that PNZ Aphelios. It's the one that's most consistently going to be, taking advantage of like your Shurima Viego deck that just has a lot of trouble against that, incredibly aggressive style, as well as the Winding Light. A denialist win condition there is not one you want to be dealing with.
All right, and now it's going to come down to how is this Will of Ionia played? How does Henneke want to play the rally? What is... we just got to sit back and watch and see exactly how these players want to play this one out. But there are avenues for this to work out for either player.
What I really like here is just the mind games here, right? Is that Henneke isn't main decking this rally, obviously. It's the second drawn Fizz. So when Manesia's looking at this, you're looking at the deck list, you're looking up and down. There's no rally face up staring you in the face, right? So how much do you play around it? Do you commit the will? Do you just get blown out by it? There's so many mind games here, and there's not an easy solution. And the will's going to get committed early just to save 5 HP, maybe?
Okay, pulling it back. If that will gets committed, Henneke wins the game right here, right now.
Literally on the spot. There's no interaction for this for this rally if you end up committing the will. But on the other hand, if you go down to 5, there's 3 Get Exciteds, there's 2 Mystic Shots, there's 3 Pokey Sticks, there's so much burn. There's the Will of Ionia used to save the tentacle, and unfortunately, that's just going to get blown out here.
Yep. I'm curious what Henneke's going to cast this on. Yeah, it makes sense to do it onto the unit that is getting removed from combat anyway, so that's going to get pulled out. Will of Ionia is going to resolve. And then just a single attack from Fizz against a 0-mana Manesia with Ghost in hand is all it's going to take to finish this one off.
Yeah, really well played there by Henneke. Just had the right hand, sandbagged the Lulu. I think that was really important just for so long. So that way you don't show Manesia that you have the Yordle and Arms active. You don't give them the higher gun target, and unfortunately, no Alawi in the early hand means that Manesia's hand's just a little bit too slow to deal with just how aggressive that Yordle and Arms deck can be.
And I remember when Syncopation got spoiled, there was a lot of buzz about how good is this card actually going to be, an auto 3 of in every Ionia deck, and it never really came to fruition. We've seen it as a 1 or 2 of in a couple of instances, but situations like that are what make this card so on the fence for a lot of players.
It's so good when you're using it defensively against these, control decks that are throwing like vengeances at your units. If you can use it offensively to get a tentacle to hit face. But the issue is, any situation other than that, it's just a dead card. And if you're drawing multiple, it's not great. But as we go in here, it's going to be the run back on the Alawi Ionia, this time into Scion. Scion is a little bit slower, it feels like, than the Yordle and Arms deck. It relies a little bit more on the burn top end or Scion. And Scion's very interactable with stuff like the Will of Ionia, right?
Yeah, but Henneke has an extremely aggressive opener here. A couple of fearsome units. There's enough spawn on the side of Henneke that they're going to have blockers for it, but at the end of the day, there's Decimates, there's Get Exciteds, there's Mystic Shots. Finally, that Syncopation coming back to haunt Manesia yet again. Another card that I don't think is really going to work out in this matchup.
Yeah, it's nice to get this Watchful Idol early, though. It's going to keep generating you Tentacles, so if you trade it down, it's just going to give you another blocker. So it's really nice to get that going. Tentacle Smash as well is one of your few answers to Fearsome units. So the fact that Henneke has the double Fearsome in hand would normally be really scary, but Manesia has drawn a pretty good answer to it. Unfortunately, since we tapped out here, it's not available until turn 4, but when it is available, it will be pretty solid, and we get a nice value trade here, getting putting the hired gun to full use.
And Henneke, if they want to play really aggressive here, could go for another discard onto a Fallen Rider. And that's going to be 8 fearsome damage coming through. Nothing to say about that on the side of Manesia. Going to already be down to 10 life here.
Yeah, no fearsome blockers. This is so much damage going through, especially since Henneke is on the Decimate version of this deck, has all the Getic sets, all the Mystic shots. There's so much over-the-top damage that you really need to find something here. It's another turn 4. We're going in, and there are, in fact, no Alaois in hand.
And now there's a Katarina that Henneke can try to develop and get some rally. It's only going to take one more hit from a fearsome unit for Henneke to really run away with this game in a burn fashion. Yeah. And I can't imagine that Manesia, with the hand that they currently have, is going to be able to do a whole lot about that.
It's pretty rough. You know, they do have the tentacle here. Is going to get traded into one of the fearsome into one of the fearsome units. The Eye of Nakaboros is going to buff that up at burst speed. Henneke could use a Mystic Shot here to force the trade. Getting rid of the tentacle earlier could matter a lot, but anytime you throw a burn at face when your opponent's, or at a unit when your opponent's,
he can play Katarina. Katarina's Blade's Edge can finish off the tentacle.
True.
Not going to go for it though.
Yeah, deciding instead to just develop another fearsome unit. It's funny, the Katarina here, the Blade's Edge is nice. It might force Manesia to play out one of their cards early. Especially since they want to get that Spirit's Refuge in hand off. If they get one strike with this big tentacle, it might be enough to completely undo everything that the fearsome units have done so far this game for Henneke. But, you know, with so much burn in hand, it's going to be a little bit difficult to be able to navigate that.
Yeah, Manesia, really a very awkward mana point. Probably only going to get to play one card this turn. Might get to play 2, but it's a matter of, you know, is this the turn that I need to go for the Spirit's Refuge? Is it better to play out one of my units for an additional blocker? The Katarina really throws off a lot of Manesia's plans, I feel. Now that Henneke has access to consistent rallies, it's going to really change how they have to play the game.
Yeah, I'd like the one of Katarina in a deck like this where, you know, you don't need to cast it over and over for the rally. It just needs to sit in your hand face up and make your opponent think about it. Because if your opponent's thinking about that rally, they're never allowed to tap out, because the moment they do, you just slap it down, you get the rally, you get the free Blaze Edge after the buff, and, you know, it's a very difficult card to deal with, especially when you only have so many units. And if they aren't trading particularly well, you know, it could be a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, one of the strongest plays in Legends of Runeterra is just hitting the pass button. And as long as you have a face-up level 2 Katarina in your hand and you have 4 mana available, you can force your opponent to pass with a lot of mana.
Absolutely the case. Tentacle Smash is always an option here from Manesia. If they want, they could get rid of one of the units here, buff up their Tentacle. The issue is, of course, that it gets responded to with this Blade's Edge. The attack just going to come through from Henneke, line up some blocks, and that's at least 4 damage coming through.
And Henneke has 8-9 burn currently available in hand if they send the Blade's Edge at the Nexus this turn. But I just don't know that Manesia really has an answer for Katarina and 2 Daring Poros.
I wonder if we see those Spirit's Refuge get cashed in right now while Henneke's tapped out. He only has mana for the 1 Blade's Edge, so he can still kill the Tentacle if you slap Spirit's Refuge on it, but you do get the 5 healing, right? Which puts you up to 11 health, which might be enough to be able to buy you a little bit of time here. The issue is your hand isn't doing a ton, and you still need to draw into an Alawi at some point, because you are losing your main source of value, and it's this big Tentacle getting cashed in for 5 HP.
Just looking at the double syncopation, once again sitting dead in the hand of Manesia. They're never playing this card in a seasonal again.
Yeah, oh my god, I can't believe you just keep drawing it. The card, I mean, again, if you draw the right half of your deck, it can be really strong. It applies a lot of pressure on your opponent. If you just hold up that 2 mana, it's so hard to interact with your opponent. You have to block everything. You can't really throw your big value spells at them. But, you know, if you don't have control of board, if you don't have a threat that your opponent has to deal with, these syncopations just rot in your hand. 11 HP, though, isn't the worst place in the world to be. We see 7 burn on the side of Henneke here in hand. No Scion yet, so nothing applying a ton of pressure, just normal units being reapplied. The Buru Leader is a cute tech in this deck because it can allow your tentacles to get a free attack, but if you don't have a tentacle, it's not doing much. And the Katarina Rally is getting just slapped down here, not giving them a chance to breathe. I wonder if this just probably brings out the Tentacle Smash.
almost feel like it has to. And then we've got another Daring Pour to throw down. We've got the 0-mana Blade's Edge. That's another probable 3 damage coming at the Nexus of Manesia this turn, which puts them just outside of burn range. But then again, Henneke's going to have an open attack with the Poros. There's a Deny in hand. I think the math works out that Henneke doesn't quite have lethal yet if they lose this Katarina, which it looks like will be the play.
Yeah. Tentacle Smash, one of the nice ways to deal with Katarina, just because even though she strikes back, she dies first, so doesn't get the recall. And this is a 1 of Katarina, so no more Katarinas have to be worried about for the rest of the game. One thing, though, you see these 2 elusive Poros. They're going to get in for the 2 damage. The Blade's Edge is 1 damage as well. It's just 3, which doesn't sound like a lot, but, you know, when you run this much burn, it's so hard to let that damage go through because all these spells in the hand here of Henneke are going to just get more valuable as this game goes on.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than 10% of your life total. I'd imagine Henneke throws the Blade's Edge at face. Yeah, just absolutely no care for the board of Manesia.
Yeah.
I don't believe there are any rallies in this version either. Not like we're seeing in... Yeah, no rallies. Not like we see in Bard Alawi or anything like that. So Manesia's playing an honest game here. No over-the-top damage. Henneke's life total going to remain at 13.
Yeah, Henneke flexing a little bit, not discarding the face-up Lost Soul, instead discarding the face-down one, giving a little bit more information on the hand, letting them know, hey, you know what? I don't care if you know what's in my hand. You can't deal with it anyway.
And with a second Poro Cannon, we're probably just going to see Henneke go 6 wide here.
Now, Poro Cannon's definitely going to be an issue. We do see the Ghost from the hand of Manesia is going to be able to block one of these at least, but we finally found the Alawi. Turn 7, game number 2. She finally decided to show up. And it might be a little too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, with this Arachnoid Sentry in hand, I think Henneke's really got this one kind of locked up. The way that it currently looks, if Manesia uses the Ghost defensively and they deny the Get Excited, I believe they're alive at 1, but there's still going to be 3 Daring Poros on the side of Henneke for the next attack turn.
Yeah, which means you really need to make something happen next turn. And as you said, the Arachnoid Sentry, if we save it for Manesia's attack token, you can't set up a huge attack. You kind of have to open. If you don't open, then a stunned up Alawi doesn't deal nearly as much damage as one that's attacking. So
no,
I do like, though, that Henneke is just committed to playing out all these Poros to get that chip damage in.
And the C's voice, I think, is really important for Manesia to try to turn this around, but it's also the only fearsome blocker that they have access to. But Henneke actually not going for the Twin Blade Revenant.
Yeah, saving that. Probably just looking to bank the mana into next turn, making sure they have access to every single burn spell in their hand, as well as anyone off the top, just to make sure that they're able to find that lethal. We do see the Ghost committed, smart. Heads up play out of Manesia. Again, using that spell that normally you want to hold on to it, slap it on a tentacle, push the damage in, but with the Poros, you're never actually getting elusive damage through, and just denying that 1 damage can matter a ton. We see the Mystic Shot come out. We're showing lethal this turn, which means that Manesia's not allowed to get Alawi down. Has to hold up Deny. And if you develop Alawi next turn, it's just straight into this Arachnoid Sentry.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Manesia here. I'm trying to piece together anything that they could do, but even the second Spirit's Refuge off the top, you're not going to have a unit big enough to swing this, even with the C's Voice and Alawi in play. And I don't think the mana works out for you to... Maybe if you throw it on the Tentacle and then you Buru Leader, but I still think that's, 6 health that you get back? There's still Daring Poros to deal with. A Scion off the top still spells the end of the game. There's Decimates in the deck for Henneke. The chances are extremely slim for Manesia here, very close to 0. And a top deck of a second Buru Leader, I think, is going to make it 0.
Yeah, no, I don't think that they're going to be able to do it, especially since they have to hold up Deny for the rest of the game. The moment you do, Henneke's going to have that burn lethal. The Scion off the top as well is... You know, you have big units. You have units with high health that maybe can block up some of the overwhelm damage, but still, any amount of damage that comes through at this point, you're at 3 HP. You cannot spare any life total. Manesia is looking at this and is going to be able to use the Syncopation to actually get Alawi out of the stun, which is kind of nice here, actually.
That just feels like one of those, yeah, I've got too many copies of this card in my hand. I finally found... any use case for it, I'm going to throw it out. As cool as it is to attack with the Alawi, this is not threatening lethal, anything close to lethal.
It's threatening a little bit of damage, and if you full attack, then your opponent goes down to 1 if they don't assign any blocks, so forcing out a block, that's something. That is technically something.
I almost feel like if Henneke's going to block, it's going to be to try to bait out a pump spell so they can slip through the Get Excited.
Yeah. Even, even a Syncopation doesn't actually push enough extra damage here. I mean, this has just been an absolutely miserable time for Manasia. Yeah. The hand just hasn't been there. The Alawi has just been a little bit too slow, not showing up on time when this deck that's named after Alawi doesn't find Alawi. It's hard to get too much going.
Yeah, when you're only running one copy of a champion and you're not playing anything like Entreat or Rite of Calling, you really need that champion. Yeah. And we see the Syncopation come out, and that is going to be the green light to throw out the Get Excited, deny mana gone, and no Nopify in the hand of Manasia. Does mean that Henneke be taken one step closer to that top 4 finish by moving on to the round of 16.
Yeah, picking up that first round. Had the 9x Chompers line up and sort of just farm the Alawi. A really good call there by Henneke, able to pick that one up.
I mean, that definitely hurt, right? That felt rough. You see the Alawi never being found, the deck just having a problem in general. It's struggling. We've got another match that we're going to be trying to get to in a moment, but just wanted to ask a quick question. Like, is this Alawi deck kind of similar to Lee Sin, where if you don't find the champion, it just doesn't function? Akedo?
It definitely needs the champion. If you don't find it, your deck just doesn't do a whole lot. And unfortunately, you don't have Eye of the Dragon. You don't have as much stall as the Lee Sin decks of old. So, it's a very fragile deck. If you don't find exactly what you need, if you draw the wrong half of your deck, you just sort of fall apart. But when you do draw the right half, it absolutely tears up a lot of matchups. Just not finding the Thralls or the Demacia, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a clear weak link for Manasia, but Henneke's lineup seemed to work exactly as intended, and Henneke able to advance to that top 16. We'll see if he can continue those top 4 runs as he's done in the past, but we're going to jump over to Jason Florent versus Seku to get the rest of that match in this round of 32. Boulevard, Akedo, take it away.
So Jason Florent, famously always 7-2 with seeding. Usually on the last round of the Swiss broadcast, we would see him either bubble out or make it, but then not quite get in on seeding. And this time, didn't think he had seeding, yet here he is.
Yeah, I'm finally able to pick up that top here. And is running into Seku round number 1. It looks like Florent is running back the Ahri Bard. I assume that's what we're looking at here, yeah. I see a Bard. I see Ionia. It has to be Ahri. And then Thrall's on the other side. I mean, Ahri Bard, we saw Manasia had also brought that. It's very good into Thralls, and Seku playing Thralls here. You found the counter that you're looking for. You found the matchup that you want. And
yeah.
Already it's a chimed up Shadow Assassin hand. That's always kind of nice.
No sweepers on the side of Seku. No homecomings on the side of Jason. Going to make this matchup, I think, play out a little differently than we're kind of used to when it comes to Thralls versus Bard Ahri. But it looks like 2 Thralls coming out with a tough Nexus, a Sands of Time in the hand of Seku, making those denies, and Nopifies looking more than useless right now. And I gotta say, Seku might be on the cusp of turning this, but might be just a second too late unless the Imagine Possibility summons the Thralls immediately.
Yeah, the Imagine Possibilities coming out here on the attack token means that we're attacking with some massive Thralls. Usually, this isn't enough against the Ionia deck because Homecoming just bounces them back into hand, and you have an 8-mana card that you can't play back out, but Jason Florent hasn't drawn them. And, burst speed cards can't be interacted with all these denies in your hand, all the counter magic, and this is a massive attack coming through, and you just kind of have to throw your little elusives. They don't want to go into combat. They just want to attack over these units. Blocking is not fun.
And Jason probably going to have to use a recall here. Has to draw something, because the Sands of Time and the Tough Nexus is going to guarantee that Seku's not dying on the crackback. Absolutely guaranteed not dying on the crackback. So you've got to find a way to get some of these Thralls off the field, because you are taking most of this hit.
Yeah, no, it's a big attack coming through.
No respect for Blighted Ravine.
Yeah, most of your units here for Jason Florent have 1 HP if they don't have a Chime on them, which means that all of these free ice shards every single turn out of the Lissandra are going to be an issue. They're going to be forcing those denies and those nopifies every single turn, especially, 2 HP, dead to Blighted Ravine, dead to double ice shard. There's a lot that's killing you here.
Yeah, and we know that Jason has the counter magic for the ice shard, but because Lissandra is a very powerful champion that does a lot of different things, those ice shards are going to be 0 mana. So again, a mana disadvantage going to be on the side of Jason Florent, which is not where you want to be when you are the player that is down on board and already scrounging to find an answer for what your opponent is doing.
Definitely the case. You do have a pretty big attack here, but the tough Nexus just gives so much value against these go wide elusive boards. Just because you usually have a ton of, 5 units with like 3 attack, they're pushing a little bit of damage, but tough Nexus healing you 5 every single turn is a lot. It is definitely going to be a boon here for Seku.
If Jason spreads out the buffs and Seku casts Sands of Time, we are looking at 0 damage push next turn.
Yeah, Sands of Time is kind of a good card as it turns out, huh?
Yeah. Big fan. Weird
of that how that happened. Okay, do we have a top deck that helps us out here? Maybe a Homecoming.
You've got to
help us survive
deck.
some turns.
You've got a top deck back-to-back home.
Oh, no.
And it doesn't matter because there's a Blighted Ravine for Seku.
Blighted Ravine. We don't have any recalls either to cycle these droplets and keep drawing cards. Maybe find an Ari or something. We decided to hold on to our entire board and take a little bit of extra damage last turn by not blocking, and the Ravine is likely to punish us for it. I do like that Seku, though, not slamming the Ravine, not tapping below anything, is able to hold up the Sands of Time just to be saying, I don't want to take any damage this turn. The longer this game goes, the better I am. So there's no reason for me to tap out and try and force this. It's a really smart play as we see the buff getting put onto the Mourned here from Esmus, and Sands of Time,
I think if you're not dying, you just cast the Blighted Ravine this turn. But I wouldn't blame Seku for going for the Sands of Time, taking next to no damage, sending in the Thralls next turn, and then either killing Jason or forcing Jason to tap out because they have to use double Homecoming to survive, and then playing the Blighted Ravine.
Yeah, if you Blighted, then, Florent technically can Homecoming it, but even then, you're forcing out a Homecoming that's not hitting one of your Thralls.
Yeah.
Which means your next attack
this
is
one's
lethal.
over.
Yeah, no, it feels a little bit doomed here.
This is what we like to call limbo, the space where the game is over and the players just don't quite know it yet. So we've got to find a way to fill the next couple of minutes while they play out their cards. And the Dancing Droplet Hover is... I think that was the Ice Shard put on the stack.
Yeah, it is the Ice Shard here. The 0-mana Ice Shard no longer in hand, and it is going to be killing the Mourned here, which denies 1 damage, I guess.
Yeah, as well as puts second Ice Shard into lethal range, so the Notify going to kind of be forced here.
Yeah, and the Notify, doesn't get a ton of value in this matchup, right? So if you're Jason Florent, you're happy on the face. You're like, okay, yeah, my Notify got value, and then a Blighted Ravine comes down. Your entire board's getting decimated. Your health is going down as well, and there's the GG emotes coming out, and Seku, in a bad matchup, in a counter matchup, Florent's not able to find any of the Homecomings, and just one swing from the Thralls is enough to put him into burn range, and Ravine, for some reason, hits face. What's up with that?
Avalanche used to hit face way back in the day, so they were like, how do we bring that back for the players that really miss Hellfire?
Well, maybe we should make Avalanche hit face again.
Look,
it's
you're onto
about
something
time.
here. Don't give them any ideas.
It's about time that it all just hits. I'm always up for more things hitting face. As kind of a fan, kind of a part of my brand here in Legends of Runeterra, like to hit face with spells. But yeah, it looks like we have a Wombat win on this side. We had a Wombat loss with Manesia, but still that team playing strong. Seku picking up with Thralls, even in a matchup that is designed to kind of beat all of these Thralls right now. Just out of curiosity, what do you usually think that matchup is like more heavily difficult for that Ari Bard, like more favored for them than a lot of other matchups? Is it a hard counter or more of a soft counter, Aikido?
I don't think it's a huge counter. You really do need to draw your your Homecomings. Obviously, we missed out on them there. And you do need to apply a certain amount of pressure. Eventually, your units can kind of block some Thralls, but once you bounce them once, again, you're looking at like an 8-mana unit that you can't replay for the Thralls player. It's definitely a good matchup for Ari Bard, but if you have a bunch of denies just sort of bricked in your hand and you didn't find Ari, you didn't find a way to consistently cycle your droplets to draw these cards, and this isn't Ari Cannon of old. It's not as consistent. And that's just one of the reasons that a lot of people didn't want to bring Ari Bard. Even in its good matchups, sometimes you just don't draw the right cards you need.
Yeah, it seems like we're running into a lot of these decks that are kind of losing to themselves with not drawing their champions. As we take a look at the match history of the matches that we missed, right? It looks like Seku able to pick up that first win. I'm going to assume that's a Twisted Fate Nami that was able to take down the first win before losing with Thralls and then finding that Thrall win. Is that potentially
Azir
going to be an Azir Aurelia for Jason
so.
Florent?
That has
Yeah,
to
it
be a
looks
zero
like it.
So Jason Florent coming in again with the very anti-Thralls. It seems like a lot of people had the read on the Thralls coming through, but unfortunately losing the Azir Irelia into TF Nami, that's kind of a bummer. Then not finding the win in the favorable matchup against Thralls when you do end up finding it. So that's a little rough out there.
Yeah, I mean, Boulevard, when we were looking at, that kind of match and we see you target the Thralls, you're not able to take it down. We saw Thralls win over in both APAC and in Europe. I mean, is Thralls seeming to be that kind of deck to beat for us today, Boulevard?
That seems to be the case, and I think Thralls is one of those decks with an explosive enough high power level that even if you come to beat it, they can beat some of your decent hands anyway, because it's like, okay, yeah, I came to beat one Thrall on turn 6, and I have 3 Thralls on turn 5, and there's no deck building you can do to get around that.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to actually know on Seku a little bit, because we just saw them advance, and we didn't really talk about their lineup too much, because, we jumped into the end of that. Their other decks, right, they have that TF Nami, they have the Thralls, but Jace Heimerdinger is the third list that was brought by Seku. And Kato, when you try and think about that lineup, Jace Heimer, Thralls, TF Nami, what are you looking out for that you don't want to run into with this as Seku continues his run through the bracket?
So you're looking to hard target PNZ Aphelios. If you find it, you're incredibly favored there. You're a little bit scared of stuff like the Krokshan, though, especially with Heimer Jace. You have really expensive spells, like the Vengeance that you want to be throwing at their big overwhelm units. And, if they deny it, if they're able to stop it at all, it's just very difficult. It's not a fun matchup. Demacia also kind of makes you cry, stuff like the Bard Poppy that we had talked about is very good into TF Nami, is very good into Thralls, and also can, it's not as good into Heimer Jace, but you just ban that, right?
Right. Okay, so they're going to be trying to run through. They want to avoid some of those lists, but on the other side, the other person we saw advance, that was Henneke. Boulevard, we talked about their lineup quite a bit before we went in, but with those 3 kind of more aggressive, less interaction heavy lists, are there any decks that you're trying, like you would hard want to avoid, any kind of lineup strategies you're looking to stay away from?
I'm really concerned about Henneke running into an anti-Winding Light PNZ lineup. Something with Thralls and the Jace Heimer and stuff like that, because your decks all share this similar strength, they also share a similar weakness. If you're just playing a lot of decks with a lot of 2 health units that self-replace, but as soon as you get Blighted Ravine, you are set back massively. Some of your decks deal with that a little bit better than some of your other decks, and I think that Henneke's got the level of testing against those kinds of lineups that they feel confident that they can outplay the sweepers, but only time is going to tell how long that actually lasts.
So I guess what we're saying here is, like, if Henneke were to run into Seku, that's probably not a good look for Henneke right now, thinking about it just lineup versus lineup. But of course, to be fair, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to lose that lineup. We talked about Jason's list. It seems like Jason had maybe something that Seku would have wanted to avoid. Does that ring true to you, Aiketo, or do you think that there's still a lot of room where Seku, can find holes in that Jason Florent lineup?
I mean, I think that Jason Florent definitely, with the Azir Irelia, we talked about, beats 2 decks in the entire format. One of them's Thralls, and it loses to everything else. If you're bringing it, you want to beat Thralls. So the fact that he found it was great for Florent, and I think that Seku is definitely afraid of the lineup. But, stuff like Thralls, if you draw the right cards and your opponent doesn't have, the right answer on curve, it's an explosive deck, and it's one of those decks that, like the Winding Light, like the Krokshan, if you're coming out to target them, if you don't hit them immediately, you will die anyway. The decks are just so strong that when you target them, it's a gamble, right? It's very much a gamble.
So actually, there's just an interesting deck that we saw in that lineup, and I just want to get your take on it as well, Boulevard, is that Jace Heimerdinger, right? This is a deck that kind of sprung up 3 seasons ago with someone named Nexus, ending up making it 9-0 during the open rounds with this. It kind of, no one expected to see it get played. He goes 9-0. And then it just disappears for a little bit. A couple patches happen, it pops up here and there, and now I've heard rumblings that's a quite good deck. And I'm curious, Boulevard, do you think this is something you thought you were going to see a lot of? Do you think it's very good? Do you expect it to do well for Seku in this tournament?
So one thing that I like to do is kind of talk about what the top 5 decks of a given format are going to be through the Swiss rounds. I've gotten very good at accurately predicting that. Jace Heimer was my pick to upset my top 5. It's a very popular deck amongst the Americas players in the grassroots scene. It's been a consistent top 5, top 6 performer. I liked it for the open rounds. I don't like it as much for the top 32, where I think you are going to see a lot more Thralls and a lot more Papercraft, both the Krokshan and the Fizz Riven. And I think that anybody running a Thrall's double Papercraft lineup, which sounds like a pretty decent lineup, is something that anybody who brought Feel the Rush or Jaceheimer is going to have to be very, very worried about.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been seeing a lot of these Thralls as well, but I want to get your take as well, Akedo, on, these decks and what Boulevard's take was on the Jaceheimer.
I think the thing about Jaceheimer is when a lot of people are building your lineups, you can really find, the first deck that you really like, the second deck that has a similar matchup table, and then finding that third deck is just so hard. Every single player who's ever played competitive LOR runs into the issue, and Heimer Jace is just a consistent enough, strong deck that's kind of okay to everything, and is, doesn't have a ton of hugely bad matchups that you feel pretty good at just slotting it in. I think it's sort of just the standard deck that a lot of people have just slotted in. And unfortunately, if you do run into stuff like the Thralls, like the double Papercraft, it's definitely is a very rough thing. It's not what you want your third deck to be good into, right? Or it's not good into.
Yeah, I mean, Seku, no stranger to the top 32 as well. Like, he's been here multiple times. I think this is his third top. That number could be a one-off on either direction, but he's definitely made a couple of top cuts. He just hasn't had the deepest run just yet. And, starting off strong, picking up a win against Jason Florent, I know he's excited to be here, and I think he's been a player that's developed so much over his career that I'm excited to see him on these skill checking decks in a top 32 and see where that is able to take him. But with him making it to the top 16, Henneke making it to the top 16, we will start to see more of those results coming in. We are going to run to a short break. I will have Skarzik and Majin joining me when we come out of that to go into the round of 16. So don't go anywhere. There's plenty more Legends of Runeterra action when we return. Welcome back to the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas. I'm your host, Casanova. I'm welcoming Skarzig to the desk. I'm always excited to see Skarzig, and we've got Majin back from the pre-show. Skarzig, we got one round down, but since we got you here for the first time, I mean, how excited are you to be back here on the Seasonal?
Back on the desk. You know, this is where I belong. This is where I love to be. You love to see it, and thank you once again for having me on. Really excited to cast with Majin Bay. Let's go.
Majin, welcome back to the desk. Excited to have you casting games now. We just had a little talk before, so how excited are you to jump in? What did you think of the first round?
Really excited. Both happy and sad. We saw Henneke, a teammate, win very handedly, and then we saw Jason, a teammate, get blind intervened by a deck that I hate. So a little happy, a little sad.
Not a Thrall's enjoyer. All right, well, those are the two results that we did see immediately, but I'd love for us to kind of walk through the bracket together, talk a bit about some of the results that we saw from that top 32 as we move into that top 16. So I want to see, you know, who won, who lost, what surprises, what upsets happened as we take a look at that bracket.
Yeah, when we look a little bit closer at what the players decided to, you know, bring to the top 32, aside from the seasonal rounds, we're going to start seeing some blowouts. Like Majin Bay and Aikedo said, you're looking to polarize, you're looking to find that edge by just getting your good matchups.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Floppy ends up dropping in round one. This is someone that we expected, you know, to do really well once again, constantly making it to the top of the tables of a lot of tournaments. We got Jay Tamunda here as someone who is representing LATAM and has consistently put up good results for them. Majin, anything standing out in this first kind of quadrant here?
Yeah, I mean, Floppy going down, round of 32, unfortunate, pretty strong player there. Jay Tamanda, also a regular in top 32 cuts, tournament winner. I'm just really excited to see, honestly, what they brought.
Yeah, that's definitely going to give us a fuller picture, I would say. Another point I definitely want to call out, I'll admit it, a lot of these names I'm not recognizing, and that is something I always love to see when I jump on the desk. I want to see this new blood rising up in the scene, and when you're playing against the best players, you know, on this shard, you're, you know, getting thrown to the wolves. They are going to test and make sure that you actually belong this far up the bracket.
All right, let's run through the rest of these quadrants here on that top 32 bracket. See all of them. M-Tux making it through. We saw Henneke pick up the win. Some of your teammates dropping out here. Push P. So your chance to become the first two-time Majin still intact.
Another happy and sad moment.
Yeah, indeed. We were really all pushing for Push P. He's a homie, but, you know, you just can't get there. You know, the 2-0, I would love to hear the story there. I'm sure we'll get that context eventually, but of course, M-Tux advancing close 2-1. If I'm recalling correctly, he is a Thrall's enjoyer, so we'll see if he decided to stick to those guns, bring it, or got maybe spooked, was worried it would get targeted down too hard.
All right, well, M-Tux and the Kemp is going to be our matchup. So let's look at the other sides of the bracket quickly, kind of see who made it through. Squallywag, Reckless Tempest, P-Tash, Hawk, and then that last quadrant as well, see who made it through. See who's going to be going on. Trevo, Princess Liz took out What Am I? And then Drizoff and Seku. I think that's going to be a sweet matchup on the other side of the bracket.
Ooh, yeah.
But as I mentioned, you know, this is going to be M-Tux versus the Chem. This is going to be really exciting to see M-Tux in action. Somebody who has actually, I think he's been 33rd seed out of 32 more than any other player. I swear I have seen this guy constantly get just robbed of making it into the top cut. And the fact that he gets to be in here again, he's won his first round, is exciting for me. I want to see his lineup. I want to see what he's playing against the Chem here, what we can talk about, what initial takes we can have. And Skarzig, I'll throw to you first as we look at M-Tux's lineup. Is this kind of what you'd expect out of a player like M-Tux?
I love it when players do stick to their specialty decks. That's something that I really value as a player myself, is if you put in the reps on a deck, you just have to trust that even in your bad matchups, you know what those marginal lines are. You know, other competitive players, especially very recently, have talked a lot about how if you're good enough on a deck, your bad matchups aren't as set in stone as it would be. And just to round out this deck, we've got the Krokshan and then the Alawi Bard. A bit of a wild card, I think, here for the top 32. And M-Tux is just looking at the opponent and saying, pick your poison.
Yeah, and I mean, Majin, on the other side, the Chem has brought something that I think is kind of almost becoming a standard of what we expect to see. I think this is very similar, if not the same as Seku, or very similar to Seku's lineup. There is actually one difference of deck here, but how are you feeling about this overall lineup that we've got from the Chem?
Yeah, so this is actually the lineup that I brought to the open rounds. All three decks. I really liked it for the open rounds, but we talked about it a little bit before. We expected players to move away, especially from things like Heimer Jace, because of the prevalence of things like Kroxan and Thralls in the top 32. So if the Chem wants to win with this lineup, they're going to have to fight through a lot of Thralls.
Yeah. And we can probably see like a forced ban. The Jaceheimer is another list that maybe just you've put in so much time in practicing it and you're already kind of locked in and comfortable from playing it in the open rounds. Maybe just wanting to stick to, once again, a deck that you are already sort of warmed up on.
Well, and there you go, Skarzik, Majin. We've got that match about to start. MTux versus the Chem. This is our top 16 of the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament. Take it away.
Top 16. These players have struggled a lot to get here, with the competition being concentrated into one weekend. You know the pressure is already mounting, not that extra week of time to prep your lineup and think. MTech's already starting off with the early game here on Akshan, Renekton, and the Chem starting off with Heimerdinger.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about this matchup because this was on my mind a lot for the open rounds. Kroxan really popping up a lot, and like I said, I brought Heimer Jace. This matchup actually knocked me out of the 7-2 bracket. The big problem with this, I think it's very Kroxan favored, and the reason is because Heimer Jace's ability to deal with these champs that you end up slapping Papercraft on, like Renekton, even like Ruin Runner, costs a lot. You see the Ruination in hand. The deck runs Vengeance, usually as a 3 of Shock Blast, things like that. And the Kroxan deck runs 3 Rite of Negation.
Yeah,
so
you just can't deal with
tough.
it. We have the Vile Feast, maybe going to try to hold on to that as long as possible to pop that Spell Shield. The Chem kind of low rolling on the production surge, was maybe hoping to go 3 or 4 wide, which isn't as likely. Does activate the Hextech Handler, however, and I wonder if the Chem has said, you know, I can't deal with the Renekton, Papercraft Dragon stuff. I'm going to try to go wide and go aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, MTux did find Akshan early, which is actually a big, like, if we're looking at a flow chart of how to play the deck, Akshan on 2 kind of changes your options. It really opens up what you can do because you can now fight a value plan. You have the landmark going to count down and possibly flip, and that really lets you like play a different game. You don't have to hone in on the Papercraft OTK. Now, seeing the Rite of Negation picked up there is absolutely huge on the predict because that does let MTux try to set up the OTK. I'm just pointing out that even with Akshan, he doesn't have to. So MTux really, like, the world is his oyster here.
Yeah, even with the Thralls banned, like I said, either one of these decks that gets banned, you get to play something else that's very, very strong, something known to just high roll your opponent even in those bad matchups. Renekton coming down on curve, double Hextech Handler, buffing this board, everything has quick attack. How much damage do you think you want to take here?
Yeah, I mean, playing this Heimer Jace deck, whenever someone would ask me, hey, how do I play into X or Y bad matchup? This is exactly what I would tell them. Literally, I would say, cast Production Surge on turn 3, double Hextech Handler, and you win any matchup. And that's what's happening here. So we'll see if the power of this Papercraft deck is like able to deal with this. Look at the stats on the other side of the board.
We have enough mana for Ruination, but not enough to also squeeze in this Vile Feast. So if we play the Ruin Runner, we could have the preemptive pop, try to set up for that big open swing on the Papercraft. I love the predict draw here, let you find the missing piece for the game plan.
One thing I'm seeing is 1 mana short, right, of the Papercraft Renekton plus Rite of Negation. That's really what MTux would like to do. Ruthless Predator does open up some lines where you can send Akshan after something, perhaps the 7-3, right, to start maybe trading down on board, playing a later game. But I think, honestly, MTux at 5. Like,
yeah, you would love to see, just play the Papercraft Dragon down. Your opponent has to use a removal spell, something big like a Vengeance, and then you just get the Papercraft Dragon back in your hand, and then you just wear your opponent down by forcing them to have answer after answer after answer. But because the Chem has such a dominant tempo position right now, MTux has to play at Heimerdinger's pace, and that's something you never want to do.
Absolutely. I kind of like this, hedging a bit. I like the spear being cast pre-combat. Basically what you're doing is you can make any block a trade here. because of the Shapestone, right? Opponent can't block Akshan profitably. Renekton's getting in for free quotes. And the 3/3 can be Shapestoned. So, like, putting in pressure without really committing, because if you commit Papercraft Dragon and run into Vengeance or Ruination, the game's over.
Drops down to 2, wants to keep this board alive, is going to try to go for the brute force line of saying, I have so much attack that I'm just going to force you to trade everything away. With 5 mana available, Chem might feel pretty comfortable here trying to set up a Heimerdinger.
I like it. Yep, Heimerdinger, and then possible Station Archivist could really find like a lot of stuff on the following turn. If you Archivist and you find Shock Blast, not only is that threatening Renekton and putting damage on the Nexus, forcing probably the Rite of Negation, you get this 6/1 elusive turret, which is game-ending and pretty hard to deal with.
So this game has been so explosive. Both players just operating a maximum capacity, going incredibly aggressive. Has the preemptive Vile Feast, like I mentioned, to pop that spell shield. And we'll see if the Chem is able to close it out before this next lethal swing comes through.
This is just 2 people punching each other with rockets strapped to their arms. They're just ignoring what the other person is doing and just swinging as hard as they can.
We could have the Chem, yep, going for the open attack, has the Heimerdinger's Progress Day in hand, could try to find a line into some discounts, maybe a little bit of burn to get over the hump there. Because if you're M-Tux, you want to attach the Papercraft Dragon this turn to set up an open attack. And as you said, Majin, lacking the mana to do these big setup plays and also have backup for the Rite of Negation puts M-Tux in an incredibly awkward position.
Yep, definitely. The threat of Mystic Shot or Shock Blast really looming large here.
Looks like the blocks are locked in, and when you're playing against this OTK deck, it doesn't matter if you force your opponent to block down. If they feel that they can save 1 unit, that's all that matters. Overwhelm plus Papercraft. Honestly, just the Overwhelm, right? With 2 HP on the Chem. Could just be an open attack, not taking the risk of attaching the Papercraft at all.
Absolutely. Overwhelm plus Rite of Negation equals GG a lot of the times.
And we'll see how the Chem responds. Aspiring Chronomancer to rig the draw once more.
I wonder if that was a skip or a pokey stick there, because you could take pokey stick. Looking at the list right now, 2 pokey sticks in the deck. So do you gamble to try to hit another one, or do you skip it and try to hit like an exhaust or a ruthless predator or something?
Yeah, that's very close. Assault. Might see just the open attack, see if that lethal goes through.
Oh my god,
Archivist
huge!
Hits the Mystic Shot. We get a little bit of a preview there of the next spells. Does this mean that the Chem is actually going to draw another Mystic Shot at the start of the turn? M-Tux can't negate this one. He's probably trying to save this negation for a Vengeance. Everything comes down to this next attack, this next draw. So close here in game 1. Mystic off the top. Ruin Runner goes in.
The Chem doesn't have enough health. You can't block. You can't block enough.
Yeah, there's not enough HP in play. If you go for the Mystic Shot on the Nexus, it's going to get negated. And then what does that force? Progress Day? So
we
tense.
already know there's no 3rd Mystic Shot coming up. We saw what's coming up because of Archivist.
Progress Day first. Discounted Shock Blast. And it looks like M-Tux is able to squeak through with the Rite of Negation sitting on this the entire game.
Wow. Yeah, that's what this Croc Sean deck does so well in these matchups with these heavy, expensive ways to deal with things. This and the TF Nami are the same with Vengeance. It forces you to operate on the stack on its attack turn when it's trying to kill you, and then maybe you have to throw 1, 2, or 3 spells, and it just gets you with Rite of Negation, and the game's over.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the ideal Heimerdinger draw, like you talked about, having the Hextech Handler, getting that aggressive start, especially in the mid game, and just couldn't quite close it out. Just very close. I think that that's really what we're hoping to see for the rest of the broadcast, is both decks firing on all cylinders and some really exciting games as we head into game number 2. Heimerdinger Jace still trying to pick up another win, now going up against Alawi Bard. What do you think about this matchup, Majin?
All right, this matchup I think is much more suited towards what Jace Heimer wants to do. Outside of the Tentacle Smash, which you see in hand, Alawi Bard can't really do anything on what you're doing. Like, it doesn't interact with you a ton, right? And Heimerdinger, one of the best backline champs in the game. If you can keep Heimer safe from the Tentacle Smash, then you really just get to like kind of pull away. Vengeance isn't going to get hit by Rite of Negation. There's no spell shield here, right? Just like the way that the cards line up in this matchup is much more favorable than it was in the previous one.
Another Archivist. We could pick up a Production Surge here if you'd like. Maybe get some turrets. At the very least, it's a nice preview of some of the spells that are upcoming.
Archivist kept in the opener, which is an interesting keep there. I prefer to not have, like, I don't have Archivist in the deck at all. And the main reason is because I oftentimes want to go past 6-mana spell, right?
Yeah.
Turn on the handler.
6-mana spell, exactly.
Exactly. Get Jace going, things like that.
I like to use it as just a bit of an emergency draw myself, run like 1 or 2 copies, cast it in the late game, like we saw in that previous one where it can find something cheap, but playing it on curve, much less likely to find something castable. Playing Alawi now, a 1/6, maybe Big Thermo has to come down here.
Big Thermo looks great. I will say, big fan of not actually casting anything, though, on turn 3. I think that's a very heads-up play by the Chem, because you need to guarantee that you can deal with the Alawi on turn 3. Like, now look at our position, right? It's a white board except Esmus. You have 5 mana. You can Jace Challenger. You can Heimerdinger. You can play Pumped Hextech Handler. Like, you have so many options now. Had the Chem tapped out on turn 3, Alawi hits the board, you can't kill with it, you're in a rough spot.
By recognizing that the Tentacle wasn't going to get off to such an accelerated start, having that 3/3 in play really did matter. And here comes the Challenger Jace to scoop up Esmus. Beautiful free trade and an unbuffed Bard. Great defensive potential, but not pushing through a lot of damage yet.
Bard, the only champ in the game's history I think you don't want to draw.
You don't want this card in your hand, absolutely. Second Esmus comes down. The Chem, being under no pressure whatsoever, is happy to sit back and pass, waiting for the next big important threat to be played so it can get shot down again.
Yep, the Chem forcing a pretty good fork here. With things like Vengeance, Shock Blast, possibly another Thermogenic Beam, it's really rough to just develop your Alawi, which this deck really, really needs to get going. Because if M-Tuck develops Alawi, gets the second Alawi shot, what are you doing from here? But if you just open with a small attack, right, the Chem's able to just take it, develop Heimerdinger, and then possibly start running away with the game. I really like the 3/3 here. You can go Esmus pumping 3/3, making the 1/1 Tentacle on attack, because then if Heimer gets played, you could Tentacle Smash with a 4/4, killing the Donger. Unless, no wait, is he a 2/5 now? I can't remember. He got buffed a while ago.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of beef to him, but Shock Blast is just going to come through, take away the C's voice, once again keeping the board under control. The tale as old as time. I want to play a deck that plays big stats on curve versus the Shadow Isles deck that answers everything on curve. Jace actually just staying alive. 3 HP is a fantastic trade in exchange for keeping the Jace up when you have a wide board being set up for this turn with the Heimerdinger.
Oh, double Production Surge on 8.
Oh, baby. So Majin, do you, how does this work? This first Production Surge gets cast for 8, and then the last one just casts for 0? Whoa!
It works like that.
Mamma mia! 2 giant T hexes now staring down M-Tux. You hope the chimes would come through and make it so you have something big enough to contest here, but M-Tux is just going to have to block everything down just to survive and is going to be left with nothing.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. And then, like, if we're looking forward a turn or two, M-Tux is going to, 1, try not to die. That's step 1. 2, start developing their own pressure, which is going to get countered by these gigantic 8/8s, right? The Chem is going to do something perhaps like play Heimerdinger or play the 3/2 that pumps all the text. And then going on the Chem's next turn, this is turn 9, we will likely see the acceleration gate just absolutely blow the game open.
We do have the Cosmic Binding in hand for M-Tux. There is a nice stun there, trying to buy just a little bit more time. We just have to believe, you know, Zap Sprayfin drawing a card, a couple more top decks, maybe the chimes go burr. but already this is looking pretty rough. You don't want... You need to be able to have a dominant position in order to get over stats like this.
Absolutely. I've developed a couple, I would say, like, shorthands for Runeterra over the, like, 2 years I've been playing now. Just to kind of figure out where you are in a given game. If you're chump blocking with your 4-mana champion, you're probably not ahead. That's one of them.
That is a very delicate way of putting it, indeed. Here comes the Tentacle Smash. Notably, you can just use it to summon the tentacle without dealing damage to anything. So we have now a Chime going through onto the Zap Spray Fin. Slowly but surely, this tentacle's trying to get big. Answered Prayer, Tentacle Smash, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Tentacle Smash skip into probably the second Tentacle Smash at some point during this game. But the problem is, like, the chem is very, very, very far ahead. I will say, like, I really like Mtux's lines. I've agreed with every single one of them, even though he is rather behind. I think he's still playing to win. You know, he's not playing to lose less. He's trying to find his out. Okay, I'm behind. How do I win this game? I think this is it. You run this. You try to kill Jace. You get Alawi extremely big, and you hope they can't deal with it. Right? Maybe their hand is 3 copies of Heimerdinger, another 2 copies of Jace.
Yeah, we've seen a couple thermogenic beams already, production surges. Without a wide development as well, you have sort of a read that there's more spells left, but just has the Vengeance, and that's going to get doubled up, has the Vile Feast as well, just to make sure that there is no threat coming through here. After the Tentacle Smash, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. You're still left with your T-Hexes. Mtux left with only 1 unit in play. At the very least, no overwhelm here.
For now. There is that acceleration gate. I think
there is a second Jason
does
hand.
Just give quick attack, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, next turn we can play the Jace. Maybe we actually get the Heimerdinger set up. Aftershock lining up very beautifully into the Zap Spray Fin. This is certainly the Chem's, game to win. Just has to reach out and take victory. But, like we said, with the Heimer Jace, it's very reactive. Without the Hex Handlers being set up, this deck is just a slow grind. Fortunately, the Chem found a matchup where there isn't a solid clock or pressure actually being presented onto the Nexus here. Finally, the handler comes down.
8-8's just not quite big enough. We had to pump him even more.
Got the 9/9s now, have some quick attackers coming through. When you see the Watchful Idol, you have an understanding, right, that your opponent's not going to be able to block. Cosmic Binding, everything is hitching on this card, and the Chem just keeps going wider and wider and wider. Once again, the Aftershock also going to remove another blocker, and that is going to seal the deal here.
Yeah, I like this line. Mtuck reaching. Gonna go Yeben Warren into Cosmic Binding, probably shooting the spider, trying to draw the cards, done a 10-10. But the Chem just sat there and thought, what's the most damage I could do this turn, right? How do I put the most on the board? And found it.
Yep, so Heimer Jace, a deck that we said would do very well during the open rounds, coming to the top 32. It still has a very tried and true solid game plan that it can do pretty consistently. And once again, players maybe not anticipating a very removal heavy strategy, something that is going to be a little bit more favorable to a slower Bard Alawi lineup, but just not really finding it here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the next matchup, which is going to be Bard Alawi versus either Nami Twisted Fate or Aphelios Victor Vi. I imagine it's going to be Aphelios Victor Vi, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
I don't know what I would ban there.
I think that Aphelios was actually the ban. And Thralls was the side. Wow, so we actually do get to see some Nami TF. You said it, Majin. This is a deck that a lot of players don't believe in unless you've been piloting this deck for a very long time and like really trying to pop off. It's really not going to show you a lot of its true potential. But we've got the float, the double trouble.
Decides to go for the Coral Creatures instead. That does set your Nami back a bit. Not really a huge deal when you don't have Nami. The first thing I did, though, you see mid-range board-based deck versus TF Nami. The first thing you have to do is do a Ruination check. And the Chem is on 1 copy of Ruination and 2 copies of Vengeance.
Wow. Yeah, so having the Ruination is such a huge just check against these late game decks that have to play a little bit slower, need to have that one turn of setup trying to find that out. And even though you know you can't go for your big combo turn, you still have to worry about everything else that this Nami deck is capable of.
Absolutely. I like the way the Chem is setting this up. We could see something like TF Gold card taking out the 4-2 into Yibin Warned, going after possibly Esmus or even the Tentacle. A lot of options here.
Slowly but surely, just working on the early game. Ironically, both decks are giving each other a lot of breathing room here in the early turns in order to get their setups down. And then it's just going to be this massive clash to see who finally comes out ahead. The Chem actually missing out on Nami, while MTux does have the Alawi.
Yeah, it does have the Alawi, and I spy no Vengeance or Ruination in the Chem's hand. There is the Shadow Isles Tellstone, which will allow Crumble. And one thing Mono Bilgewater doesn't do very well is interact on the stack. You don't have these things like Mystic Shots to really deal with it. So, you know, the Chem going to be able to just go, oh yeah, cool Alawi, Crumble, right? Without like worrying too much, unless there's like a cosmic binding up about it getting fizzled.
Wow. Yeah, so the red card is massive here. Takes out that chump blocker, removes the tentacle, buffs up the Bakai Reaper. Big shout out to Double Trouble, finding the broken 1-drop here. Esmus can't block it. Alawi has to chump, and now you're back to square one. Alawi got so much mileage when she first hit the scene in Runeterra, but as players adapted more and more to the matchup and got better and better at keeping the tentacle under control, she's really struggled.
Yep. I mean, Alawi's still on the board, and she gets big, and she puts a lot of pressure out really quick, especially with this Rally. Again, no Vengeance. However, what I do see in the Chem's hand is the Crumble, again, the Eye of Nagakoboros, which could set up a big Tentacle Smash, and the Yibin Warned, which, now that the Reaper's kind of pumped up, we could possibly take her out.
Yibin Warned also translating into a little bit more card draw. You love to see it. MTux also sitting on this Blood in the Water, having access to this very early in your hand. It's going to just rot away in the hand for now, but it gives you a very clear goal to sculpt the rest of your lines around. You can see MTux actually hesitating to attack here, prioritizing maybe trying to maintain a wide enough board to fit in this rally down the road.
Hired Gun is so powerful in these like big board decks, especially because you get to influence combat however you want. Maybe you need to get your Alawi in, but you're worried about her dying, right? Then you get to influence combat that way. It's such a powerful tool.
And now another tentacle being created, Alawi just getting that much bigger. And here comes the chump. This is very difficult for the Chem to deal with because you know that Alawi and these chimes, they put you on an uncertain clock, right? With no Nami in hand, no Shelly in hand, your actual ability to generate threats is non-existent. So you're always worried about, is my opponent going to snowball here? Are they going to jump out ahead of me? And the Chem is now finally getting a Shelly, but doesn't have a wide board any longer.
Doesn't have the wide board. I like the glimpse to make Reaper trade instead of just losing out straight up. I mean, there's some good things going on for the Chem, and there's some bad things. The good thing is the Chem's hand's really good. We're setting up a Twisted Fate flip. The bad news is on the other side of the board. MTux's board is spooky, and the Chem doesn't quite have enough time to deal with it. We'll see what they decide to do.
After seeing the way this matchup played out, I'm really curious if, this was the matchup MTux was looking for. Just something that is going to have a lot of room to set up, and then you kind of bully TF Nami, the threat of Tentacle Smash, etc. But the Chem also packing the tech, has the Tentacle Smash to interact with that Alawi, get that threat off the board, and suddenly MTux is the one that's looking a little bit famished when it comes to threat level.
Yep, absolutely. That was that line we were discussing a little bit earlier. The Eye of Nagakoboros plus the Tentacle Smash, pulling double duty here. Triple duty, actually. Putting a body on board that's decently sized, taking out MTux's main threat, and progressing Twisted Fate's level up.
Another
Double
Blood in the
rally.
Water. Ooh. This, if this Bard levels up, the chimes start converting to buff the board, these rallies are going to look pretty spicy for sure. We've got enough mana for Traveler's Call and Blood in the Water, and the Chem has not yet set up any threats. This is game number 3. This is where Nami TF really needs to shine through, and NA is the region that has been hyping it up the most.
Oh my god, what a hit. Okay, so we knew Twisted Fate was going to flip, but what the Chem needed was something to also develop on the board. Fading Memories, a really, like, really nice card there. If you could copy something like the Fortune Croaker, you could copy Bird, right? Something cheap from the opponent's side. The only problem is that when you put a burst speed spell onto the stack with leveled Twisted Fate, the card goes onto the stack, blue card in this instance, and it's going to pass priority back. So if you Fading Memories to find a blocker to play, MTux gets the green light to just attack straight into it before you get to develop.
And so here it comes. Just the vulnerable on the Twisted Fate, going to try to get this out of the way. We've got Shadow Isle's Tellstone and Fading Memories to get a red card through here to chip away some of this damage, but it's not going to be enough to actually save TF. Meanwhile, you know, there is... Oh my goodness, I really can't even say. Even with this wide threatening swing, the Tentacle's still alive on the side of the Chem. Bard is attacking, but you're only taking 6 damage. And look at the card advantage that the Chem has. This next round going to have tons and tons of options available.
Absolutely, but like let's look at it. So the Chem was lining up a block Tentacle to 3/3 instead of Bard because they were considering going all the way to gold card during combat. But I mean, it's awkward to get there here. What are you going to do, right? Like you can Fading Memories, you can pump something, but you don't want to pump anything because then it dies anyway. So yeah, I expect to see us go to red card, let Twisted Fate die, unfortunately, and then try to develop an offense on the following turn.
Yeah, delayed card draw here from the blue card. Burns the Ruination! No, the hand is full! Didn't want to cash in that Mark of the Isles. Loses out on the Ruination. MTux's board is traded down, so maybe it's not going to be that big of a deal, but we've got the threats now for Blood in the Water. If you attack with the Bard, you know, you're still getting more chimes in the deck, and MTux has not really hit a lot of chimes yet, and there's always, it feels like the dam is about to burst. Every time the start of the next round happens and you see your opponent draw that card, they could hit 3 or 4 chimes, and suddenly it feels like they might be back in it.
Yeah, I do think I like MTux's line of possibly going like, okay, gonna go for the rally. I was gonna say, I kind of like setting up the leveled Bard and keeping the rallies.
Mark?
This is, yeah, you knew this, this was face up. We knew this was there.
Yeah, just to get that spell out of the hand. Surviving. Oh
yeah, I think that was a punt. I think it was a misplay.
Yeah, it survives, so you aren't able to force the trades the way you really want to. That is one less spell for... It was fleeting anyway, so it doesn't really matter to get it out there, but ooh.
Yeah, that was rough. That, like, what I think MTux should have done is, you know, just level up Bard, play Bard, move on, keep the double rallies in hand. Eye of Nagaboros, probably the actual best draw in the entire deck right now.
So we can play that right now, draw 2 cards. Even doing it preemptively, Bard is going to eat all of these chimes.
I like playing Bard. I want to get him leveled.
So do we play Bard, then we play the Answered Prayer, let the chimes just convert onto the board?
I think the spawn happens first.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, it's exactly the way you want it to work.
So now Bard is leveling up, sounding the horn of victory, trying to certainly rally this board once more. Gets another Eye of Nagaboros, gets another Yibin Warned here, trying to interact with the Chem's board as much as possible. Keep it narrow, keep it under control, and that's basically what both players have been trying to do this entire time, because the Chem is still looking for Nami, MTux is still trying to get Nilawi to stick.
Yep, the problem here that I'm seeing is MTux is not going to be able to push the damage. With the cards in hand, currently, it's just not there, right? And if the Chem gets another turn, this game ends.
Yeah.
The Chem will win.
We need the Sea's voice. We need Alawi to get some overwhelm damage to punch through. And the longer you wait, the bigger the Chem stats are going to get, and they can just block the overwhelm for free. Here comes the You've Been Warned. Bard is going to go down, and we have 7 elusive threat coming through, potentially even more. Now that MTux is completely tapped out, is the Mark of the Islands enough?
No mana.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm actually just getting so sucked into the hype. I'm not even counting anymore, Majin. Help me.
They cast so many cards. I get it. I get so many cards.
They attune, and things are just flying every which way.
Yep. Love the no attack with the Mourned, by the way. Absolutely love that. You don't want it to get bounced. You want to keep it on board and get ready for your alphas. Like, you want to just not die this turn is your entire goal. And then next turn, like, look at this hand from the Chem. You have every tool you could ask for. Just don't die. Win the game next turn.
As soon as Alawi comes down, you can just very safely Vengeance. Once you get these elusive things to stick, you have essentially guaranteed damage that you can rely on. Another answered prayer coming through, just using the 2 mana option as a nice waiting play to see what the Chem is going to be up to. Nami finally in the hand. Still worried about a potential tentacle smash, but just goes for it anyway. If that removal comes down, you cash in all of your spells in response to get massive value out of the Nami and the Shelly proccing at the same time.
Yeah, you could, but I think the Chem right now should be considering, how do I lose, right? That's the only thing on your mind. You're so far ahead. All you're considering is, how do I lose? And the answer is Alawi. Alawi hits the board. So I feel like we wouldn't see the Chem go under Vengeance or Crumble for anything this turn, unless like Alawi got dropped, right? Decides to pass, says, I can block enough, or I can Vengeance you in combat. I really like this.
Yep, Tentacle gets boosted up. Even though Alawi does get those stats, here comes the Vengeance indeed. Unscarred Reaver also going to be traded in. This is beautiful, playing right into the Chem's hand. Get rid of this other 1-drop that can be blocked. Make sure that all the buffs are going to go onto your elusives instead. M-Tux throwing up the Shen Eatmo, recognizes that was the only opportunity to end this game before the Shelly Nami comes through and claims another victim here in game number 3.
Deck good. Deck good.
Yes.
We talked about its impact from the high-level players, and these are the high-level players, and here is the impact. It is winning games today.
And it's very clear that the Chem has put in a lot of time and energy. Like, to see a Nami TF player have to scramble in the early game, relying on Twisted Fate, a lot of odds and ends before the Nami even comes down so late into the game.
Yep. Again, just going, how do I lose, right? How do you stop me from winning? And the card you're considering here is the Cosmic Binding.
And look at all these chimes finally coming through for M-Tux, just too late.
Little too late, especially with like double Shadow Isle Hellstone. Have you seen how much damage that card puts out with Nami? It's stupid. Have you seen how much damage it puts out with Nami plus 2 Shelly? I haven't, but I really don't want to.
Whew. I would have honestly loved to see the numbers there, but M-Tux is just going to call it quits. The Chem advancing here at the top of this seasonal broadcast. What a game, what a lineup, and we saw the potential of the Bard Alawi, honestly. Even though it was a little bit slow, when you go into a deck that gives you the time that you want to set up, you can't convert, however.
The Alawi's falling left and right, though. I mean, we saw it find success in one of the other regions, picks up a victory, but here so far in the Americas, it has fallen short. This is one of my favorite things about the seasonal tournament. You see someone like the Chem, a lot of us going in, we're like, we don't know who this player is. We haven't seen a lot of them in the past, but they come out here and they show like, hey, I made top 32. I'm really good. I'm going to play these skill checking decks and I'm going to pop off. I'm going to find a good opportunity to pick up a win, but we're going to go into another game here shortly. But first, let's talk a little bit about this matchup here. Looks like M-Tux was able to grab the win with their Shurima Bandle deck straight away before falling to the Chem 2-0, and it's just Alawi falling short. What are your thoughts on these Alawis not making it all the way, Majin?
Yeah, I mean, I actually really like M-Tux's lineup, even with the Alawi. What it looks to do is all of the decks are decks that like just punish the PNZ Winding like style strategies, right? It's like it's pretty good at just like, here's my stuff, you can't deal with it. The problem is like these Vengeances, these Ruinations, those kind of decks that can actually just deal with the Alawi really pump the brakes, as we saw. M-Tux just wasn't able to really put forth the offense that was necessary.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. We're going to be going into another game soon enough. We're just trying to find one that we can jump into. So while we wait for that, I mean, Skarzig, you were in this match. You see the Alawi not quite doing it, but the thing that was doing it was that Jace Heimer able to find, that victory. This is a deck that we were talking about just before we brought you guys on about being something that could potentially pop off. Seku found the win with it, and now we get a win in the top 16. How are you feeling about this list?
The Heimerdinger Jace, honestly, it's just the way the seasonals tend to go. If we know that there's something in the metagame that is solid, something that does what it wants to do consistently enough, you can just kind of rely on that. I think that Heimerdinger historically has had just very stable matchups across the board with a few very strong spikes here and there because of that spot removal, that very powerful spot removal. And maybe you're looking to counter Aphelios, and then with players getting a little bit frightened maybe, or looking at results from other regions, pivoting to Alawi, you just play right into their hands.
Yeah, and Majin, I actually want to pick your brain on this, because before we jumped in, you said that the Chems lineup is what you brought to the open rounds. This is a lineup that you're very familiar with. You just played 9 rounds of it yesterday. So with the rest of the field that you've seen so far, do you feel this lineup is something that you would feel really confident about being in this top 32?
No. I mean, it won twice in a row, right? So, like, clearly I should be like, yeah, of course. But the reality is I don't want to see MTUX line up across from me. I don't want to see these decks packing 3 of Rite of Negations and an OTK on turn 6. I don't want to run into Turbo Thralls. And, like, that's what we're seeing in this top 32. So, like maybe the Chem knows something I don't. Or maybe it's just working out and you're just taking the coin flip lineups, trying to avoid it, but winning it if you have to. I don't know. I don't want to be in those matchups.
Yeah, you're just finding that matchup, right, into Bard Alawi, a deck that wasn't really on anybody's radar, and just being able to pick up perhaps some lucky matchups in your favor. But as we advance through the bracket, you're going to get into even more strategized lineups that have been sort of already tested against other top decks, and you're running into harder and harder matches as you go.
Yeah, it looks like all the other games are concluding, so we don't have another one to jump to. But what I'd like for us to do, because we didn't get a chance at the top of this round, the Chem is advancing to the top 8. So I'd like us to kind of look through that lineup. And Majin, maybe you can help me out here on like the tech card differences that you're seeing in their versions versus what you maybe brought or what you expected to see. And we'll start here with the Aphelios, Vi, and Victor.
Yeah, Solari Sunhawk is a cool card against Croc-Shan. They Renekton, they Papercraft, use Solari Sunhawk. I really like the one-of, not because you're going to play it. I like the one-of because every time your opponent goes to develop, maybe they're like, all right, I'm going to slam this big Vi. I'm going to pump Victor with his spell. I'm going to put the Papercraft on Renekton. They look at your deck list, they see the Solari Sunhawk, and they reconsider, right? Like, it might not always change their play, but it's probably going to enough that putting the one-of is worth it. I love the double hushes right now. The 1 hush, the 1 Moonlight Affliction. Again, just forcing your opponent to consider the cards. It's really good against the elusives from TF Nami. It's just really good.
Yeah, the psychological chip damage turn after turn. Yeah, I like the Moonlight Affliction is a personal favorite of mine. The ability to just remove 2 blockers means that you can use some of that Flame Chomper energy, right, and still just swing right through at burst speed, no doubt.
All right, well, I mean, let's take a look at the next one as we go through here and just kind of see, yeah, these tech choices, because the Chems lineup is one that we expect to see similar lineups to this throughout the rest of the day as well, and just noticing those differences. So, Majin, start us off once again here with the Twisted Fate and Nami.
Again, the big tech here, Harrowing and Ruination, the big 9 mana spells. I like the one of Ruination for the same reason I like the Solari Sunhawk. It's a check. Your opponent has to go, well, they have Ruination, right? And I love this against the Winding Light decks because they go turn 7 Winding Light or turn 6, but you have the bank spell mana. So many times my opponent's gone Winding Light, boom, 6 wide. What are you going to do about it? And then you just end the game. You just blow up the whole board, win casually. Harrowing's really nice in the attrition-based matchups. Could be the Mirror, could be the Winding Light decks, right? You just sit there and you can trade your units more aggressively, knowing that eventually you have this late-game bomb that just ends the game on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Ruination time and time again just be a game winner, be a difference maker. And with the amount of kind of mid-range beatdown decks that we are seeing still in this format, it works out really well to have that one of Ruination. Personally, I think maybe not having 1 Ruination in this list in this tournament might just be the wrong decision. So I'm glad to see it from Chem. And then let's go to the third, right? Let's talk a little bit about the Jace Heimer and the variations that they have here on this last deck. And Skarzig, you start us off here on kind of some of the tech choices that you're liking on this one.
When it comes to Jace Heimer, the one card that kind of sticks out to me as a bit of an oddball is the main deck Flash of Brilliance. You have a good way to kind of reload. You get a free spell, and then you can just pump your Thermogenic Beam still. It's not something you see too often, but again, packing that one of Ruination at the top end in a deck that is known for swarming, right? Heimerdinger wants to have a full board all the time. You just have this backup plan that you can just blow up the board in case something goes horribly awry.
Yeah, Majin, I'm curious, how does this one look compared to the one that you were running?
I was a little less heavy on the one-ofs. I did have 3 full copies of Flash of Brilliance. I really like the ability to play Heimer and explode, right? I want to play Heimer on 5. I want to go to my turn 6. I want to Flash of Brilliance. I want to cast a 2 or 3 mana spell, and then I want to cast a 6 mana spell, and I want to kill you. And I wanted to do that as much as physically possible. I packed the full 3. I think it's totally fine to run any amount between 0 and 3. Totally fine. However, again, like you pointed out, if you're not packing the One of Ruination in these Shadow Isles mid-rangey / control decks, I think you're trolling. And I love to see it here.
The chem maybe just not finding as many opportunities to get the Heimerdinger set up safely, not finding as many opportunities to use that Flash of Brilliance combo, but, you know, with Majin Bey's special ability to just play the champion down and pop off, of course.
Yeah, but I mean the chem, we talk about this ruination too on the chem, because with Heimer you can still get, you know, you get value out of casting that. You can start
that is true.
Right? Like it's not quite a one-sided board clear, but like, I mean, it helps out quite a bit when you do have it for those Heimer boards, when you try and shut down what they're trying to do if you fall behind. So I really like these lists. I think that this is a really cool lineup. It's cool to hear that this was what you played, Majin, and that it is something that you expect to see. But I do think it's funny that you're like, okay, there's some stuff that you don't want to run into. What is your like nightmare 3 decks to see if you're running this lineup, Majin?
I actually ran into it. It's Thralls. It's Thralls, Akshan Renekton, and Fizz Ribbon. The double Papercraft Thralls lineup. It's miserable.
Ooh. Yeah, this was the double Papercraft Thralls. We actually, this was like brought up just before you guys came on. It was like, hey, this sounds like a very good lineup that we could see today. We haven't exactly seen that, but we've seen a lot of Thralls and a lot of Papercraft. I mean, Skarzig, we could see even more of that. It feels like those are some of the strongest decks we have right now.
The decks, I mean, they share a common theme in the ability to just draw the perfect combination of cards that come together and win you the game with very little, say, from your opponent being able to stop you. And even the Riven Fizz deck with the Papercraft, we know that there are certain very key matchups where it's like, no other targets in my deck can carry the Papercraft. It has to be Fizz, and sometimes if you miss out on that, that's where the weakness shines. But, I mean, these decks are still packing copies of Friendship these days, having that Spell Shield, so still a lot of potential for that deck to blow you up, especially if, you know, unfortunately it happened to Majin Bey, if you don't have the proper lineup to deal with such a, again, a pick your poison strategy.
Yeah, I mean, well, with that, these players have made it to that top 8, right? We just saw the Chem make it there. One more step to go for that top 4 in the World's qualification. It's a big round for a lot of players. A lot of people are like, hey, look, if I can win that top 8, I make it on. We're going to send Majin away for a bit. We're going to bring in Aikedo to come work with Skarzig once again, but don't go anywhere. I mean, there's plenty more Legends of Runeterra action. You're not going to want to miss it. Legends of Runeterra Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament top 8 when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas. I'm Casanova, and I brought back Skarzik and Aikido. We're going to be taking on this top 8. Skarzik, you were just in that last round, so I'm going to go to Aikido first. How did you enjoy the round of 16? Anything cool you saw in that?
I loved it. I mean, anytime we get to Nami, I love that deck, and THChem played it very well, able to take it over Imtux. I mean, that was a fun game to watch.
All right, Skarzik, what are you looking forward to seeing more of any particular deck going into this next round?
Honestly, Jace Heimerdinger has, like, again, I love an underdog deck, one that people don't really know too much about, might just be, has a reputation as a open rounds only sort of deck, maybe going the distance.
All right, well, we're going to be moving into that top 8, as I've said, so I want to take a look at the bracket to see how each of these players kind of got here, because this is such an important moment, right? You see Jade Samunda and Kakawin have made it as well, but top 8, this is the round that if you win, you were able to qualify for the World Championship by making that top 4. I mean, Aikido, you're someone who made top 4 to get to that World Championship. That was how you got your spot. I mean, can you speak to the pressure that these players are facing?
I mean, for so many players, it's almost more important to just make that top 4 and get the invite to Worlds later this year than it is to win this tournament. Of course, you want to win this tournament, but the big objective for a lot of people is getting into Worlds. I know going into my seasonals, I was the last one before Worlds. I wasn't expecting to make Worlds at all, and the fact that I finally made it to round 8 or the top 8, and suddenly there's so much more pressure on you because, like, oh, this is the game. If I win this, suddenly I get an invite. It's such a huge thing, and it cannot be understated.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of these top 4s, right, Henneke, you can see on your screen, ends up falling in round of 16. They've consistently been able to make that top 4, not able to get it done this time, and instead it's the Chem and AJ, the pros. So two kind of newcomer names for us here in this quarterfinal. And Skarzik, I mean, if you see a newcomer, a shot to make it in Worlds, one of them's going to make it to Worlds. That's how you make your name. I know you love to see this kind of story.
Yes, absolutely. One of the biggest strengths of the Runeterra community, honestly, is the competitive scene is full of players who love to scrim and teach and help these up-and-comers. If this is someone who just wanted to try their hand at the seasonal and has just been popping off this whole time and maybe wants to dive a little bit deeper into the meta and lineup preparation, there's going to be tons of pros out there to help them. And if this is a new pro who wants to share a new angle on the scene and their new view of the metagame, that's going to make the meta even better and the competitive scene even better regardless. So it's a win-win all around.
Always awesome to see new people adding to it as we keep moving through these. You see P-Tash, Squallywog. These are names that are no strangers to the seasonal, and they've made it to this top 8. They're looking for that world spot, trying to lock that in, and I'd love to see that last quadrant because that's going to show us the top 8 matchup that we're going to be featuring. Drizoth versus Trevo. Trevo, the last Brazilian standing, representing a region that has done so incredibly well in the history of LoR. But Drizoth, this is someone we talked about at the start of the day, Aikido. And I mean, what do we have to watch out for Drizoth?
I mean, it's TF Nami, man. Drizoth has been out here championing this deck since the very start, and just being able to see him show everybody that, yeah, this deck is really good. Top 8, potentially qualify for Worlds with the Burblefish deck, you know, before it gets nerfed or anything. I mean, I would love to see it. Love to see it.
Burblefish deck and Drizoth, name a better duo. I mean, this has been going back for patches and patches and expansions that he has found the Burblefish deck and broken it and just been the main user of it. But let's take a look at the full lineups between Trevo and Drizoth. And Skarzik, we'll start with you. Kind of looking at Trevo's lineup, there's a little bit of spice here, a lot of PNZ, of course.
Yeah, pushing through with the Jace Heimer, you know, big shout out there, something very stable, something with good matchups, can maybe win in a longer game where you try to outplay. But then we have this wild card, Bard Vi. I believe this had its origin sort of popularized very recently as a teal-red deck. And during the open rounds, I actually did get a nice preview of what this list is capable of. You draw so many cards thanks to the Augmented Experimenter, potentially with more of the PNZ package, you just get more chimes than the other Bard decks, and that's what the angle you're trying to approach here.
Yeah, and I mean, Aikido, Drizoth's lineup is very classic. This is something we expect to see a lot of throughout the day. We have seen a lot of these decks throughout the day. They were in our meta snapshot as well. But let's take another approach to this. If you're Drizoth with this lineup, what are you thinking about this Vi Bard on the other side?
I mean, there's no way that he's played more than a couple games into it, right? And if he has played games into it, it's definitely been on ladder, where, it's not always the best practice in the world. I imagine some people have seen Bard Jinx, Bard Vise, maybe a similar look. To be honest, I don't know a ton of the matchup tables. When you're looking at it, yeah, I mean, maybe you feel good into the other two and you're like, hey, you know what? I just don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to risk it.
Well, and that's understandable. You're saying you're not familiar with the matchup tables. You're somebody who plays a ton of Legends of Terra. You play a lot of ladder games. You put a lot of prep into your tournaments, and you don't have a lot of knowledge about this specific deck. So Drizoff is going to be a similar amount of grinding as you do, and they might also not have much knowledge on that deck. I think that is a big difference that you can see. And Skarzik, I know that this is something that we've talked about a lot in the past.
When you go up against an unfamiliar lineup, you just have to try to compare it to something similar. And because, again, we have the potential for a P and Z deck that's also getting pretty big stats, you maybe try to compare it to a Felios, but you just have to trust your instincts as a player. At this point, at this caliber of play, if your opponent brought it and made it this far into the bracket, it's got to have something. It's doing something right. It's doing something threatening. You got to respect it almost. And just... when you're looking at the opposite side of that, you're basically forcing your opponent to ban out your TF Nami, and then you have to figure out, okay, does Thralls do well into this crazy PNZ swarm?
And one thing that I do like, just taking a bigger picture look at these lineups lining up against each other, I really like Drizoff's chance in this, just because the other two decks are going to be that Jace Heimerdinger and the PNZ Aphelios. And I think that all three of Drizoff's decks feel pretty good into that, So I think even with this curveball coming in, you can feel pretty comfortable to just say, hey, you know what? I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't care what you're bringing. I feel good into your other two normal decks. That's a matchup that I've played 100 times. I know how to play it. I know what I'm doing. This is my comfort zone, and that's what I want to be playing towards.
Yeah, and I want when we get onto this this next deck here, the Bard Vi, I want to pause for a second us to just talk about this, right? Because this is not something that probably any of us have seen a ton of. And Skarzik, I want to start with you. I mean, what strengths do you immediately see of this deck? What are you expecting from the game plan?
Wow. So I originally was kind of hoping and expecting that this would maybe try to follow a similar build of the shell of Bard Jinx, but this one is going a different approach with the Aloof Travelers. This is actually going to maybe snipe your opponent's Winding Light, snipe some of those other really expensive spells, and we still have this fantastic just swarm package and Ferris Financier to maybe find you outs, maybe that little bit of extra burn that you're looking for. Piltover Tellstones into Progress Day, into drawing more cards, Time Trick for even more card draw, still trying to find all of those chimes super early and potentially high roll your way to victory.
Yeah, and Kato, I mean, I know we talked about, hey, if you don't know this deck very well and you feel good into the other two, I mean, you might as well just ban it, and that may just be the case. That may be what we see. But looking at this deck and then thinking about Drizoff's lineup, is this something you feel like you should generally beat? Or regardless of if you know that much about it, could it just be a ban because of the matchups?
This looks like it's a relatively aggressive, value-oriented deck that's just drawing a lot of cards and trying to get those chimes onto the, the PNZ discard pile. You're probably okay into it, to be honest. TF Nami's probably eating that deck alive, and Winding Light is just a really good deck, so you probably feel okay. Maybe Thralls has trouble with some of the bigger units, especially if a couple of the chimes land on the wrong targets for you. But yeah, realistically, you're probably not that bad into it.
Okay. Well, so I guess with all of that said, what are you banning if you are Drizoff? If you are in Drizoff's position here with his lineup into the other one, what would you end up banning?
I think I'm banning the Bard deck. I just don't want to deal with the RNG. If they drop a 6/5 Sump Dredger on turn 3 and suddenly I'm looking at my clock hand and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? I just don't want to have to deal with it.
Okay, that's understandable. I mean, Skarzig, you on the other side, I'm curious, if this was a matchup between you two and you had these lineups right now and you're on the other side, you're Trevo, what do you think you'd ban from Drizoff?
If Trevo is really respecting, right? Because here's the thing. There is always the matchups that a deck has, and then when you're going up against the player who is the master of that deck, they have a completely different matchup table. And, Drizoff has basically been forcing the ban onto the TF Nami. And even if you feel like your matchup is good, it's one of those decks that's very flexible and you can still find those wins. I personally fear Thralls a little bit more. I feel like if the Nami is a little bit slow, we have Heimer Jace, because Vengeance onto Nami is like level 1 of how you counter that deck, and maybe you're worried about the Thralls instead.
So what I'm getting is, if it's nameplates off,
Yeah.
banning Thralls, but with Drizoth's name sitting there,
Yeah.
we have to take out that TF. Now, I mean, I agree. There's been players historically that you've had this problem. I mean, Floppy Mudkip with the TF Fizz as well as one that, you know, comes to mind. Like, hey, you probably shouldn't let this guy keep playing this. He won like 6 tournaments in a row with it. There are these players. I mean, Aiketo, do you put stock in that as well? The like name tag kind of, hey, maybe I should ban this deck?
It definitely matters a little bit, at least, right? It's in the back of your head. Drizoth has been playing Burblefish longer than I've been playing this game. You're letting him play that deck, especially when it's a tier 1, such a powerful deck that has good matchups into you. I mean, I think probably Thralls is the correct ban, but you can't just look at Drizoth in the eye and say, yeah, go ahead, play TF Nami. I don't care. You do care. You do care.
You do care. You have to care. Well, we are jumping into that game very soon here, so I want to be able to just hand it off to you guys. This is the top 8. This is it. This is for world spot. One of Trevo or Drizoth is going to get it. I want to do predictions really quick. Skarzig, who do you think is going to take it?
Oh, I'm such a big fan of Drizoth, but I'm going to go ahead and give it to Trevo. Just again, the Heimer Jace is a deck that's really captured my attention, has the underdog wildcard deck, and is also repping Brazil. I mean, a historically very powerful region on this shard.
All right. I mean, Aiketo, same question. Who do you think is going to take this?
I think the troll for Drizoth is going to be getting that win with PNZ Winding Light, but I believe in him. I think he has it. I think this is his season. I give it to Drizoth.
All right, top 8 is beginning. The winner takes the world spot and moves on for a chance to become our Worldwalker Seasonal Champion. Drizoth versus Trevo, Skarzig, and Aiketo. Take it away.
The Thralls made it through, so it looks like the Drizoth special might be able to play that deck after all. And now we've got Heimer Jace versus Thralls. What do you feel about this matchup in particular, Aiketo?
This matchup is usually pretty Thralls favored. Majin had talked about it earlier, where with Heimer Jace, a lot of your bad matchups are just all about getting an early production surge into the Hextech handlers. We do see a Hextech handler on the side of Trevo, and that's really your path to victory, because otherwise these units get really big, really fast. Thralls has the deny for your really expensive Ruination, though not in hand currently, but Ruination is.
Yeah, Drizoth has the curve Harbinger into Lissandra, gets a couple Thralls set up. Beautiful setup for the Draklorn Inquisitor that's going to finish off those countdowns if we can get them down to 4 or less. And Trevo maybe draws into a Vengeance or a big Thermo to crack this thing before that prophecy is fulfilled, but still looking for some sort of swarm here.
One thing that's really good to note here is that Trevo does have the buffed Aftershock in hand. No longer 4 mana, is now 3 mana. Cannot go face, but still destroys these landmarks. The issue is Drizoth has the Draklorn Inquisitor, has the Talia to copy his landmarks, already has 2 Thralls ticking down on board there. So, you know, a lot of people want to think that that landmark removal is enough, but a lot of times against Thralls, it just isn't. And Drizoth has a fantastic hand already.
I definitely agree. These Thralls decks are no longer trying to go all in with Promising Future, putting their eggs in one basket. They have specialized and adapted to go wider and get multiple Thralls set up with the imagined possibilities, etc. Meanwhile, has the Rite of Negation all ready to go to hold the fort down, protect the Draklorn Inquisitor versus the Vengeance that was picked up from the Financier.
You know, one thing I really like there is Trevo not swinging in. If it does swing in, it's trading down the board, which Drizoth wants more board space. He has the Talia, he has the Draklorn. Both of those are taking up multiple spaces on board. And looking at those bans, though, the TF Nami did get the ban, Bard deck as well, sniping the ban. So I think we had a pretty good read on it. I mean, it's a bummer to not see Drizoth play TF Nami, but it's totally understandable to see that ban, right?
Yeah, Drizoth came into this meta saying, nobody's going to let me play this deck, so I'm going to bring the other 2 decks that are just absolutely horrifying in the current metagame. Vengeance actually being put down on the Lissandra here, not trying to save it for Draklorn Inquisitor, not trying to save it for a Thrall, just going to go for it immediately. If there was for some reason a Rite of Negation there, maybe you're happy your opponent's spending the mana then. That is a 6 mana spell for your handler.
It looks really funny, but I think that you touched on it there. It's because it's the only 6-mana spell in our hand that we want to play even remotely proactively. Lissandra is not who we wanted to Vengeance, but we need to get this handler online. We need to start building up a board. We need something else going on because right now we just don't have anything, and Drizzoth already has those thralls taking down. We don't want to Vengeance it, but you kind of have to.
Very important as well. Goes for the Kindly Tavern Keeper. You think, okay, I want to play the other Lissandra, but then you're just getting another Thrall in play, and you have to be mindful of your board space. Handler hitting the scene, 4-3 with Quick Attack, not too shabby. Can Drizzoth now take this opportunity to set up Draklorn?
Draklorn or Talia, both are feeling really good here. Decide to go with the Draklorn. The important thing is that you're getting it down on a turn where your opponent has tapped out of Thermo Beam, has tapped out of Vengeance, has tapped out of Ruination. So you don't have to hold up the Deny. Once you get him down, once you can hold up Deny for the rest of the game, he's just going to be so well protected. It's going to be very difficult for Trevo. We talked about this Heimer Jace deck. Its only removal are these really big spells that get hard countered by any sort of Deny, any sort of protection. So the fact that Drizzoth was able to get the Draklorn down is just so huge. We see another Vengeance come out.
Vengeance number 2 goes on to the Draklorn Inquisitor. That is going to find the Rite of Negation, sacrificing the Kindly Tavern Keeper in order to deny the mana gain from the Forge Chief, and also to get that body out of the way to make room for all the Thralls to hit down here. That is 2 6-mana spells for Jace level up, but Aftershock is also going to stop one more Thrall.
Yeah, the Aftershock coming through. Drizzoth not willing to use the second Deny on it. The second Rite of Negation, probably a really good choice. Honestly, we're in a good spot. We're down on board. You know, Trevo's a little bit wider than us. We don't want to block with the Draklorn Inquisitor, but we have a Talia coming down next turn. She can copy these Thralls. We're going to have multiple Thralls for the next attack token and a Deny backing it up. I think we're in a great spot. Drizzoth is very happy with his position in this game.
And Trevo can go as wide as he pleases. If you try to overcommit, you're still playing into Blighted Ravines from this position. There's still triple Sands of Time lurking for Drizzoth that's going to really take the sting out of a wide swing. And now, again, we've got the Sands of Time off the top and Time in a Bottle. Talia coming through. Now all you need to do is make sure Draklorn Inquisitor stays alive, and that is done and done. Here comes Jace with the Challenger, gonna try to keep this game from getting completely out of control.
Yeah, Flip Jace is actually huge. Having the 5 attack to be able to pressure the Draklorn Inquisitor. Now we do have a freeze on the side of Drizzoth in the hand. He could also go for Fury of the North to just protect the Draklorn and trade down the Jace. That's probably going to be the line to go. But most importantly is this is forcing Drizzoth to tap out of the Time in a Bottle. If not, he was going to be able to Time in a Bottle the 6-count Thrall and then summon out 3 Thralls the next turn. And that is a board that you can't really deal with. But the 3 Sisters is going to go ahead and save the Draklorn. Instead of 3 Thralls, I guess we could say okay to 2. I mean, you know, if we have to.
What I like about Drizzoth's line is he's been so aggressive with getting these other units out of the way. If it's not a Thrall, it's got to go. We've got the 2 8/8s going to crash through and find even more Nexus damage. The repeated potential threat of these Thralls, Lissandra coming down post-combat to get the tough Nexus, it just means that you're going to go further and further into a position where Ice Shards are the finisher. Blighted Ravines dealing that direct Nexus damage becomes the new finisher.
Yeah, looking at Trevo's hand, he does have the Ruination, so can deal with this first wave of Thralls, but the issue is that it doesn't matter. Drizzoth open attacked. You obviously can't Ruination at fast speed. It only takes 1 attack most of the time for Thralls to win the game because of that Lissandra. Lissandra is just so good at coming down, stopping you from dying because of the tough Nexus, as well as generating those Ice Shards, clearing out your opponent's board, burning them down. I mean, this is basically a burn deck after this 1 attack. It's so good. And now Trevo is looking at this and is going to play down the Jace, which means that they kind of need to end the game next turn. Going to be relying on the Acceleration Gate with Lissandra. Lissandra's a pretty okay card.
Yeah, and especially here, Jace's power is duplicating that spell, and Rite of Negation is going to get rid of both of those spells from the stack, putting things right back into Drizzoth's hands to open attack to play around that Ruination.
Yeah, it's so funny. Most of the time, the Rite of Negation versus Deny doesn't really matter. You know, usually you're just denying 1 spell anyway. But in this instance, very, very, very good against Jace. Also, we're going to be using that Time in the Bottle to get another Thrall out for next turn.
There it is, the Blighted Ravine being scouted, and now the acceleration means another Thrall is going to hatch. Thanks to Drakthorn Inquisitor, we don't have that 4-mana Thermogenic Beam to maybe try to snipe that. We've got 3 8/8s versus Jace, the mechs, and the squad. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, Flash of Brilliance is interesting. It's always the wild card. You could hit Hextech Anomaly, which can be any card in the game that costs 6 or more and is a spell, so always an option. Actually, the open attack here, maybe Drizoth runs Buried in Ice. That would be my bet, is that you're very scared of developing into a Buried in Ice, which would just equal the end of the game.
The one of Buried in Ice. You talked about the threat of having the Ruination to blow up these board-based decks, and Thralls has access to that same pressure thanks to Buried in Ice. The open attack comes through, and with the Ice Shard, with the amount of HP on these Thralls, you still are only pushing 1 damage, no, 0 damage, pardon me, and you're trading your entire board down.
Yeah, you're not only pushing damage, you're the one taking damage because there's a free Ice Shard in hand. Now, the Poggers Day, off the top there, out of the Flash of Brilliance, is really nice. If you can copy it right now at Jace, that's actually a draw 6, which, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. Mystic Shot, actually really nice here, because with the Ice Shard, it's going to mean that Jace is surviving this attack. Now, you know, that's the only good thing here in a massive amount of bad, as you're still staring down Alessandra, 2 Thralls, and you don't have a whole lot going for you. It's Jace versus the world. Do you have to use the Ruination here?
Yeah, goes for Ruination. Going to try to clear this board to foil the open attack, and Drizoth has the right of negation, actually considering just letting this through, using the remaining mana to just go for Blighted Ravine, Sands of Time. But of course, no, set up for the open attack. You force Trevo to have much more removal against your open attack, and not to mention Ice Shard plus Blighted Ravine is just going to be lethal.
Yeah, that's the worst part about all of this. Plus, you can time the bottle, open Sands of Time next turn, and take it all the way down. You have 3 Thralls attacking at burst speed. I play it this turn. I mean, might as well. But yeah, yep. It is a large board, and when you're bringing Jace Heimerdinger, you are very good into fair decks, but Thralls is not a fair deck. Thralls will do everything it can. It plays dirty, and as we see here, it's going to be able to pick up the win unless we get an insane draw off of Progress Day.
Progress Day off of Flash of Brilliance, doubled by Jason, drawing 6 at burst speed. The pulls are units, slow spells, nothing to get it done.
Not quite able to make it, and Thralls, just an amazing hand out of Drizoth, playing so well around the landmark removal, around the removal of his champions. The double vengeance just wasn't enough, and Drizoth able to take that game number 1.
Yeah, having the double right of negation draw just absolutely shores up any potential weaknesses or negative tempo the Thralls might have to allow Jace Heimerdinger to interact, and the Drizoth Gambit has worked. You ban the TF Nami, you let those Thralls through, and now we've got Heimer Jace trying to pick up another win versus Aphelios Victor.
Yeah, that said, I think that Trevo came into this knowing that that was going to be an uphill battle to beat Thralls. Thralls and TF Nami both were going to be very difficult matchups. He's really here just to beat the PNZ Aphelios. We're going to see it here. It's actually going to be the mirror. And I think that this is the matchup. This is the way that Trevo gets out. Heimer Jace is very favored into PNZ Aphelios. And then in the mirror, of course, it's a coin flip. Whoever draws better, plays better, is going to be able to pick this one up. I mean, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, the decks are very similar. The only change is that Drizoth is on the Blinded Mystic. Trevo is on the Hush. Again, just small nods to the mirror match by having that silence. However, Drizoth, as we can see, is attacking on odds, and Trevo now on evens. So that means that Trevo has the opportunity for Dusk Petal Dust into Winding Light before Drizoth might be able to respond.
Yeah, the token can matter quite a bit. You know, Winding Light, it's so often about it not being a 7-mana card. You're trying to cheat it out as early as possible. Turn 6, turn 5, God forbid turn 4. It's possible. I haven't seen it, but it's possible. But the other change that's very notable here is Drizoth is actually on 2 copies of Vi instead of 3 copies of Victor. So it's 3-2-1 whereas Trevo's on 3 and 3. No Vi. Vi's very good in the mirror. It's able to pressure your value units that are these champions that you want to be keeping alive. Mystic Shot coming out to get traded in for a Pale, and Drizzoth's very happy with that. Trading down the board, getting the value out of the Pale Cascade, and denying any value off of the Mystic Shot. Boards look pretty even, but the hand of Drizzoth is looking a lot more full.
Yeah, we've got the early development here. We can just gem into Aphelios if we want Calibrum to keep this board even further under control. Trevo, when you can see the face-up cards, right? You see the double Flame Chompers, you see the double gem. You aren't worried in the slightest. Going to just discard that gem immediately, drawing another card, and now we have Aphelios with the Calibrum to punch through potentially against this Sump Dredger.
All of a sudden, the hand of Trevo looks a lot better. Anytime you draw Aphelios, your hand instantly improves 10 times. You know, Sump Dredger drawing into that, you're not going to be able to get it down this turn, and Drizzoth is going to get down his own, but Aphelios, of course, has been a menace ever since he came out, recently rebuffed to 2-mana weapons, and anytime that you let him exist for more than one turn, he will absolutely tear apart your board. He has the 2-mana deal 3. He has the stun for 2 turns. He summons his own units. He is just an absolute one-man army that you have to deal with on site, and unfortunately, no answers available for Trevo other than, and we could double gem plus Pale and go after him, but that is, you know, that's a very weak play into a lot of things.
Yeah, because the kill on the Aphelios isn't guaranteed, we have to try to play this value game, set up my own Aphelios, and try to go for the throat. Calibrum now coming through on Drizzoth's side. Trevo can go for Pale Cascade to save this unit.
Yeah, Pale's available. You could cash it in, just get that cycle. Importantly, Trevo had token on evens, but wasn't able to find the Dust Petal Dust to cheat out this Winding Light, meaning that now Drizzoth had the worst token, but in this instance, is going to be able to play out the Winding Light next turn and force the first round of blocks, the first overwhelm damage, which oftentimes, with the amount of burn that you run in this deck, is just, that's oftentimes enough to win the game.
And that is why Trevo has to be aggressive here, trading in that Flame Chompers, trying to push through some damage with the Sump Dredger. Drizzoth does have the mana for the Mystic Shot, might be thinking, if I can just block down, take a little bit of damage now, I can save these 5 points of burn to get over the top, especially against a Severum.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here is that Drizzoth is okay with taking 5 right now, because it means that he can develop out all these Poros and be 6 wide going into this Winding Light turn. Even is able to play out the Financier, picking up a Sunburst. Sunburst could be okay later on. It's basically always killing Aphelios if you needed to. Calibrum out of Trevo, you aren't going to be able to play the Gravitum this turn, but Gravitum next turn can save you quite a bit of damage when you're staring down the Winding Light, but even with picking off this Chompers, Drizzoth has so much more refill. That's one of the powers of this deck, is even when you trade down once, you kill their board, they just keep refilling. And actually, a Get Excited coming out from Drizzoth, maybe just trying to get rid of the Aphelios, play for the long-term plan, instead of just all-inning on next turn.
I love to see that. Gravitum and Get Excited are both removing a blocker. You're doing this in response. You have 1 mana left over for the Lunari Duskbringer. And then this sets up beautifully. Oh, just going to float it. Yeah, you want that 1 mana for the Dust Petal Dust.
Yeah. Did tap down to 6 mana, but with that Dust Petal Dust, can still play Winding Light this turn. If Trevo falls asleep, if Trevo spends too much mana here, could get absolutely punished for it. Otherwise, Drizzoth, if he doesn't want all in this turn, Victor is pretty good. You have both of your value engines on board. Both of these champions are massive in the mirror. Drizzoth's saying, hey, you know what? My board's better than yours. I just killed your Aphelios. I don't need to win this turn, because you know what? I'm winning 10 turns from now. So you need to do something, because in the meantime, I'm winning this game.
With that Gravitum in hand, the Winding Light indeed is not that attractive of a play. And with the Victor, Majin Bey talked about how strong Victor is potentially in this matchup. Your opponent has to put so much time and effort into getting the Aphelios taken care of, that Victor now comes down when there's a lull in the action, starts to stack up these keywords. If Victor gets too big, rolls lifesteal, that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, with the Poros, with the Aphelios weapons, he gets massive fast, and there Trevo has to cash in the Piltover Telestones for an expensive Aftershock. 4 mana getting thrown out to kill the Aphelios, which would normally be great, but there's a second Aphelios in hand here for Drizzoth. But maybe Drizzoth played it a little bit too slowly. Trevo is building up a board. Trevo still has this Winding Light. Wasn't able to get it off on turn 6, but turn 8, gem into Winding Light with a 5-wide board is pretty okay. Pretty okay.
Cash is in the Gravitum now to stop this Mountain Goat. It'll be stunned this round and on Trevo's attack token. One threat neutralized. Has the Sunburst to maybe take down this Winding Light as well. So once again, not a lot of threats coming through on Trevo's side.
Yeah, really nice swing here from Drizzt. Similar to last turn, where on your turns where you're not playing Winding Light, you want to try and trade down the board so your opponent isn't able to get a massive Winding Light turn, but no trades there. If Trevo isn't trading off the Poros, you know that he has a Winding Light in hand. You know what's coming for you next turn, and Drizzt is sitting here wondering, do I need to develop a Poro? Did I play too slowly? What do I need to do to survive next turn? Because we already established, if he survives next turn, he's winning the game. Trevo needs something huge this turn, and the Winding Light could be it.
Winding Light, even if Drizzt scrambles to mitigate as much damage as possible, being the first player to complete this big overwhelm swing means that with a few top decks of burn, Drizzt could drop this game and take us to a game 3. Sunburst off of Pharaoh's Financier. Drizzt has been waiting for this moment and finds its target.
Yeah, deciding whether it's worth throwing it at the 6-5 Winding Light or the 7-3 Sump Dredger. Just kind of deciding, seeing how much damage do I really need to survive? How much damage is my opponent pushing? Am I getting put into some sort of a burn lethal range? Because again, he was in so much control of this game. And the longer this goes, the more favorable it is for him. He just needs to survive this turn. He needs to survive next turn. And if he's able to do that, he's basically always winning this game. The attack coming through, Chomper's pulling Victor just to push extra damage through with the Winding Light. And that is a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage being shown here.
Wow. I love the reconsideration here, leaving the Victor alive. Either you trade this in, or you go down to Mystic Shot range.
Yeah.
And if Drizzt is saying, if I try to keep the Victor alive, I want to roll Lifesteal, I want to put Severum on him, goes for the Mystic Shot, is only taking a few points of damage, reconsidering, you can see the pressure, every single decision. How much HP can I afford to give away from this point?
Yeah, going down to 6 is an issue. That's double Get Excited. That's always a consideration. Trevo hasn't played a Get Excited yet, used the Aftershock earlier. So they're still available, and Drizzt, I think, correctly deciding that we just need to save as much HP as possible. Going down to 9, it's very difficult to burn out from 9. That basically means that Trevo needs to get at least one more big attack in. Now, we do still have the Aphelios in hand. Looks like we're developing out some Poros. I mean, it felt like it was in such a commanding position here for Drizzt. Decided to play it a little bit slowly, and that Winding Light was just absolutely huge for Trevo to keep him in this game.
With the Aphelios in hand, if you're relying on this one-man army to put the team on his back and bring you back into this game, you have to play a more defensive line and extend the game even further. Here comes Spacey Sketcher, finds the Equinox. Aphelios picking up the Calibrum.
Could play Calibrum, potentially cycling to Severum this turn, trying to get some healing, maybe Gravitum just for a stun. The issue with going for the healing is that there is a face-up Gravitum on the side of Trevo. You're never getting that healing to actually come through. Sort of consideration here is, do you want to force that Gravitum out this turn so that you can block next turn, or do you want to just have a stun? It's not an easy decision. I'll be interested to see which one he ends up phasing here.
Yeah, I think it might be Gravitum. We also have the Equinox. Allows you to just keep punishing the wide developments, but baits out. Ooh. Levels up the Aphelios by casting the Moon Weapon here. Maybe wants to bait out this Gravitum to say, even if you use it on my champion, you're denying the healing, but I still get to maintain a blocker for your next swing.
And this is best of both worlds. You get the Gravitum down right now, so Trevo isn't able to use it to deny a blocker, but more importantly, because Aphelios is leveling up here, he's automatically generating you the next weapon next turn at the start. That means you are getting a Gravitum to always respond to this Winding Light. You are in just a fantastic position. You're forcing blocks here from Trevo. Trevo's saying, no, I'm down to take the damage. I need to save my board for this Winding Light, but when you Winding Light straight into this face-up Gravitum, it doesn't feel great.
And so we've got Dusk Petal Dust, Aphelios, Winding Light. We can do it all here.
Aphelios is a great draw. It allows you to play multiple cards this turn. Looks like Calibrum. No, actually Crescendum. Crescendum to summon out another random 2-drop. That way you can continue to go wide here and rely on the Winding Light. This might give Drizoth the opportunity to either play Vi, play their own Winding Light to buff up and just save a little bit of health.
I think the idea here, once again from Trevo, is to force Drizoth to block down. You know the Winding Light is not going to be a realistic lethal. The players have gotten their Felios and their Gravitums down, have been answering their opponent's threatening turns magnificently. And so Trevo is now trying to work his way back into a dominant position and find the lethal with this remaining Winding Light.
Yeah. The 2-drop is actually the Intrepid Mariner.
Ooh. Okay, Intrepid Mariner grants elusive to its supported ally, so this has to be the Gravitum target. That means Winding Light gets to come through and still buff this board and threaten.
It's actually so bad that we have to use the Gravitum right here. We're like, okay, well, I just don't want you to get an elusive unit. But that last card being the Winding Light means that there is going to be damage pushed this turn. How much is remained to be seen. We don't have the mana to actually play out the Severum. Equinox is going to be good to stop the overwhelm on that 6-5, but still, there's still 4 units here.
Still big. Pulling the Vi to the side, threatening once again, trade everything down.
Oh, -6. We're going down to 3 HP.
There's the Mystic Shot in hand, but all Trevo's going to have left after this attack is a Winding Light, the Intrepid Mariner, and a Moon Weapon.
Yeah, notably, the Intrepid Mariner will be unstunned by the time your next token comes around, but you don't even care. You're just looking for that burn. A Get Excited off the top, another Mystic Shot. You have so many hits that just get you there. Drizoth played it slow, tried to play for the long game. Has just been punished by the double Winding Light.
Get Excited up the top!
The Get Excited is going to show lethal here. Trevo, it looked like he was so far behind from a value perspective, but just has been able to push the damage and tie this up in the mirror.
What
Trevo taking it down.
Like game. Got the burn. Dropping down to 3 HP. So dangerous. We're going to get a game 3, Aikedo.
Oh my god, I think at literally any point you could have screenshot and been like, which side do you want to be on? I would have been on Drizoth's side the entire time, but just able to push enough damage. The second Winding Light was so huge. Oh my god, so well played by Trevo.
Yeah, the Victor came down on Drizoth's side, just the one of, still managed to mix it up and become a threat in the mid game, but that Vi came down just a little bit too late. Didn't get that big target, that big potential overwhelm with the Winding Light, and now in game 3, Trevo has found Heimerdinger Jace versus Aphelios. Arguably a very good matchup.
This is the matchup he was looking for the whole time. His lineup is here to beat PNZ Aphelios. So the fact that he's able to win the mirror and then come in here and have this matchup, this is exactly where he wants to be. But Drizoth is no stranger to this deck, is very strong with it, is no slouch.
Oh, the Moon Silver is incredibly tempting.
Moon Silver, I mean, okay, we have token on odds, which means we're potentially having a turn 5 Winding Light. If we find a Dustbringer and a Winding Light by then, that could be absolutely crippling. Coming down before the Ruination, that's usually Trevo's answer to the big boards.
Yep, Forge Chief coming down on turn 1.
Ooh.
Allows you to just trade down the board, still get that mana attunement, keeping you on curve for that 6 mana production surge. Sputtering Song Spinner is the pickup.
I love this card. You get 3 different 2 mana cards that you have not played yet this game. They are all free that turn. I just love the randomness. I love, honestly, it's just exciting. Every time you cast it, you don't know what you're going to get. The second Finance here actually going to grab the Destiny's Call. Maybe we'll see like a 9/9 Poro at some point this game.
Lord have mercy, Destiny's Call. Sputtering Song Spinner. Drizoth knows this is game 3. I'm not favored in this matchup. I have to turn this game into an absolute fiesta in order to find the lethal. At this caliber of play, sometimes you just have to cross your fingers. Trevo still playing things very slowly. A hand just full of reactive spells finally gets the big production surge for 7 mana.
Yeah, probably made a good call there. Trevo deciding not to play his 6 mana card last turn. Means that he's able to, just curve out a little bit better, a little bit more safely, as well as he doesn't have the handler. That's very important. We have not seen a game yet today of Jace Heimerdinger where they didn't have Hextech Handler. So now we get to see a hand that doesn't have it, because the hands without it are significantly weaker than hands with. So we'll see how Trevo's able to actually navigate
Drizzt
that.
doing the smart thing, of course. Just not going to develop the Felios into a potential 6-mana spell. Now with the Production Surge coming through, get excited to kill the Adaptatron so there's no keyword sharing.
It's actually so important there, because if Trevo hits the tough turret as your first one, suddenly every single turret that you play for the rest of the game, as long as French Fries is on board there, will be tough, which means that trading into it is just significantly more difficult. It feels bad to use the Get Excited on a 1-mana unit like that, discarding your Destiny's Call, your win condition, but still, had to be done. And now Drizzt gets a Felios down at a point where Trevo doesn't have any removal in hand to deal with him. Potentially getting the value off of him could be huge here. It is token 5. We didn't get a turn 5 Winding Light, but that's okay. We're still in an okay position.
Yeah, I mean, the prophecy didn't come true. The Destiny's Call was also discarded. Just very nice fodder there. And we still have this Song Spinner in the back pocket. Trevo has no board, no threat level from here, no Jace, no Heimer. It's purely reactive, and we've seen it time and time again. You think that even with enough removal, you can keep this Aphelios deck under control, and they get the Sump Dredgers, they get the Zonite Urchins, and suddenly they're just drawing more and more cards, filling up their board on the cheap, and then you're under pressure of Winding Light. We'll see how Trevo wants to respond. You'd love to set up the Heimerdinger before using these expensive spells, and that's the line he goes for.
It's so dangerous, because you want to play the Heimerdinger out. You want to start getting that value, building up your own board, and potentially forcing Drizzt to block. But the issue is that when you play it out, suddenly you're tapping out a removal. We see the Sputtering Song Spinner, though, come through.
A little bit early with the Moonsilver.
Mystic Shot? Ruin his path? Did we take... Okay.
Trouble Bubble.
Disintegrate.
Disintegrate with the Mystic Shot. 0 mana combo, baby. Trevo can pop off with the Flash of Brilliance at the very least. The Song Spinner is playing the Song of Death for Heimer. Found the 2 cards needed to end him.
Yeah, it kind of turned in the Song Spinner into a 6-mana Vengeance that also generated a Sleepy Trouble Bubble for some reason. We see the Mystic Shot getting shot out just to put some damage on the Aphelios, generate that turret while Heimerdinger is still alive. Importantly, though, Drizzt does not have an option to activate Winding Light next turn, even if we do top deck it. And this attack is relatively formidable, forcing a block out of the Financier, pushing 5 damage. I mean, it's a toss-up at this point. I don't even know who's ahead.
When
that's Anomaly.
Treasured Trash from the Anomaly. My goodness, I saw the Strong Arm as well from the Flash of Brilliance, but I guess Flash of Brilliance hit an Anomaly, so now Treasured Trash going to be another RNG Fiesta. Can't cast it this turn, however.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't see it unless it rolls it again. Oh, True Shot Barrage, though, another card that was generated, is just absolutely going to tear apart Drizzt's board here. Drizzt doesn't have a whole lot going for him. The Mystic Shot here is just to generate the next Aphelios weapon before he dies. Very similar to what Heimerdinger just had to do last turn. We like to see it. Maybe we see like a Zonite Urchin just trying to cycle through the deck and get to something that, you know, a card that actually accomplishes something would be nice here.
The players are just beating each other up with these generated cards, trying to find the value, but Trevo's coming out ahead. A Heimerdinger deck, this is what they specialize in. They want to drag the game into a slow resource battle, a tug of war. Because Drizzt has no threat level, we could see the ultimate greed of Glorious Evolution.
I would have loved a Glorious Evolution. What's nice about that, it gives tech to every single one of your units, meaning that Hextech Handler's buff becomes universal. Now, obviously, Trevo didn't go that direction, deciding instead Snore to go with the assembly line, the better card. Ugh. I guess it's smarter in seasonals when you're playing for that world spot to just get a couple 3/3s instead. But, I mean, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's
you're
okay.
still wider than your opponent. You still have the attack token. We have the Anomaly as just this really just spicy wild card, literally a wild card in the hand.
Yeah. The trade down here does leave Trevo and Drizoth both with 3 cards in hand, but this is not a position that the PNZ Aphelios deck is usually used to being in. It generates so many cards that oftentimes it can just outvalue your opponent, but Trevo has just been doing such a great job of staying in a winning position. And actually, the Winding Light up the top, we could get a couple Poros. I don't know if it's enough, though. I mean, Vi, though, big Vi.
Yeah, we've got Vi being pumped up. We've got the Winding Light here with the other Poro for some sort of big attack turn. Piercing Darkness can maybe snipe something. We've got Gigantic Production Surge. Maybe finds a T-Hex here.
It's actually so important here that Trevo has 11 mana instead of 12, meaning that he's not able to play the Shock Blast and the Piercing Darkness, has to choose one. And with the early Winding Light, that kind of forces your hand. I think this has to be a Piercing Darkness onto the Vi. She just gets so absolutely huge, you cannot let her get even a single strike in, which means that this Winding Light here from Drizoth has kind of been neutered. The attack is going to give you a little bit of board's presence, but only 9 damage. It might sound like a lot, but on a Winding Light turn, that's not as much as you usually want, especially when your only card in hand is Get Excited.
Sands of Time. Not that great of a pull. It's still going to be a 6-mana card for Heimerdinger maybe on the next turn. We've got Shock Blast as well to clean up the Winding Light. Goes for Production Surge instead, cashing in the rest of the mana and getting T-Hex.
Yeah, Heimerdinger is actually such a huge draw here. Just any sort of value engine at this point, turning the cards in your hand into basically doubling them, right? You get a unit for every single one. We get the flipped Heimerdinger. We get a full board, and Drizoth, he drew a Boom Baboon. That's cool. We like Boom Baboon, but in this situation, I'm not sure it's doing enough, especially when you're only at 9 HP.
Yeah, the only thing you really have access to at this point is the Get Excited to maybe kill one of these Overwhelms against the PNZ Swarm. That's like such a good pickup. But Drizoth, calculating the numbers here, has enough blockers, is going to go for the burn out. The same thing that Trevo did to him last time.
Yeah, deciding that the best way to win this game is to just send it face, hope your opponent doesn't have any burn. Drizoth is saying, hey, you know what, if you have the burn, there's nothing I can do about it. I need to save my board. I need to play for a top-decked Winding Light. That's my only win condition. And that means that he's going down to 1 HP against Trevo. Trevo has the Shock Blast in hand.
That is going to be lethal. Trevo taking it home here in Game 3. Everything came down to finding that good matchup. Here's the open attack for the Winding Light, was trying to find just a little bit more damage, maybe setting up for a top deck Mystic Shot, but Trevo already sees the victory, blocks down, and Shock Blast will make our winner. Locked in.
And Trevo gets his invitation to the World Championship, locks in that top 4 spot as well in this seasonal. And what an insane couple of games. He came to beat the PNZ Aphelios. He took his early loss in round 1, said it was okay, came back and was able to pick it up against Drizoth. What an insane set.
Trevo holding it down for Brazil. This was actually the most North American dominated Americas seasonal we've had in a long time as far as just the strictly numbers of people who made it in. But Trevo representing Brazil in that top 4 and also grabbing that world spot for himself. That is huge. It's always sad to see a player of the caliber of Drizoth go, but I'm sure we will still be seeing plenty more from him in the future. I mean, that is insane. What a set, Skarzig.
So exciting. So many cards being slung back and forth. So much aggression. Honestly, game number 2 was so beautiful, the way that the players were developing threat and the ebb and flow of needing to know when you are the aggressor in this current board situation, when you need to be defensive in that situation. We saw a lot of aggressive defense, right, where you're attacking specifically to force your opponent to trade in their board.
I mean, Aikido, we didn't see any PNZ Aphelios all day because it just got banned, and then suddenly we get it, and we get maybe the most explosive series we've had so far. I mean, this is the deck we've been waiting to see, right?
I love seeing it. For an aggro deck, you have so many decisions, so many different lines. I mean, we saw it there. They both had very different win conditions. Trevo was going for that aggro, the Winding Light, the burnout play, and Drizoth was going for the long-term value. They both, set where they needed to. They decided their win condition. They committed to it. At the end of the day, Trevo's was the one that finally ended up coming out on top. I love watching that deck.
I mean, for you, you've done this the same thing as Trevo, right? Make that top 4, get to Worlds. What are the thoughts that you think are going through his head right now?
I mean, it's got to be just so much relief, right? A pressure off your shoulders. You don't have to worry about grinding out ladder. You don't have to worry about, spiking another seasonals. You just qualified for Worlds, which means that no matter what, at the end of this year, you're going to be competing there, and that feels great.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be just that huge sigh of relief. Skarsgård, I mean, we're going to have 4 players locked in. I mean, it's everything.
Yeah, absolutely. The players know that the Runeterra competitive scene is still alive and kicking. The grassroots have been grinding away in the background, and this is where all that training comes to a head, and your time and effort, really pays off. And now being able to take that next step in your competitive career is going to be fantastic here for Trevo.
I mean, the job's not done, though, right? He's at Seasonals. He still has a chance to take home that $10,000. Like, Kato, I mean, how do you refocus after that? You ignore the Worlds thing for a second and just head down?
Oh, you kind of have to, right? Especially after such a close set. You just need to take a moment, relax, refocus. There's another opponent coming up. You just have to reset and then just try and get in that right mentality. That way you're focused up and then you can play at your top for the rest of the tournament.
All right, but this lineup featuring Bard Vi, something we didn't expect to see. We didn't see it in there because it was banned, but it's working out so well. I mean, I'm curious to see what other decks we're going to have in that top 4. So let's take a look at this next match head-to-head for this top 8. Who else do we have? It's going to be Squallywag versus P-Tash, and they're going into game 3. I mean, Skarsgård, what do you make of this straight away as they jump into game 3?
I mean, Viego is one of those sleeper decks that if you find the right matchups against something slower, you're just going to absolutely outvalue them. And then on the other side, we've got Timelines, another deck that can just annihilate you from the game if your win condition is too slow.
All right, well, y'all are heading in to see if we can find another person to make it to Worlds, make it to the top 4. Skarsgård, Kato, take it away.
So loading in, jumping in, game number 3, another champion being decided. We've got Thralls versus Croc.
Yeah, and I think I got a peek at it. Scallywag actually on the Gnar version, which means you're a little bit more mid-range focused, a little bit less focused on just the all-in combo. Means that he might have a better shot into Thralls. Thralls, a lot of the time, is teching a ton of freezes to try to be really strong in this matchup. But, Scallywag isn't all in on one unit, is using that Gnar for value. Your freezes might not matter as much.
Very true, very true. You've also got the ability to grant vulnerable to maybe even a Lysandra or something and get that sniped early. Again, the extra value of Gnar means that you can go for maybe a grindier Akshan idea, but as it stands, P-Tash has the double Blighted Ravine, is going to clear out this early board.
Yeah, we have the eyes set. Blighted Ravine is clearing out basically everything on this board. Even if Scallywag develops out this Merciless Hunter, that dies to it as well. So definitely something to keep an eye on. We also have the Sands of Time. We have a Three Sisters. We kind of have everything that we could ever want. If we are a P-Tash, we kind of have answers to everything. No 5-drop, though, means that our game plan's a little bit slowed down, but we actually see just 6 damage being represented here. P-Tash wanting to keep this Lysandra alive, not wanting to trade it down and set up for, a relatively nice Blighted Ravine.
Yeah, I wonder if there is going to be a trade. Blighted Ravine, the Sands of Time is also there. You've got to calculate how the countdowns for your Thralls are going to fall and whether or not, how many Thralls do I need for this matchup is basically what you're asking yourself. And when we look across the board at Squallywag, there's not a lot of blocking, not a lot of threat potential as of yet. There's 2 Wallops in the deck to maybe stun a Thrall, and that's really all you have for defense.
Yeah, extra copies of Gnar also turn into Wallop, which is really nice in this matchup. But, I've talked a lot of trash about Thralls. I will say, though, anytime that you have a hand like this, no doubler in hand, you don't have your Draklorn Inquisitor. It's just a Sands of Time and Imagine Possibilities. You have to decide how exactly you want to play this, how you want to bring your Thralls out. When you do, there's a lot of thought that goes into it. As we see, it looks like P-Tash actually banned Thralls away from Scallywag.
Yeah, and then the Timelines was banned on the other side. That means that Viego was actually able to pick up a win. But now
Viego, I would assume that PNZ Winding Light is going to be that third deck and probably took a win over Viego Viego probably beat Thralls. That would be my bet on what happened here. Pokestick gonna come out here. Scallywag just cycling. Has not found a single Overwhelm unit. Has not found a Papercraft. Their hand isn't doing a ton, but it's great because Patash isn't doing a ton either. Can burst out a Thrall if they really want to this turn, but going to be tapping below that Sands of Time, wanting to hold on to it as a defensive option, but relatively slow hands out of both of these competitors.
And when your game plan is slow, Thralls are going to be the one that's favored. They are always having the threat of getting these 8/8s at focus speed, getting that really crazy open attack against you. Meanwhile, because we don't have the Renekton, you don't have as many raw targets for a Papercraft Dragon carry.
Yeah, this Predict, though, has a lot of really good options. You can go for second Akshan, the Gnar, which you've been looking for the whole game, or just a Wallop. There's 3 different game plans being represented here, and I would be really interested to see which one Scallywag decided to go with. I could see the Wallop just to make sure that you aren't dying. Maybe you're playing for the Akshan grind out plan at this point because you don't have a whole lot else going for you. Merciless Hunter going to be able to come down, though, since opponent has tapped out of Avalanche, isn't able to Ravine this turn. Maybe you can just push enough damage on board. That mid-range game plan could be enough. Succumb to the Cold is actually an interesting tech that got cut from most of these Thralls decks. Notably also, in the upper left, there is the timer ticking down. 5 minutes left before we get into overtime. 5 minutes in overtime. And at the end of that, if it goes all the way down, whoever has more time on their personal clock will end up getting the win. So we have to keep an eye on that.
I wonder if this game will suddenly grind to a halt every once in a while. Even decks that are known for going incredibly fast, being very explosive, can not draw the right cards, and things really do go to a halt. And with the players taking this much time to think in Game 3 with everything on the line, that is certainly a possibility, Aikedo. We do have a small glimpse, however, into Squallywag's line of thinking because the Gnar was taken over the Wallop.
Yeah, going for the more aggressive, trying to win line, which you have to respect. Patash here passing is definitely representing that Sands of Time, has decided that they are probably going to end up using that this turn. I do like the develop out of Scallywag here, just because you aren't really tapping below anything other than a deny. The only thing you're denying is Buried in Ice. An Avalanche is actually good for you here, but it looks like we're just going to go ahead with the attack. Don't want to develop the Gnar, maybe want to play it afterwards. That way it can vulnerable whatever ends up coming out at the end of this turn.
Yeah, this is a pretty good swing. Merciless Hunter going to get some damage through because of the Fearsome. Akshan, you can back him up with the Shaped Stone. Do you save Akshan, or do we use Shaped Stone to try to take down the Lysandra?
It's so hard to say. You could... Well,
oh, wait, no. There's still enough.
Fall.
Okay.
So it's a matter of, do you want to push 2 more damage or save Akshan? And I think you have to save Akshan. You're so close to flipping him. He activates the Absolvers for the rest of the game. He gives you that draw. I think you need the value. I think it's the correct choice here to forego damage now for potential damage in the future, especially when Patash has the option to spit out this Thrall right now, has another Thrall next turn with the imagined possibilities, and this is going to be a massive swing being represented by Patash.
And with Gnar coming down, we did deal a little bit of damage to the Nexus. That would be a level up too. And then finally, the pop on the Warlord's Palace. We get that Predict draw. We get another shot at maybe finding the Papercraft Dragon.
Yeah, Papercraft is a very all-in play, and it's very difficult because if you commit it, you know that Patash maybe has been sandbagging a freeze, maybe has an Entomb, maybe has the Buried in Ice. Developing it's always dangerous, but we do see the Akshan flip, the Gnar flip, and the extra Thrall is going to get popped here in a second. I mean, this is about as close as this matchup can get.
The lines of play that have been presented to Squallywag for this particular matchup, this particular game, have been very unconventional when it comes to how you evaluate how this matchup is normally approached. Going much wider, not really digging super deep for these combo pieces, is trying to play a much more straight up mid-range game plan. And now with this Predict draw, Papercraft, very risky. We're just looking for another unit to play. Are we looking for Absolver, perhaps?
Absolver could be really nice, that we can show lethal on a couple different units. The burst option, though, bursting out that second Thrall, threatening to put Scallywag down to 2 HP. If they greed the block here too much, they might just die to Ravine this turn.
We do have a nice little bit of chump blocking, however.
The worry is that you have to still stay wider than your opponent. The only way that you're winning this game isn't by beating over these thralls, it's by trying to pull them to the side with enough units, but you don't have unit refill in your hand. So it really is a balancing act. How much do you trade down? How much do you save your health? How much do you play to win on the next turn? And only 1 minute until we get into overtime.
Every play has to be massively considered here. Thinking about trading the Akshan just to maybe get another tick on the Sentinel's horde. Patash, meanwhile, has to come to the cold for that Frostbite, has the Flash Freeze, can stop this crackback swing unless Scrallywag finds something absolutely ridiculous off of this relic.
Ooh. The deny is getting put on the stack. Scallywag maybe is going to just dry deny to get a proc for the landmark. What are they playing for? Maybe like a top-decked Absolver to maybe give Spell Shield to the Gnar? Is that the line? Is that how deep we're going for our win condition?
I guess that wasn't the play. Really unfortunate again that the Rite of Negation just doesn't really have any great targets in this matchup. Ooh. We have Gnars now. Have
That's
access.
3 copies of Wallop right
That's
there.
3 copies of Wallop. So you can skip here. If we go for the Wallop, then we can potentially move something out of the way and strike true with the full overwhelm damage. We do have Ruthless Predator for a little bit of a boost on top of that.
Yeah, and it looks like they did end up either skipping or just selecting that second copy of Gnar. We're in overtime now, just under 5 minutes left in the game. And as far as personal timers go, Patash is also up there. So it's definitely a precarious position. Both players at 8 HP. Patash has quite a bit of refill for this board. Has an Avalanche available as well. Top deck out of Scallywag is going to be the Merciless Hunter, so can get vulnerable to everything on this board, but with the freezes, swinging in is always going to be dangerous. You kind of have to find lethal this turn or play for just like a double wallop next turn. Maybe you top deck another copy of Gnar. Maybe you can kill one of the thralls right here. You kind of have to.
Yeah, by not having the Papercraft Dragon, it just makes it so difficult to really have the threat level that you're looking for. Gnar is going to come through, try to push with some damage here.
It's actually so important. If they're able to kill the Gnar, that second Gnar in hand is no longer wallop, is no longer saving health for Scallywag next turn.
So we could see just an attack here, baiting out the freeze, then going for the wallop to kind of back off on that attack.
Which feels so bad. You don't want to be using it offensively here. You want to be saving it for your defensive turn to just try and survive. Trying to see 2 more cards off the top of your deck. Patash, time's running out. It is a very quick timer there. We do see this succumb to the cold come out, and now that could be a dead Gnar.
Yeah, the tech that you don't see very often in these Thrall lists. Only like the most dedicated Thralls players really find the way to include a one-of in their deck and consistently weave it into their lines of play. We have a 1-for-1 trade into this Thrall, and Gnar potentially going down if Patash accepts.
Yeah, and we'll see. Patash actually not going to commit the second freeze, not going to use the 3 sisters, just deciding to say, okay, you know what? 1 Thrall is enough for me. I'm just going to keep going wide. I'm just going to take these down, and eventually I'm going to win this game. You are so far behind on board. How are you surviving next turn? We have to top deck another Gnar or a Wallop just to survive, just to not die.
And Patash no doubt has the hard read that these 2 cards that have been just languishing away in the hand the entire game are just rites of negation.
They have to be deny or just some buff spell that isn't going to matter here. And even with a go wide full block, I'm not sure if we're able to survive on the side of Scallywag. And the Sands of Time is going to give us another Thrall, 2 Thralls, burst speed. We're also so much wider, and that's going to be the Shen emote coming out as Scallywag is going to get taken down. Patash is going to be able to get that World's Invite and the top 4 of the Seasonals.
Beautiful play there from Patash. Even though the Thrall's strategy was so slow, the Papercraft Dragon was equally so. The deck, as you talked about, Aiketo, the Gnar version, meant for the mirror, meant to take down the Renekton build, and doesn't quite have what it takes to get those Thralls out of the way.
Yeah, crazy to see. Patash is going to be the one moving on. Scrallywag has made it to so many top cuts of Seasonals, but this time falling short of the World's Invite. with just a round of 8. They found that first win. It looks like Viego ended up just grabbing the first win right out the gates against the PNZ of Elios. That's a bit surprising, but Patash, of course, able to run it back there against the Gnar version of the Gnar Akshan. I mean, Kato, is that a little bit surprising? I mean, I know you're a little bit more of a hater on the Gnar Akshan version compared to Krokshan.
I think that the Gnar Akshan version was played pretty well there. You know, you do have to play for that more mid-range option, especially if you aren't finding your Ruin Runners. I think that they played it pretty well, but, you know, the Gnar sometimes just doesn't get there. The extra copies were actually really nice in that matchup because you almost had the Wallops to not survive, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. That matchup can be absolutely brutal sometimes.
All right, well, we are going to be getting ready for the top 4. Skarzig, I'll see you for the final. But Kato, this is the last time I'll be seeing you on the desk today. So I wanted to thank you for coming on. First of all, you did fantastic, but just also to give you the floor, how you felt about the event as a whole.
Oh, it was a ton of fun. Thanks for having me. You know, I absolutely enjoyed it. Anytime we're able to see, again, high-level LOR, that's what I'm all about. And it was a great time.
All right, well, thank you so much. And for the rest of you at home, we still have plenty more Legends of Runeterra to play. We've got the round of 4 coming right up, so don't go anywhere. The Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament, top 32, when we return. Welcome back to the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament Top 32 for the Americas. We have narrowed it down to the top 4. I'm your host, Casanova, and I've brought back Boulevard and Majin Bay for us to get into these semi-final matches. Boulevard, then Majin. I mean, we just had the craziest Worlds qualification round. What did you think of those last matches?
It was pretty intense, and as you mentioned, this break was much shorter. Those games really went the distance. It's a great series to kind of go back and watch and try to get into the mindset of these higher level players, understand why they play the way that they did, and I think that's going to be for some great VOD review down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. That Get Excited top deck and the Aphelios PNZ, that was so crazy. So crazy.
It's the hype moments that we live for, that we do this for. That's why we're playing. That's why we want this to happen. We're just gonna wait a moment while we get things sorted to find out the other 2 players that made it in. But Pitash and it was, of course, why is my brain not working? Trevo was the other one that we just saw win. Trevo here representing Brazil. I mean, this is big. Boulevard, we talk about how good Brazil is all the time. If you saw, there were not many Brazilians that made this top 32. So just Trevo being here, I mean, that region's got to be ecstatic.
It's so funny to me that we look at the list of the top 32 players, we see the flags. I think there were only 2, maybe 3 Brazilian players, and of course Trevo is going to make it to the top 4. It's not a top 4 of an America seasonal without at least 1 Brazilian player, and I think Trevo is definitely at the top of a lot of people's lists of, you know, really strong BR players without a win. I think Nunu from Team Hydra up there as well, but Trevo, it's definitely his time to shine, his seasonal to win.
Yeah, finally, I think he's, you know, he's always kind of someone we've watched out and thought was going to have a big one that he'd spike, and maybe this is the one, right? I mean, at least minimum he made top 4. He got a world spot. It's kind of close enough to a spike as it is. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. Let's see who else is joining them with those worlds invites and joining them in the semifinals. Kakawin taking down Jay Tamunda, and the Chem taking down AJ the Pro. Those are the other 2 landing those world spots and moving on.
So I want to talk about the Chem for a second here, because we always have at least one unknown name, it seems, that comes into the semifinals. So to get here, the Chem took down N-Tux and Sudrakon, also took down AJ the Pro. How did AJ the Pro get to the top 8? Taking out Henneke and Pushp.
Jeez. That's so stacked. It's like insanely stacked brackets for them to make it through. And so they not only proved their spot in the top 32, but then if anyone still doubted them, proved their spot by taking down some big names in the Legends of Runeterra pro scene. Gonna have a chance to maybe even become a seasonal champion, but at the very least, they're gonna be going to Worlds. But Majin, we've got our matchup. We're gonna be watching Pitash and Trevo. These are 2, you know, top-notch players. They've been making a lot of seasonals, and finally they're going for their spike. As someone who's spiked a seasonal, when you start getting to that top 4, is there a mindset shift at all?
A little bit. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit. Although I remember when I hit top 4, that was the first time I let myself consider that I might win.
I mean, that's big, right? Just going from like, hey, I'm just playing, I'm going to do my best, to, oh no, I might be winning this thing. It puts another level of pressure on. And I mean, let's take a look at these deck lists and kind of look at the lineups as a whole and see who do we think has an edge, right? So, Boulevard, we're going to go ahead and take a look at Pitash's list first. And this is a Timelines Trundle. You were talking about weird decks that we have here in the final. Talk to me about Timelines Trundle.
So Timelines Trundle has gotten a big boost recently because of Revna, the lore keeper, turning into a 6-drop with real stats while still giving your deck that big boost. One thing I want to point out here is the champion lineup. There seems to be a really big divide between Mono Trundle, Caitlyn Trundle, Trundle Gnar. And I really like the Caitlyn because decks like Winding Light have a lot of 1 HP units. So those flash bombs can be really timely. And we've seen flash bombs make insane differences in these high pressure scenarios. So I'm very excited to see that as the champion edition here. But ultimately, this deck is just a Buried in Ice It That Stares deck, you know, with a backup concurrent timelines. Like Buried in Ice solos so many decks.
Yeah, I wanted to point out, because you mentioned the Winding Light matchup. This deck, a lot of people might not know this, crushes Winding Light. It crushes Winding Light because it has a one-sided ruination on the Winding Light turn. Your opponent goes, oh, Winding Light on 7, Buried in Ice, kill you, right? It's nuts. And then also you have It That Stares, wipes the board. You talked about how Aphelios has all low HP units. It That Stares completely wipes the board. Aloof Travelers discards the Winding Light. Like this deck, this is just the normal deck, and it just like inherently counters Aphelios so hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. That's awesome to see, especially because of how big Aphelios has been in this meta. I also love you mentioned the flash bombs. I seem to recall a world champion getting some nice flash bombs, making a bit of a difference. So Caitlyn, definitely something that is exciting to see come back. But there, of course, is the Aphelios Vi. There is an interesting tech here, Majin. We stand together. I don't think we've seen this as much in the list so far.
Yeah, so we stand together, and the two Vi's is kind of making me think that this is for the mirror and possibly also things like TF Nami. The Vi's are really good against decks that like can't afford to remove her. The mirror is one of them, and it pressures TF Nami's champions, things like Nami, and I'm not going to say Twisted Fate. I'm going to go with Shelly. You really need to pressure these cards. We Stand Together can counter Vile Feast and Mystic Shot decks, keeping your important threats alive like Aphelios. Just some really interesting tech that's going to make their opponent think twice whenever they throw something at it.
All right, well, the game should be starting soon. We can take a look at that last deck here and just round out the Pitash lineup. We talked about Trivos pretty recently as well, so kind of have an idea there. There's, just thralls, right? We've seen a ton of this so far. The Succumb to the Cold is there. We saw how much value that was able to generate in that past game. But I mean, looking at these two lineups, we saw a second for there. Boulevard, who do you predict is going to make it to the final?
If I want it to be Trivo, really want it to be Trivo, but we have a habit in the grassroots scene of really rooting for Trivo, and then as soon as we start doing that, things start to turn a little bit sour there. But we haven't seen this Vi Bard in action yet, and Drissoth, knowing that he had a bad matchup into Jaceheimer with the Winding Light, continued to ban the Vi Bard over that. So I'm very curious to see if that can just be a total silver bullet here.
All right, well, you are going to be jumping into game here. Winner of this makes it to the final. We got the semifinals here between Trivo and Pitash. Boulevard, Majin, take it away.
All right, so I wanted to comment really quickly on what each lineup is trying to do. Gonna be honest, I don't know what Vi Bard does, but I know on the other side, Pitash's lineup is looking to counter this Aphelios Winding Light deck. I imagine there was probably a Thralls ban, and what we'll see is this Timelines deck geared to beat the Winding Light deck, and then a Winding Light Mirror looking to 2-0 the Aphelios deck.
So I looked up the very limited stats that we have on Bard Vi. It is not a popular deck by any stretch of the imagination. Apparently, it absolutely hoses Heimerdinger, Jace, and Bard Alawi.
Wow.
If you believe the stats of 20 games of sample size.
It's like what you see when you go on Twitter, and people are like, bro, I broke the format. 13 games.
I always wondered, like, what is... Majin, maybe you can speak to this. What is... how big does my win streak have to be? What does my sample size have to be before I'm allowed to say that my deck is tier 0? Because I've seen some people play as little as 8 games, go 7-1, and be like, I did it, I broke the meta.
If it's lower than 20, I don't take it seriously.
Okay.
Now, if it's 20, I take it with a grain of salt, right? If you post 50 games and it's 80% win rate, I'm going to be like, all right, you've cracked the code.
All right, let me write that down so I know, so I don't make a fool out of myself on Majin's timeline.
Be like, what is this 19-game sample size, Boulevard?
Yeah, speaking of timelines, not timelines. Oh man, concurrent timelines. I'm staring at the Trundle. The name of the deck is Trundle Timelines, but concurrent timelines either has already been played or just we have the copy in hand and haven't thrown it down yet. I actually missed it because I was writing that down, but either way, I believe there's Spellman on the side of Pitash, so turning this Aloof Travelers into a 4-drop, not going to hit a Winding Light just yet, might sandbag that card a little bit longer.
Yep. I understand not, like, aloofing immediately, but it does look kind of silly when the open attack allows your opponent to develop the Victor that you would have otherwise snagged.
Yeah. Now,
I would have absolutely opened to.
Currently set up to hit Aphelios unless a larger unit is drawn, which is unlikely in this list. Yeah, there goes Aphelios.
Pretty good hit.
Into a 4-3.
Into a 4-3. And we have like the Caitlyn traps. They're ticking up. And they're going to start to be a problem. What we'll see Pitash do is likely... Oh my god, Spell Shield.
Okay,
is likely not thermogenic. We'll likely see this Trundle get developed at some point. He's gigantic, really hard to deal with. And then, yeah, we now have the 8-drop, right? So we'll get to turn 8. That's the plan from Pitash's side. Hit the pillar, flip it into something absurd, because that's what always happens when my opponents play this deck. And then develop another 8-drop and, like, really push.
Yeah, I feel like initially the concept of Trundle Timelines was, oh yeah, it was a very content creator deck. Oh, you turn your Ice Pillar into something and it looks really cool, and now you get your 8 mana back and you can play another 8-drop. And it has very quickly shifted into an It That Stares buried in ice combo deck, and now we do have the It That Stares. There is no Winding Light yet on the side of Trevo, and Trevo's going to have the turn 7 attack token. Really has to get it now, because if they have to wait until turn 9, you don't really need a Buried in Ice It That Stares combo. The health of the units is low enough that usually an It That Stares will even clear the board post Winding Light.
This is a lot of damage, though. I calculated it out, and I decided that it is a very large amount. Double Chompers gets to pull blockers. We're pushing a lot. Faded on Victor means Trundle can't even block him profitably.
Yeah, and we might actually see a bait here with the Pale Cat. Now, okay, just going to pull it to the side.
I wanted to see the bait as well, don't worry.
We have the Mystic Shot to clear out the Caitlyn if we go for the value trade, so I really like the push of damage here. Greedy blocks could also lead to just a Mystic Shot finish here, but gonna play it a little bit safe.
I was actually surprised to not see the Charger pick overriding the Spacey Sketcher, and then possibly Pale Cascading Victor for more damage. Right, we'd be threatening 3 more damage here.
Yeah, instead, Victor getting set up for some flash bombs, which would be a really convenient way to get this Victor off the field now that it is Spell Shield, not going to protect from traps like the flash bombs.
Well, that's true. Yeah, the board does look much more flash bombable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
After this.
You know, Majid, this is not as much damage as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it looked like quite a bit. I mean, you have to take into account there's 2 Mystic Shots in hand.
Yeah.
Right?
And I don't... Let me check P-Tash's deck list really quickly, because I don't know how much healing there is. There's actually...
0.
Majin, there's no Kindly Tavern Keepers in this list.
Yes, sir. So, P-Tash had a theoretical 3. Winding Light off the top. 3 Flash Bombs! Oh my god, kills Victor!
I hate Flash Bombs, Majin Vey. I hate them so much.
That was so stupid. Every time I play against this deck, I think, you know how like in D&D, when you roll dice, that's not the actual number. You roll a 7, but that's not the number you take into account. There's modifiers.
Yeah.
I think every time someone plays the Trundle Timeline decks, they get RNG modifiers.
Okay. Just like, you know what? You've got timelines in the deck we'll give you the highlight reel plays. We'll up your chances with the RNG a little bit. Your Pharaoh's Financiers will be a little bit better.
Exactly. Yeah. I like, you know, you're going to hit the cool stuff off pillar. You're going to hit the flash bombs when you need them. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is looking like it very well could be a quick finish on Trevo's side here once we get to the Winding Light turn. There's no sweeper on the side of P-Tash, just I believe there's no sweepers in here, right? Unless there was a one of Blighted Ravine. That is the amount of healing that we have as well. Yep,
that's the healing, but there is 2 copies of Buried in Ice, and there are the It That Stares that we're not going to get to that turn. The question is, if you're on Trevo's side, do you play Winding Light?
I think Trevo can run out the Trickster here and then sort of decide, you know, and say, if I just attack with the Trickster, is P-Tash going to freeze that? Because that'll set up the double Mystic Shot.
That's under Winding Light mana. P-Tash is tapped under Winding Light. This is game over.
Oh,
right?
no.
We have 8 on the following turn?
8 on the following turn.
Okay,
that is not going to be enough.
P-Tash with obviously the Flash Bomb +1 multiplier.
That could do it, right? We are going to get a Caitlyn hit here.
Yep.
Oh, Cheering Sumpworker is actually really big to stop the Trickster line that I just mentioned. Oh, we still have Icequake.
Still have Icequake. True. I didn't even think about that. And you know what? Trevo probably won't either.
You know what? Actually, we didn't have Icequake. That was generated off of the Pharaoh's Financier.
Oh, it's not Trundle's Icequake. You're right. That's 8 mana. And now you're feeling all comfy and safe on the other side with your Winding Light.
Little did you know, with our RNG modifier, we found an 8 mana sweeper.
I'm telling you, they have it every time.
I'm actually curious to know. I can never tell if the card is Hextech Anomaly or if it's actually that card. So if this Icequake transforms into a random spell next turn, I'm going to lose it.
Oh, that would be very sad.
Deciding on the... Oh, just going to take it all.
Just takes it.
I
respect it.
A non-zero amount of burn in P-Tash's deck, but I don't think Trevo's really expecting to get triple Mystic Shotted in response to the Winding Light.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe it is exactly triple Mystic, and unlikely with the way the game has gone so far.
See what this Icequake can do, though. The Icequake might be more of a liability. It might not actually answer this board because the Trickster now has come down. Trickster and Sump Dredger and Winding Light will survive, whereas on the side of Trevo, only Trundle's going to live through that.
That's true. The -3 is relevant.
Oh, I'm mathing it out. I don't think it's relevant enough
not
for
good
double
enough.
Mystic Shot.
You're right, it's not.
That's still going to be, 5 damage coming through off of the Trickster. And yeah, I mean, Ptash has to go for it and just kind of, like Drissoth did, hope that Trevo doesn't have the burn to end the game. And that is just living in magical Christmas land. And
Also,
Majin, we live in the real world.
Well, yeah, I do. My opponents sometimes don't.
That's fair.
Trevo also, even after this, let's pretend it's like not quite there, still gets to develop the 1-drop. Push extra damage.
True. Because this is going to completely tap out Ptash. There's no burst speed, flame chompers, Poro Cannon nonsense coming out of Ptash's deck to generate random blockers at the last minute.
This is disaster for Ptash. Not just for this game, but for their entire plan for this matchup.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You mentioned that you are here to beat Winding Light, and you are now losing to Winding Light in game number 1. That can't feel good.
No, it is pretty rough. It's
Right
like
there.
when you show up to beat Thralls and it squeaks through, you're just like, uh-oh.
So now we do see the Icequake resolve, and as you can see here, the units are left with more than 0 attack points. It's currently 8 damage on the board, and as Majin mentioned, the 1-drop getting developed here, which I believe will actually just push lethal here.
Exactly. Yep, exactly lethal. Wow. Well played. That is one problem with targeting, is if you're using decks that maybe aren't as inherently powerful. Like, I think Timelines is probably a worse deck than TF Nami, for example, right? The problem is if the deck that you're targeting squeaks through, now you're playing these less strong decks.
Yes, I've noticed, especially over the last couple of seasonals, I feel the power level of decks has just gone up. Even if you want to target something, they usually just end up having an explosive turn 6 kill, regardless of how you built your deck to stop that.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember telling people a lot on one of the previous seasonals that if you're targeting Ari Kennen, you're making a mistake.
I remember a big contention point at your seasonal win actually was whether or not you could target Twisted Fate Fizz.
Yeah.
And a lot of people learned, they stuck to their guns, said, no, all you need is a Withering Whale pile. I'm going to play a Nivea, and I'm going to beat TF Fizz. Majin, do you mind reminding us if you played TF Fizz or if you played to counter it in that seasonal?
Oh, I did play TF Fizz. You know what else I did? I banned TF Fizz every time.
That's a champion, everybody. 2 concurrent timelines in the hand of Ptash to open things up yet again.
They always have it. It's that modifier.
And on the side of Trevo, we see every tech that you could possibly hope for alongside a Hex Tech Handler and a Heimerdinger.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably looking to just go past Production Surge, I'm imagining, on Trevo's side. A little unfortunate that you have the token on 3 instead of 4, because you really want to do the you either want to get the Hextech Handler out on turn 3 and then Production Surge for 7 and then attack, or attack after you play Hextech Handler on turn 4, just because it just pushes so much more damage.
I feel like I've only seen these 6-mana Production Surges grab the MK5 and the MK1. I haven't seen an MK4 this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we saw actually 2 generated once.
Okay.
2 MK4s for
for
Production
that.
Surge for 8. But you know what's the worst? Is when you Production Surge for 6 and hit the elusive one against a Poro Cannon.
Yeah, that is a little embarrassing. So Young Witch actually going to be the pull here, going to just be sacrificed up to the MK5. I feel like these Heimerdinger decks, I like them. I like control decks that have removal tools that double as burn, right? And I feel like we're seeing that across the board. There's so many Piltover and Zon decks in this top 32. We saw Henneke earlier with just a triple Mystic Shot Get Excited lineup. Just so Mystic Shot might just be the best card in the game.
Ooh. Okay. All right. I'm trying to think of something else. But it's really good. If you're playing PNZ, you're playing 3 Mystic Shot. Yeah, it's just a good card. I also love these style of decks I think I don't love Jaceheimer as much as the other previous deck, which was Sentinel Control. I loved that deck. But I think we're seeing Jaceheimer take over as the like Shadow Isles PNZ deck of choice because it's got a faster Goldfish.
There is a Sentinel Control deck on the other side of this bracket.
I was just going to say that. I'm very excited. Yeah, Sentinel Control and FTR. I'm hoping it sneaks through.
Okay,
it got the matchup it wanted.
A few of our units to the Shock Blast here right after the Bladed Ravine, and this is the power of the production surge, right? Is 2 sweepers have already come out from Ptash. One of them randomly generated, not even main decked in that Shock Blast, and Trevo still able to push 4 damage.
Yep, but we are about to see the power of timelines. You have 2 options here. One, you can go Caitlyn, Pharaoh's Financier, which is the safer line because it keeps up Buried in Ice for the following turn, or you could YOLO swag Revna.
We're going to YOLO swag the Revna, and we'll see what the options are here for her to transform into. Or we'll just see the end result.
Oh, okay.
Let me look up the name of this card.
Ava the something Achiever or something like
just
that?
Ava Achiever.
Ava Achiever.
Yep. So what this card does is when they're summoned or round end, you shuffle 3 puff caps into your opponent's deck. Also, traps are doubled.
Traps.
So
traps period, right?
When this Caitlyn starts connecting, that's 2 damage flash bombs. That's going to undo all of the work that this Hextech handler just did.
That is pretty good. Trundle was also the card that was drawn off Revna, so Trundle currently a 6/8.
Ooh, we hit Give It All, and Give It All looks a little juicy.
Actually kind of sick, isn't it? Now you would be giving it all into Buried in Ice, so what you have to do is cast Give It All. You would be passing priority. Ptash would pass back, and then you'd have to attack without playing your 8/8.
Which does push 12 damage.
It's pretty good.
That's
And
lethal
traits.
with Mystic Shot.
That's true. That's true.
It kind of depends on how Ptash wants to play this, and I think that's what Trevo's currently thinking over. A couple of appealing options here. Gonna go for the Vengeance.
I like
staple.
the Vengeance. Yeah, I mean, this is like the Trundle turn, basically. But yeah, it looks like we're going to see the Buried in Ice. The Vengeance should come out, yep, to get the 6/1 elusive, so you can play it post Buried in Ice. However, Buried in Ice into It That Stares is going to be the combo.
And there's no way for Trevo to protect this 7/2 elusive on the next turn. It is just going to get Mystic Shotted when things come back around, unless Trevo can draw a Hextech handler sometime in the near future. But as you had mentioned, I mean, this Buried in Ice, If It Stares combo, the entire board is going to be gone for Trevo, but it does really lock down Ptash's plays for the turn.
Yeah, I think Trevo's way ahead. You get It That Stared, and then you just donger, shoot them in the face, play a
Pretty
dude.
much, yeah. Could even Production Surge with the
probably
donger if you just want to go as wide as possible.
I think you're correct. I think you should Production Surge.
Okay, some interesting options here. Terror of the Tides as well as, yeah, gonna go for the Fury of the Freljord.
That card's good. Well, not the card, but when you hit it off, like, pillar, it's really good.
I've never had to, when looking at spoilers, sort of evaluate, like, okay, this card's very bad and you will never play it. But if you randomly generate it somehow...
I feel like I've been saying that more and more. Like, I got to spoil a card. It was, like, a new, like, Tentacle Smashing card. It's 6 mana. And I remember thinking, okay, this card's, like, not great. I don't really know if I want to main deck it unless I'm playing, like, Jace. And then I had to reevaluate it, because if I hit it off, like, Pharaoh's Financier or anything else, I was like, oh, this card's insane. It's so good.
Okay, so Trevo has lethal, as we are going to double up True Shot Barrage with Jace for 6 damage on the following turn. And that should be the end of it, I imagine.
That seems great to me.
I don't think there's anything Ptash can do around that. Yeah, we're just going to immediately fire off the True Shot Barrage and put the Mystic Shot on the stack to guarantee it. And that's going to be Trevo moving on to the Grand Finals for the first time here at the Worldwalker Seasonal.
Wow, that was a convincing 2-0. I mean, like, we were just talking about how you're in trouble if the deck you're targeting squeaks through, and I think that's what we saw here. Jaceheimer, probably just the more, like, gooder deck.
The superior Mystic Shot deck is your third option.
Exactly.
But no, that is going to do it. And with that, Ptash going to be knocked out of this tournament. We'll see them later this year at the World Championship as they have secured their invite. Do want to mention that, so congratulations to Ptash, but it is going to be Trevo moving on to the finals.
Yeah, Trevo just played a little bit more gooder, as we heard Majin say there, you know, just able to pick it up and is going to be getting into the final representing Brazil. It doesn't matter how many Brazilian players we get in the top 32, one is always going to squeak through and have a great tournament, and Trevo is the one who's made it this far, taking down Ptash, and like you said, Boulevard, very convincing series.
I don't know how I'm going to reconcile with myself if Vibard wins the seasonal.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it hasn't been played.
True. I was very harsh on Bard Jinx, so I do want to take this opportunity to point out that they are very different decks.
Very different. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Very
different.
Decks.
Very different.
Very different. But like, okay, if it never gets played, it still won the seasonal though. And then we have to be like, this is a seasonal winning deck archetype, which is Bard Vi, that while maybe a lot of people didn't know about, they're all scared enough of it to ban it. I mean, Majin, like, what do you think? Like, is that normally, do you think, correct when you don't know the deck that well?
I mean, to a point, there's a lot of decks that are like, okay, I know that I have not a great matchup into this deck, but I have no idea how this deck does. I will usually ban the one that I have not a great matchup into, because generally it's, you know, the random deck is going to be not that good or you would have known about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can look at something like Vibard and kind of get behind the theory of it and say, okay, if a Chime ever lands on a Vi, I don't actually know if my deck can handle that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the problem. We've seen it in the past. Shellfolk at Worlds was a big one, right? That was something Alan kind of brought that. A lot of people banned it maybe when they shouldn't have and didn't ban it when they should have. So that confusion, I guess, can make a big difference. And I mean, here we have the other matchup. We're going to try and grab the rest of this one, the Chem versus Kakowin. And this, again, this has the Sentinels. And I know, Majin, you really like the Sentinels control, so you wanted to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this deck. So this is a Jace deck that uses the Sentinel package, Burgeoning and Brewer Sentinel, to get fearsome, push a lot of damage, and go over the top with burn through things like Mystic Shot, Shock Blast, sometimes Atrocity, not in this list, and 3 copies of Albus Pharos, one of my favorite cards in the game. This is what I was mentioning before when we were talking about the Chems lineup. This is a nightmare scenario. This lineup is not good, but we saw the Chem dismantle a very similar lineup on their way to top 4.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to take it down earlier in a bad matchup. We've got the Jace bow on the other side. Sentinels, we haven't seen that much of it. Well, we haven't seen any of it today. It was kind of been missing from this tournament, missing from the meta for a bit, being replaced by Heimer Jace. But we are going to see it now, and potentially it will make it to the final. Kakowin versus the Chem. Boulevard, Majin, take it away.
Oh, yeah, Sentinels, let's go.
Up against TF Nami.
I'm trying to get my bearings. A lot of cards here.
Yeah, I'm also trying to just get my bearings on the meta, because what I'm starting to understand is, like, we knew what was good, and then it also turns out if you just play 3 Mystic Shot and build the rest out later, apparently that is a viable strategy, as we have 2 completely off the map decks here in the top 32 that just run 3 Mystic Shot in Sentinel Control and Vibard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Bile Feast, sure. We do have this Forge. Oh, do you fire off the Mystic?
I don't want to give Nami any more cards than they already have, especially when my Mystic probably really wants to aim at that Twisted Fate at some point. Maybe even right now.
The Sentinels deck is incredibly good at killing tutus. It's like really, really good at it. Yeah, I probably would have fired off the Mystic as well, and then look to maybe just play Jace Challenger and go after Twisted Fate. That way, if the Chem wants to trade by pumping up Jace with like the Tailstone, then like that's fine with me. Or pumping up, Twisted Fate. Forge being on board does mean that Kakowin gets to kind of like double up on spells one turn. You know, maybe something like a Shock Blast into another spell, or just bank the mana for the next turn, which is a pretty tempo positive line.
Okay, and we're just seeing Kako play this one slow, taking the pass, understanding that Nami, we're unsure of the level progression that Nami currently has. We know that she's not leveled. That's not going to happen on turn 5 when you've only got 1 spell mana banked, but could be getting close. And Kako, rather than playing the Jace, grabbing the Challenger keyword, and then sort of threatening your, like, just passing with the attack token, forcing your opponent to try and not develop, just going to take the open pass. But now, with everything played out, just going to throw down the Jace. Quick attack, Challenger, we'll see where it goes.
So Challenger is not very good this turn, but it could be good on a following turn because it does threaten Nami. I like taking the Challenger and then not attacking with Jace. Decides to go for the 2/2. Okay, playing around the Tentacle Smash. I like that too.
Throwing out that, you know what, you're the one not Mystic Shot deck in the meta, and I'm going to rub it in your face with my little 2 health Jace.
Nana boo boo. Take your Bile Beast and go home.
That is a lot of Shock Blasts in the hand of Kakowin still, but Nami still not leveled up.
Not yet,
two in
no.
the hand. A lot of spells.
The Coral Creatures makes it really awkward, honestly.
Looks like that is going to level the Nami. But the spells left in the Chem's hand can be a little awkward to play. You never want to play Bloodbait unless you have another draw spell and pick a card so you could shuffle it away. But you don't really just want to like fire off Shadow Isle Tellstones in response to your Nami dying.
It does feel pretty bad.
Maybe we'll get one here just because a Mark of the Isle can protect the Nami for the turn while spreading out the buffs and get in an impactful attack with her.
Yeah, absolutely. Glimpse prevents the life gain, which is relevant. Wow, not casting Bloodbait, coward.
Just one pump here from the Nami. There is a second one in the Chem's hand, but of course there is still the Vengeance on the side of Kakowin. And that Vengeance will level the Jace, make all Shock Blasts doubled for the remainder of the game. Gonna make it a little bit easier to fight through what the Chem is putting up. But I gotta say, Majin, I know Chem has a very crowded hand here, but I do spot a Harrowing right there in the middle of it.
Yep, that's a pretty good card, and it's really good in matchups like this. And against Jace Heimer, which is a very similar deck, because you're going to just sit here and trade, and then you can cast Harrowing, get double Nami, and a Shelly, you know, all this kind of stuff, and just try to kill them immediately.
Yeah, the one really cool thing about this deck with Harrowing that we don't really see often is that it will pretty much always refill the spell mana, because level 2 Nami and Shelly are the two strongest units in your deck. Of course, them having a tune. Then comes Zap Sprayfin, who, guess what, also has a tune. Followed by Burblefishes that are going to randomly generate you some spells.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful. And then with things like Fading Memories and the Shadow Isles Tellstone, you're able to put out a lot of pumps on very little mana.
Not enough mana to really do anything with a Nami here, though. You could develop it. You would need a way to protect it from the Jace with Challenger, and the Chem just doesn't have anything like that. Instead, going to throw down the Shelly and say, you know what? Maybe this is how I kill your Jace. Make the way for my Nami and go ahead and add that to the death pool for the Harrowing later on.
Yeah, I think Kakowin 100% knows they're being baited here with the Shelly, and you just do it anyway.
It's one of those things where you're like, you're like the hero of an action movie. Like, I know that's bait, but I have no choice but to go anyway.
Exactly. I know it's a trap, but my friends are in there, kind of thing.
And of course, the Jace will turn back into a Jace in the hand. There's 3 Albus Pharos in this deck from Kakowin, and finding 2 Jace this early does mean that the efficiency of that card is going to be a little bit diminished later on if we do end up finding a second copy, which, not unlikely, but what Kakowin really needs to find is the Ruination to counter that Harrowing.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. I mean, don't even cast the third Jace. Just keep cycling it. When you cast Jace's Shock Blast with Jace, you do get 2 copies of Jace in the deck.
We should have cast the Jace's Shock Blast instead of the real Shock Blast then. What are we doing, Kakowin?
Inting.
Going for the... Okay, this is interesting. Takes the bait on the Shelly. Maybe wasn't aware that it was a trap as we go Quick Attack here rather than Challenger.
Okay, so I do Quick Attack quite often in these spots to set up for insane keywords on the thingamajiggy, the Acceleration Gate. Not saying it's correct, but that is like usually what I'm thinking when I go Quick Attack on these spots.
Gotcha. I mean, it makes sense. You know, if Jace didn't die first action, we would have gotten a Dumble assembly line that would have been a 5-wide board to set up for a really nice Acceleration Gate into the Chem's Ruination on the following turn, but it would have looked really cool and threatening before the Ruination actually went off.
Absolutely, yeah. It looked so sick until our board died.
And of course, the Chem just gets to rub it in the opponent's face. Haha, I had Ruination and you don't. But we're getting closer and closer to that Harrowing turn. And this might be the safety net that Chem was looking for to get down the Nami if Jace goes for Quick Attack again here to try to set up an Acceleration Gate. And that is the case.
This is going to end so badly. Yeah, Shaky Caitlyn indeed.
It's just going to Ruinate, not even wait for the second 6-mana spell to come out.
Yep, but I dig it.
A little bit of damage pushed, but there's no main deck. Oh no, there are 3 main deck Shock Blasts. I thought it was a Shadow Isle card for some reason. I was looking at the wrong color. There's still a fair amount of reach in this list from Kakowin, right? Between the Shock Blasts and the Mystic Shots, you can't really afford to just take a lot of damage here.
Mm-hmm.
14, still a very healthy life total, and Kakowin does look to be more or less out of resources, but the longer the Chem holds back on this Harrowing, the more attacks Kakowin gets in with these assembly workers.
Sure. Yeah, I think one of the big things we didn't see that's really important is the Sentinel package early to start pushing these fearsome damage, because then things like the Shock Blast in hand, Albus attacking, right? These like just start to end games, or at least threaten them, forcing your opponents to play differently, and they just weren't present. The Chem got a lot of time to set up, and if you give this TF Nami deck a lot of time, it's going to kill you through whatever you had.
Okay, we've got the Harrowing coming out now, and Kakowin cannot Vengeance in response to this, or that Nami just comes right back and actually gives an extra mana over to the Chem. So gonna have to wait until this Harrowing resolves to actually kill the Nami, but that might free up a spot for another Burblefish to come down, as we do see the Fading Memories in the hand of the Chem. This is gonna be a really big attack, Majin. Spell mana refilled completely.
I know we're not supposed to say it, but this game is over.
I say that all the time, man.
Okay, this game is over.
See, there's still, what, like 5 playable spells in the Chem's hand?
Yep.
I remember being on Twitter, reveal season's happening. Everyone's talking about the Tellstones. Oh, Noxus looks really strong. Oh, maybe you play this one in this deck. And Drissoth quietly in the corner, petting his Shadow Isle Tellstone, saying, a 1-mana spell that makes a 1-mana spell, you say? Don't mind if I do. Fast forward a month and a half, here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy playing this deck a lot, the TF Nami deck. It's just, it gives you so many options every single turn. Like, look at this hand.
Yeah,
if you gave
like
this hand to a new player, like, what are they going to do?
They're going to have to read everything, because you've got 2 Tellstones in hand, then you got to read all the cards that the Tellstones can generate.
Yup.
We even have Shakedown here, so that the Namis can get value clearing out some of these units.
I prefer to get value killing my opponent.
Nami's not elusive, so she's going to get blocked anyway. But yeah, Kakowin looks like they're just going to scoop that one up. Not enough Vengeances and mana in the world to stop all this aggression. And that is going to be the Chem moving on to take on Trevo in the finals.
Those were decisive best of 3s.
Quite. And there's still, we still got a bunch of power in hand if we want to. We've got 2 Namis in play. This looks like it was close. It was not. There's still 20 power in the tank.
Not even, yeah, just showing off a bit for the cameras here. What I really want to see is Sentinels versus Bard Vi.
Oh, man.
It's the matchup
and the shakedown.
of the
Okay.
seasonals.
I appreciate Chem doing the math for me and letting me know actually exactly how much was left in the tank, and it looks like an extra 10 power was left over.
Pretty decent. After the Vengeance, yeah, gross.
Oh, man.
Absolutely disgusting.
The Harrowing is... Tale as old as time, the Harrowing.
The Harrowing, it's reminiscent of the old, we were talking about it, backstage, the Harrowing teal red list with the Ezreal. You bring it back to 1,000,000 damage with the Harrowing in a different way. This is also kind of a different way where you bring back, you get the attunes, you have the Namis just buffing everything up, and it's wild. But that is our second finalist, the Chem, taking it down. We started the day seeing the Chem take down M-Tux, and now all the way making it to the finals, making it to Worlds, going to take on Trevo as the last hope for NA. But Sentinel's gone. I'm sorry, Majin. We're not going to see more Sentinels.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know why I thought it was going to be in the finals.
Did this just hit you, Majin?
Yeah, I just watched it lose, and I was like, hopefully we get to see it again.
Well, hey, we got to see it once. We can be happy that it happened instead of being sad that it's gone. And Boulevard, I mean, we've got a crazy final lined up, and I guess in old fashion, as it always should be, North American player versus a Brazilian player versus a South American player as well. I think we've had some really great LATAM players make it to the finals as well. Push B, our first champion. But Boulevard, the showdown is set up. Trevo versus Chem. I mean, what are you excited about in that match?
the script writers are getting lazy, Casanova. How many times are we going to have the one random unknown factor coming in against the good player? And last seasonal, they switched it up a little bit, and Prodigy. Wow, that was bad. Prodigy got the win over Crafty One, but we've seen this go about 50-50. That was more tying up the score than showing a dominance on the side of the named player consistently. So Trevo is by no means out of the woods yet.
Oh no, Trevo's got to be looking for the fight of their life. I know he's wanted to have this seasonal win for so long. He's constantly, every time he has come on a seasonal, when we used to get the interviews, when we had the week of prep before, he always was talking about just how excited he was to be there and how he wanted to have his pop off. He wanted to make his name, you know, a household name. And a lot of times he fell out in top 16 or top 32. He just hadn't put up that fight. Now, Majin, I mean, I think it was your first seasonal. It wasn't as good of a performance, and then your second one you won. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, it was the first seasonal that Pushby won. I fell out in top 32 and then won the second one.
All right. So like with that in mind, you know, when you have had that previous performance, when you show up in the top 32, you don't get your result. How does it feel to like make it to the final of the next one? What starts to go through your head?
It feels a lot better. A little bit of pressure, honestly. A little bit of pressure. It is difficult, or at least it was for me, to separate to remind myself that the player I'm playing against in the finals is the same type of player that I've been playing the whole tournament. I like elevate them, you know what I mean? Like they're all of a sudden so much better. Their mystic shots hit for 3, like all that kind of stuff.
Well, Boulevard, that was resonating with you. You know, you are a world champion. You like to remind us all the time that you are a world champion. Do you have like a similar mindset to Majin when you were playing those kind of top level competitions?
Oh, absolutely. When I went back to the world championship the next year, there was this immense pressure where everyone's like, you know, talking about the AM versus EMEA rivalry, but they're like, oh, you know, Boulevard's just going to win a second time, or like they're really hyping up all these other players for like, oh yeah, you could get your first win. And it's like, oh, but if Boulevard does it, it's just another day in the office, right? Like we're sick of this guy. We're tired of him winning everything. Just get out of here. And there was an immense amount of pressure where like I really just wanted the tournament to be over, whether I got knocked out earlier or what. And unfortunately, I made it all the way to the end of the day. I like top 16 or something, which it was a top 8 cutoff. So I'm like, okay, you know, the pressure's off at least. I don't have to deal with this back-to-back stuff anymore. Majin, I'm sure you felt that before as well.
Yeah, it's like even like a top 16 finish just isn't good enough after you won.
No.
All right. Well, Majin, you know, it was great having you on. We're gonna end up sending you off. This was the last cast we have from you on the day. We're gonna have Skarsig back for the finals. But Majin, before you go, I mean, first off, I want to know who you think is gonna win. I want your prediction. Is the Chem or Trevo gonna take it? And then I got another question for you after that.
Okay, so I would like to say Trevo. I've seen Trevo put up really good performances the whole time, but we just watched Chem win bad matchup, bad matchup, bad matchup. So I wonder what they'll do with an even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the Chem has looked phenomenal, but yeah, with that, Majin, we are going to send you off. Thank you so much for coming on. How was this experience for you getting to cast be on the other side of things?
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, that was so much fun.
All right. Well, thank you, Majin. Boulevard. I'll see you in just a minute, but we are also going to see the rest of you in just a moment. We are going to go to a short break, but the grand finals of the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament for the Americas comes right at you right after this. Welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament Finals. I'm your host, Casanova, joined by Skarzig and Boulevard. Skarzig, Boulevard, how are you two doing? We got the finals coming up.
Super excited, finally back on the desk. I've been patiently waiting for my turn. We've got a really stacked finals ready to go.
I'm so excited. I think, you know, maybe we're not supposed to show bias. I don't really know, but this has been a long time coming for Trevo.
That's true.
Look,
Trevo, very, very, storied player, as you all were talking about earlier on the broadcast. And, one thing I definitely got a shout out as well is that once we get a little bit deeper into the lineups, I think that we're seeing a lot of decks that we really weren't expecting to see this far up the bracket.
Yeah. All right, well, it is the Chem versus Trevo. Trevo's a very storied player. The Chem, dark horse, newcomer to the scene, trying to take this down. Let's look at their journeys to get here. Just from the top 8, the Chem taking down AJ the Pro, Kakawin making it here. Trevo taking down Drizoth and Patash, but both of them had insane runs throughout the entire day. We saw the Chem take down some very storied players earlier on to get here. And I mean, really, it is at this point, though, the tail of the tape. It's going to be the lineups, Boulevard. It's going to be the lineups. It's going to be the fight to try and win.
There's a lot of outside factors that we can kind of joke about here. One of them being that I believe there were 3 Brazilian players in Top Cut. The Chem has already eliminated one of them, took out Sudrakon in the top 32. So, maybe just another day in the office to take Trevo out of the finals here.
Yeah, just trying to take down the last bastion of Brazil. It's Trevo, who, we keep mentioning, storied player, has been in the competitive scene of LoR as long as I can remember. I mean, he's been here probably since beta, was known for deep for a very long time. That's not an archetype we're going to be seeing today, but we're going to be seeing some great lineups out of both of these players. Both of them bringing some more maybe off-kilter decks, especially Trevo, though, with Bard, Vi, and Skarzig. I want to give you, this lineup, the triple P&Z from Trevo. How are you feeling about this lineup going in?
I really like it. Again, we haven't seen the players properly navigate the Vi Bard. It's just something that's a little bit too far out of their comfort zone. It's just been getting banned a lot, and players just trying to, take their chances with the Jace Heimerdinger, a list that we weren't completely convinced by heading into the top cut. We thought it would just only be showing up in the open rounds, but these players have been finding the lines, just grinding down and letting the Shadow Isles carry.
Look, we didn't expect to see it, and then we now have it on both sides of the final. It's winning the seasonal, right? It's going to happen. One of these players is taking it, and that means that Jace Heimer is going to do it. But the Chem has been winning a lot of unfavored matchups all day. And Boulevard, this was maybe close to the expected lineup coming in, even if not quite. I mean, what's your take on this lineup from the Chem?
In the Americas, especially, everybody knew that Winding Light, PNZ, and TF Nami were 2 of the best tournament decks available, and everyone was trying to kind of figure out that third deck. Some people went for Thralls, but that lineup has some synergy problems. Some people went for Bard, which, depending on which version of Bard you wanted to run, came with its own slew of issues. Thralls, maybe, but a lot of people just seem to kind of default to Heimerdinger Jace, and I think this is probably one of the most common lineups in the tournament that the Chem is running here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we saw Majin mention that this was what he ran in the open rounds. He actually, funny enough, said, hey, I don't think that this is something that's going to end up being good here. But the Chem has won matchups that he said are bad over and over again. And I think we agree. It's not just the matchup. It's also the player. It's also knowing your lineup so well. And then it's finding those lines to win. And Skarzig, the Chem has been able to do that over and over again. But now they're against Trevo.
Yeah, when you know that your opponent has also fought similar battles, to make it this far, and you're just trying to take advantage of what side of the line in the sand you want to be on, because the meta's populated by decks that want to selfishly focus on one thing and smork you down, be it Papercraft Dragon or Thralls. Then we have a lot of decks now in the finals that are on the other side that have a little bit more reactivity, have a little bit more control tools to them, where you're tenderizing your opponent a little bit before you go in for the kill. And in those sorts of matchups where you're having this nice back and forth with your opponent, you really have that skill expression that these high-level players really crave. So I'm really looking forward to this best of 3.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bull.
I wanted to point out here, Trevo actually running triple Flash of Brilliance in his Jace Heimer, which, if this matchup comes down how we expected, I imagine it's going to be a Winding Light mirror and a Jace Heimer mirror. Trevo has a more high-rolly list.
When you go into the mirror match, the greed does often become the deciding factor. You just want to go even bigger than your opponent, and Flash of Brilliance can get some absolute bombs.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big thing that Majin brought up with the chem, right? He was like, oh, only one Flash of Brilliance. I like 3. Well, we see 3 for Trevo, right? That's he's looking for that ability to high roll. And I mean, this is the crazy deck in question. We might never see it. We might never see this deck see play because it's been consistently banned in all the matchups we've seen Trevo in. But it is this Vibard and Boulevard. I mean, looking at this list, like what is going to happen with this deck? Is it just banned again, or are we going to actually see it in this matchup?
I imagine it gets banned again. Like I mentioned, I think we're just going to see a straight-up mirror of Winding Light PNZ mirror, followed by a Jace Heimer mirror, and that's how we're going to end out the seasonal, as I believe we did at the last one as well.
Hey, look, mirrors end up happening when it is just the best decks in the format, and it's going to be the best decks and the best players at the end of the day. Trevo versus the Chem for the final of the Worldwalker Seasonal Tournament. Boulevard, Skarzik for the last time. Take it away.
Already opening up with this delicious mirror match. Trevo with double Heimerdinger in the hand. The Chem, meanwhile, with the production surge in a position to get a much more aggressive start.
I feel like, depending on how this rolls, that favors Trevo because he does have the double Shock Blast. But, I mean, if Trevo could just top deck Flash of Brilliance for the next 3 turns, we can just go ahead and wrap up game 1 real quick.
Yes, the Heimerdinger means that you can play the 1 out just very audaciously. Your opponent is forced to maybe Vengeance, and then you can, use your Flash of Brilliance in response to it, still get that value before the Heimer goes down. But right now, it's just going to be Ferris Financier. Piercing Darkness picked up as an additional removal to really tie together Trevo's hand. Meanwhile, the Chem has this assembly line.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure out right now who I feel is favored. Sticking Heimerdinger while Trevo has access to it might not be an easy thing. Okay, yeah, it's the bans that we expected. We've got a full-on mirror match here for the finals.
Nobody wants to deal with the chimes, and that is something I'm certainly grateful for. I know a lot of the viewers also didn't want to deal with that, so now we're down in it for some nitty-gritty board and removal gameplay. Shock Blast lines up beautifully against the assembly line.
Yeah, I think that it's really just going to come down to how does this production surge play out? Does Chem kind of high roll it? Do they low roll it? Are you only getting 1 unit that just dies to a Mystic Shot? I think that's going to play a big factor here. Unless one player can there's a lot of top decks that break this stalemate, right?
Yeah, look at the passing. Because the Chem now just has a little bit of an edge on board, doesn't want to extend into anything. It's just going to do a little bit of chip here and there, and Trevo still trying to find something to work with this Heimerdinger, has Flash of Brilliance number 1.
Progress Day picked up for the Chem. Trevo, of course, has access to it as well with the Piltover Tellstone. But having that raw card and just a pass on the side of Trevo, or on the side of the Chem, rather.
Such an odd mirror. You can see how the players are just jockeying for position. There's a lot of passes because the opponent needs to do something. I want to react to them, but now we've got another Vile Feast hitting a 1 HP unit, and now Heimerdinger has to find something, generate some value here to keep Trevo in the game. The Chem is slowly working his way into a lot of chip damage, setting up for Shock Blast, doubled up with Jace type of ideas.
And neither of these players are running Withering Wail, so the Chem doesn't have to worry about that happening either on this board or a production surge later on. It looks like Trevo is just going to take control of the board for the first time here, throwing out a Vile Feast and a Mystic Shot. And Skarzik, something that we're already getting hints of, little specks of, that I'm worried is going to happen, is we're just going to have to sit here and for the next 20 or so minutes watch these players fight over the right to pass.
I mean, that... You can't imagine a better duo. High-level players and just passing, right? Forcing your opponent to do something. Trevo trying to be the one that is more favored, as you said, because of the Flash of Brilliance. Wait a minute. Trevo's the one on the triple Flash of Brilliance. The Chem only on 1. So yes. Theoretically, with Trevo with second Heimerdinger in hand, with the potential to draw more Flashes of Brilliance, has a much more explosive way to come back into the game. The Chem, ironically, even in this mirror match, needs to be the aggressor and is now going for a leveled up Jace.
I'm looking at this Progress Day in the Chem's hand as Trevo picked one up off the Flash of Brilliance, and I don't know if the Chem can ever cast Progress Day, because that will tap you below Heimerdinger killing mana.
Mm-hmm. You want your Heimerdinger to come through first of all. That has been the missing piece when it comes to, Chem's hand really tying together this recipe. now that Jace is going down to that Piercing Darkness, we could finally see the production surge.
It's hovered. We'll see what we get. There's still 2 mana on the side of Trevo, so any big unit could have been hit by a Vile Feast, but it's actually going to be a pretty decent hit here. A few units to go over the top.
2 fearsome turrets. Trevo has 1 block, doesn't mind taking a little bit of chip damage, wants to save this thermogenic beam for the next key target. It's just the battle of big key targets and big key removal spells. Trevo already working into this aggressive positioning now with the Hextech Handler is hitting all of these important points on the curve, and the Chem still struggling to find, you know, a proper threat to force Trevo to respond.
These decks are relatively threat light when we look at the main deck. It's really just the champions that you need to be using removal on. The production surge is where the big swings are going to happen. And now that Trevo has access to one as well, it's really going to come down to this awkward fight of, it's an X-cost spell, right? You have to spend all of your mana in order to play it. So who's going to blink first and make the move that lets their opponent either get off a big production surge or put them in a position where they production surge and, okay, now I get to run away with a Heimerdinger and a couple Flash of Brilliance.
Yeah, we've made it to the proper end game. The players fully stocked with 13 mana apiece, and the Chem does not want to go first. Trevo is going to jump out into the driver's seat because we have the Progress Day backup. We have that 8/8 at burst speed and drawing 3 more cards to play into this Heimerdinger.
That does open up the possibility for the Chem to get down Heimerdinger. Won't have first action on the next turn, but I don't think Trevo's going to want to commit an entire thermogenic beam. Okay, gets the Vengeance so they can just kill the Heimerdinger straight away, and no real fast spells for the Chem to take advantage of it. They will be able to Progress Day of their own, but that might just be a T-Hex, not even trade, because Trevo's already summoned a Hextech Handler. His is bigger.
The 9/9, so big. Now Heimer with a baby production surge just to get some turrets, some blocking potential.
You can't even Vile Feast it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're in the Chem's position, now you have to worry about this 9/9. We thought you wanted to save all your removal for the champions, but Trevo has managed now to generate a 9/9 that is going to eat 2 or 3 or 4 cards worth of value. And when this comes down to a value match, you can't sink that much time and effort into 1 card.
Ooh, this might be... See how Trevo wants to play this. Okay, not going to kill Heimerdinger first action, which probably would have sparked a Progress Day. Instead, going to play the Jace, I imagine, with Challenger, and now sort of has a little bit of a fork on the Chem here in terms of killing this Heimer. Curious to see what spell is going to be played here now that the Chem has priority.
Do we just go all in with the production surge? 10 mana, we get a T-Hex, another filled up board. Try to just block down as much as possible. Heimerdinger's potentially dead to the Jace.
Vile Feast is not what I expected here.
Another waiting play. Maybe the Chem is expecting Trevo to go for the acceleration gate, but doubles up on the Shock Blast instead.
Okay, that's going to be quite a lot of damage going at the Chem, and that is an avenue to victory. It's just throwing all of this burn at your opponent's Nexus, and now we'll get the Progress Day in response. But again, Trevo's T-Hex is just a little bit bigger.
We have a Mystic Shot discounted. We can... The 8/8's not going to get the trade it wants. It can get pulled to the side by the 1/2. Just trying to survive, trying to set up here.
And that's just going to be total decimation of the Chem's board. And Trevo still has quite a few kill spells on backup.
Ironically, we were kind of expecting this deck to come down to a resource grind, and both players ended up just passing their way all the way up to the curve, and now we have this explosive clash of resources. Trevo, however, coming out much further ahead with Jace stuck to the board with a 9/7 T-Hex, the threat of Acceleration Gate. The Chem finds Shock Blast, but has to go for this now. Not enough mana to combine Heimerdinger.
Now, and Trevo doesn't have anything to do in response with this Jace to get a doubled up spell value, unless he wants to Flash of Brilliance, get a little bit of mana back, and see if there's an appealing option coming off of that, as even this Vengeance isn't technically going to be doubled. Piercing Darkness, a slow speed spell, not going to get it done, so instead just going to kill a couple of units in response as the Chem is below Heimerdinger mana.
Every player just trying their best to claw their way into this game. Stay up. Trevo now, with the Jace going down, is actually running a little bit low on threats. 7 HP left on the Chem's Nexus, however. Could find perhaps a little bit of burn. Piltover Tellstones could become another progress day if you want to draw and look for that final bit of direct Nexus damage as well.
I feel like Trevo, yeah, gonna use a Thermogenic Beam here, not necessarily because you really care about pushing the 1 damage with the Spiderling, but just because you have 2 of them, you're really not gonna get a lot of opportunities to cast them outside of maybe for 0 mana with a Heimer in play, but you're already down 2 Heimers. It seems unlikely, so I think Trevo's just trying to take advantage of the little bit of mana that they have left here.
Lines up perfectly. A little bit of a mini mind game there because of the Flash of Brilliance. So many reactive answers now on Trevo, running short on threat potential. This could be the window of opportunity for the Chem to claw back into this game. When your board is wide, it doesn't matter if your opponent has a 9-5.
Oh, the
Hextech Transmogulator!
It's gonna get blown out by the Vengeance onto the T-Hex. You're gonna lose both units here.
Oh my goodness, I completely forgot about that line. That spell inside of the Piltover Tellstone,
so
but Chem has
cheeky.
the answer.
So cheeky from Trevo, and I imagine we'll probably get, Thermo Beam number 2 here to finish off the Hextech Handler, but the Chem still has Heimerdinger and Production Surge.
Unfortunately, with no fast or slow speed answers, if the Heimerdinger comes down, gets scooped up by the Vengeance.
Second Heimer.
Oh no. Trevo is running very thin on threats now.
Yeah, it's going to be Trevo's first action on the next turn, though, if the Chem does throw down second Heimerdinger here. Okay, we're going to get the Production Surge, 7 mana.
Get a little bit of a refund there, thanks to the Forge of Tomorrow. Beautiful pulls!
Dead to Mystic Shot, but there's no Mystic Shot in Trevo's hand. That's going to connect with the Nexus, and the life totals are all evened up. The Chem looking to take game number 1.
This looked like it was in Trevo's favor, but not able to keep the threats in play. Jace is off the top. We get a doubled up spell. What is...
Winter's
Doubled
Breath!
Breath!
That's going to clear the board! I never thought I would see a doubled up Winter's Breath in competitive play. The only time you would get something like this was in cheeky Karma Anivia decks that we couldn't get people to stop running in beta. The Chem's gonna play the Jace here, and Trevo's gonna blow it out of the water. I did not expect a Winter's Breath to be the deciding randomly generated factor in this game, Skarzig.
I am absolutely reeling right now, Boulevard. The Shen emote comes down. The double Shen emote, that's very important. That means that the Chem is chuckling right now. What a crazy blowout. Still mana to set up the Heimerdinger, but you can't. Because Jace is going to kill the Heimerdinger!
But if you don't, then you're dead to Shock Blast, you're dead to Mystic Shot, but the Chem has to wait and play this Heimerdinger after the fact. Trevo has the kill spell, but the Chem will at least get an elusive turret out of it, which Trevo has to prioritize. Doesn't have to prioritize anything. Gets his cake and eats it too with the double Vengeance.
All right. Flash of Brilliance off the Arcanist! Okay.
What am I watching, Skarzig?
When you are in the mirror match, and you and your opponent are going toe-to-toe with equal tools and equal value, you've got to cross your fingers. You've got to dig deep. Has the Tellstones now for the Progress Day, draws 3 more cards, gets an 8/8, and now Jace is here to solo against the Mecha Army.
That's going to be another Piltover Tellstone. For 0 mana, we could get a challenger here. No, the Chem doesn't do it. I think the Chem might have been very close to lethal this turn.
Adaptotron coming through, another tech, and we have the T-Hex, now a 9/9, has completely caught up.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 damage pushed into Trevo, and another Progress Day potentially in the Chem's hand. I thought Trevo managed to claw it back from the brink, but that might not be the case.
This is such a wild game. The Chem now with the other Piltover Tellstone can keep reloading, can keep digging through the deck, looking for one more push.
Trevo just needs to find one piece of burn, and it's over.
Here it goes. Last draw for Trevo. Ferris Financier could get Shock Blast.
And he gets Shock
there
Blast!
It is.
The Chem has a Ferris Financier of their own, but I don't think there's any healing that they can find. At least not at fast speed. Atrocity is just shy. Just shy.
Hextech Anomaly. What can it become?
Don't think there's any fast speed healing for 6+ mana in Shadow Isle.
Grasp of the Undying? Not enough.
Not enough.
No, that's
Takes
too
the
cheap.
Atrocity.
Goes for the Atrocity, doubled up
Had the
Shock Blast,
win on
goes
the
onto the
next
Nexus.
action with the Hextech Handler, but it's not going to be enough to Shock Blast. And these players played that at such a breakneck pace.
Atrocity, pilt over Tellstones into Progress Day, maybe get discounted Mystic, not too many left in the deck. What a mirror! And this isn't just a mirror match where you're looking into the mirror. The players went inside the mirror and went to Wonderland Boulevard.
The Chem is playing way too confidently. They are swinging outside of their weight class for sure on an unknown fact. Who is this? Who is the Chem? Is this how many Grand Prix Magic the Gathering wins do you have, the Chem? Is this Luis Scott Vargas on the other side of the camera? I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
The Chem is short for Zonite Chemicals. They are on that good stuff, playing their heart outs right now. We're heading into game number 2. Jace Heimer, supposedly very favored into the Aphelios Victor, but Trevo still finding victories, snatching them from the jaws of defeat, jumping right into the second game. Trevo trying to take down the seasonal championship right here.
Yeah, and have to do it in a bad matchup. Of course, we do still have a Winding Light mirror that could come down to a little bit later on, and the Chem seems to have a really good hand to handle exactly what the Winding Light deck is going to be throwing at them.
Early Vile Feast, double Financier.
Removal.
Yeah, it's going to be a slugfest. It's going to be a lot of trading, it looks like. Ferris Financier could find Shock Blast, Piercing Darkness, Vengeance, all lovely pickups.
It's going to make way for the Aphelios, and while Thermogenic Beam is in the hand of the Chem, as well as the Piercing Darkness, those are pretty hefty spells, and Trevo's going to be able to get down Victor on the attack turn.
No Thermo on the Aphelios. It's going to get a little bit of value here from the Crescendum. I love that Trevo just goes for this immediately, tries to keep the board wide.
Knows this matchup, knows the win conditions, is going to get a 6-mana Thermo Beam, one more 6-mana spell, and the Jace is online.
Wow, Thermo on the Aphelios, really respecting that value engine, feels, I can answer this Victor some other time. You know, what are the odds of Spell Shield?
But now you can't. It got faded. Pale Cascade is going to put it outside of the range of Piercing Darkness.
Oh no.
And there's still a chance to roll tough Spell Shield. There's a lot of positive keywords for Trevo to find here to protect this Victor.
Hex Core upgrade, finding another keyword. This is the magic of running Victor in this deck, is its ability to snowball.
Oh, and the second Aphelios off the top is going to get the Calibrum. Trevo might just be running away with this one, Skarzig.
Yeah, light on removal. The Chem's forced to play this board-based line, and when you can't just point, remove, and zap these champions out of play, the value becomes immense. The Trevo is just getting completely solidified, building a powerful foundation, while the Chem is trying to find a way to get Heimerdinger set up into play.
Oh, and just shy of being able to Vengeance, I feel like you almost have to go for the Piltover Tellstones here to try to aftershock the Aphelios. You can't let Trevo sit on both of these champions, but it's the Flash of Brilliance.
Another Moon Weapon being developed here. And this is one of those matchups where you don't have to sidestep and keep going for Calibrum to keep your opponent's board under control. Trevo's just going wide, keeps going wide. There's only one AoE in the Chem's deck, and that's one of Ruination.
Oh, and there's a second one off the Flash!
Oh, baby, we just got a real game.
Yeah. Trevo, there's only one Fearsome blocker on the side of the Chem. It's about to die to this Calibrum, and this Victor is just racking up keywords. A Challenger, not great, but
and
Victor's going to level up here.
Discounted created cards. That means that these Moon Weapons are going to be going even faster, keeping the board under control. And with Trevo working on such a dominant position here in the mid game, you don't need to take the risk of developing Winding Light anymore.
This is going to be big damage. Chem's going to get a lot of it back when they finally do throw down that Piercing Darkness. And another Ruination!
This is actually a pretty tough call. Maybe Dawning Shadow. You get the main kill on a key target, and then you get the AoE attack debuff. But now Victor is just enormous. 11 damage coming through, and now you're within that burn range.
Yeah, Trevo doesn't have any burn immediately available in hand, but does have a potential progress day, as well as, you know, if the Chem wants to fire off Ruination, that's going to thankfully leave them with enough mana to throw down a Forge Worker while Trevo completely redevelops the board and gets another big open attack without Withering Whale. This deck is so slow in its removal.
Yeah, it's got to be, right, the Dawning Shadow here. Oh, just going to go for the full Ruination. Gets the Aphelios and the Victor, makes a lot of sense. That was generated, so there is still one more.
Trevo's got such a good redevelop here, going to be able to discard a Flame Chompers with the Sump Dredger to pull that Forge Worker to the side so that they can push through the full 8 damage?
Yeah, Forge Chief just hits the board, gets pulled to the side. Progress Day for even more reload for Trevo if he wants it. Assembly line gonna go even wider now.
Mountain Goat is lethal. The Chem has to come up with something here. Flash of Brilliance can get Vengeance, but at the moment, this is just a lethal representation. But no, we're gonna go for the assembly line.
With no mana for another Ruination, is going to go guaranteed have as much damage as possible from this position. And this is all board-based, Boulevard. We haven't even gotten into Trevo's Slew of Burn still lurking in the deck.
This might actually be the Dawning Shadow turn. You take a lot of damage off the board by giving -2 attack to everything. But it's going to be a return assembly line.
Counter assembly line, just trying to block down. No mana for Winding Light right here. Great chumps.
That's still going to do it, though. That's still 9 damage on the 3 weakest attackers. No, it's only 8.
Whew. Close. Goes down to 1 HP.
And no burn on the side of Trevo yet, but it's in the deck.
And now the Chem has to take that slow action of praying for this Piercing Darkness Connect to get a little bit of healing. Song Spinner!
Oh, Trevo, what are you going to do when you see this? Are you going to fire off a Song Spinner, a Progress Day? What's the plan? You still got such a large board.
Hasn't actually cast any Mystic shots this game yet, right? So I think that Song Spinner can actually pull a Mystic.
It could, yeah. I'm curious to see if Trevo goes for that or just sets up for the board on the next attack. The Chem probably...
There's so many spells in this game that deal 1 damage that you can get off the Song Spinner.
The Chem probably cannot believe that they're not dead right now. They played Heimerdinger, gave an action over to Trevo, and they're still sitting at 1 Nexus health, and now the Piercing Darkness is going to come out onto Aphelios. This is going to swing the board slightly back towards the Chem, but Trevo still has the answers.
Yeah, look at this wide board. No Winding Light has been a part of this equation whatsoever. This has been raw, mid-game tempo beatdown. Heimerdinger finally setting up, trying to find a way into this game. Calibrum comes through to snipe this 7-2 elusive. The Chem is stabilizing what it looks like here, but the HP gap is much too wide.
I'm counting 5 damage on the weakest attackers for Trevo to set the Chem back to 1. And you can't develop, not into a Heimerdinger. You have to go for the open attack, and you still have that Progress Day, like we mentioned.
Yeah, look, just to get the wrench bot. It is a 2-2 because of Handler. Flash of Brilliance could come up big here. Give you something reactive. Vengeance off the top as well.
Ooh, things are starting to look really good for the Chem. I don't know how much damage Trevo gets to push through this turn. It might be 0.
Is this game actually going to get away from Trevo because he didn't want to high roll Song Spinner to find 1 damage?
It might.
Oh my god. The Chem sticking in it, dropping down to 1 HP, connecting the healing, building the mecha army. The Trevo not having the Winding Light to get over top of these stats.
And now Dawning Shadow completely turns off this attack from Trevo. You would just be throwing away your entire board to go in and maybe set your opponent back into get excited range, but no, you'd be so far off of that even.
Yeah, there's no Dusk Petal Dust, no threat of Winding Light coming down on top of this board. Get a beautiful 7 HP, and the Song Spinner is...
Oh. I think...
Line him up! You gotta pay for the knock him down still. It's too little, too late.
It's not enough damage coming through.
Yeah, it's too little, too late, Boulevard. Heimerdinger is set up. Trevo does not have Aphelios or Victor down to get the extra value to fight against this board. Here come the stats.
Oh, and with a Vengeance still in the hand of the Chem, a progress day in case they're just going to take a turn off right now and say, yeah, you know what, I'll progress day.
Trevo still has triple Mystic Shot, triple Get Excited in the deck. Are we going to see, like, it looks like we have enough blocks here, if I'm not mistaken. We are probably going to have a Desperado progress day next turn to find something. We also have to line them up to get a barrel.
Yeah, that line them up is a questionable amount of damage right now. We don't know if the keg is going to survive, and nothing found on the side of Trevo.
Unbelievable. All of the units in the deck are at the top. All of the burn and winding lights are at the bottom. The Chem is channeling gargantuan protagonist energy right now to hang on here and take us to a game 3.
Oh, I'm feeling it, Skarzig. The comeback that the Chem has been doing all day, they've been playing out of their mind. I cannot believe that they are keeping pace with Trevo in terms of the speed of play.
Just very confident in these actions like you were talking about, Boulevard. Just swinging in, very audacious with these lines, developing the Heimerdinger on 1 HP, daring the opponent to have that burn. The outside chance, playing towards that percentage, is the key of a top player, and the Chem is showing us some world-qualified gameplay right now.
Trevo unable to find burn, unable to find winding light. Crescent Strike might be enough to do something here. If we can, okay, going for the messenger makes sense. Crescent Strike would have been a little greedy, a little dependent on a winding light top deck to try and push through anything, but the Chem might just have this all locked up.
It's only a matter of time before Jace comes down, doubled up Shock Blast to get some burn. There's the winding light, but now look at these stats. Everything is so enormous. Healthy.
And there's still vengeances on the side of the Chem. Gonna go for the pass here. Pharaoh's Financier turning off the winding light for the turn. Sky's Descend will be 13 mana with the Messenger in play.
If the Messenger survives, Sky's Descend could be the AoE that Trevo needs.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Yeah, is going for the Sunburst, maybe looking to snipe down this Heimerdinger. If we can just have the Flame Chompers pull the 11/11 to the side, there's not too much HP. Still tapping down underneath the Ruination.
And no second Piercing Darkness from the Chem, which is what I feel like they need to really shore this up. If they can find one of their main deck copies, then I think 11 life is just way too much for Trevo to try and push through at this point.
Yeah. Also, drawing 3 cards. The hand was full, it looked like. Missed out on the T-Hex. But has the Jace now, 3 mana.
Yeah, and that should be lethal on the next turn. Jace going to double up that acceleration gate, give keywords over to everything. All it takes is 1 Overwhelm to put Trevo in a position where the Shock Blast should be enough to finish them off on a later turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Has the Shock Blast to take down 2 targets. Acceleration gate just right off the top. Not any further developments required. There is no interaction from Trevo.
Make it rain to try and hit the 10-1 and just whiffs it.
Actually, ridiculous level of whiffing. No burn to close out. When you drop down to 6, you're within lethal range.
No elusive, no overwhelm out of the Chem here. There is a fearsome that Trevo currently does not have a blocker for.
So if the fearsome is able to connect, that's 14. Doubled up Shock Blast, maybe finds it. Has the fearsome blocker. Finally a piece of burn. Is the Chem actually going to be a little bit slow on closing this out?
The Get Excited is lethal if the Chem taps below killing a barrel.
Because the knock him down is still going to be an extra. Oh no!
That's going to do it. That's going to be 14 damage comes through at Trevo's Nexus.
After seeing so many turns
all of it
no
right here,
burn,
right now.
With
Trevo
no
put the Get
burn,
Excited on the stack, and you're the seasonal champion, Trevo!
The Chem flew too close to the sun. Felt confident that the burn didn't exist at all. If I ignore it, it can't hurt me. And the Chem, sputtering song spinner from eons ago, coming in for the revenge.
What? Trevo has finally done it, and he did it in the craziest... This 2-0 was not like a clean 2-0. It was the crazy 2-0 that it felt like Trevo had it, that he didn't. It was back to Chem.
That was a slugfest, Casanova.
I'm shook. What a game! What a series! This was the sickest 2-0 I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, this was absolutely wild. I mean, Boulevard Trevo finally did it.
That Trevo's the day one. My good time boy, my sweet cheese. I'm so happy that Trevo got the win, a player that has been around since day number one. For those of you that remember the summer of 2020 when Runeterra launched, BR was the deep region and Trevo was the BR deep player. He has been here forever, and now he will be going into the World Championship later this year as the Worldwalker Seasonal Champion.
I mean, it's so amazing. And then the thing is now we have another Worlds competitor that I'm so stoked about in the Chem because of just how well they played all day. Their lines were insanely clean. They pushed Trevo to the brink in this series. And it's like, all right, sick. We're sending another amazing, like, America's player to the World Championship. Skarsnik, I know you, me and you always talk about these, like, underdog stories, these new players coming in. I know you got to be ecstatic to see that level of play out of the Chem.
Yes, to see a player that is obvious, has so much time on the broadcast to prove that they deserve to make it this deep into the bracket, to prove that they deserve that World's qualification spot, now has the spotlight, now is going to have the audience looking at them, tracking the tournament wins, tracking the progress. From this point right now, 2 Worlds, the Chem is going to get even better.
This is
The
not
eyes are going to be there.
this is not the Chem's first rodeo. The way in which they navigated this game, just in terms of the rate of play from both players, was so incredibly quick. It showed a level of comfort that is very indicative of a veteran card player. We don't know who the Chem is. I would not be surprised to figure out that this is a high-level player from another game. Maybe they recently changed names in LoR, I don't know. But they made me and Skarzig keep up pace on casting, which is not something I've ever had to do before.
Yeah, just everything. Quick blows back to back, confident open passes, wanting to pull the game into the specific point of, I have this much mana, I've drawn this much cards, now I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a chance to look at the bracket one more time and just see this run through the entire tournament. I mean, like, Trevo takes it down, having to take out Drizoth in the quarterfinals, Patash in semis. But then we talked about how the Chem had such a crazy early amount of this tournament, like taking down Sudrakon, taking down one of the big bosses from Brazil before having to deal with Trevo. And I mean, Boulevard, it's just crazy to see how this top 8 ended up shaking out.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have just such a diversity of decks in the top 8 as well. One that we expected in the open rounds, but maybe didn't necessarily expect coming into this. And then we get to the semifinals, and Trundle Timelines is still on the table, and Papercraft Dragon is absolutely nowhere to be seen. And then we get down to the finals, and it's a 2 decks mirror match of Winding Light and Heimer Jace, no Thralls, no Bard traditionally, anyway. You know, no Bard Ari, no Bard Poppy, no Bard Alawi.
There is a
Bard Vi, which we never got to see.
Never appeared, but it won the seasonal.
That it did.
I mean,
no, Skarsnik, go ahead. It seems like you got a point here.
Yeah, I was
Take
just
it.
going to say, like, this was probably as close to, you know, what the players like to play, what the audience like to watch when it comes to Runeterra. We had some generated cards. We had a lot of fun lines being thought up of on the fly, but the solid fundamentals were there in spades on full display for everybody to see and learn from here.
I mean, we're the only region that Thralls did not win. But I wouldn't have said that Thralls underperformed in the Americas either. It actually felt like it was a very prevalent, strong deck throughout the tournament. It just didn't make it to the final 2 lineups, which kind of had some of the usual suspects, but it was just kind of that Heimer Jace that I wouldn't have said came out of nowhere. Boulevard, you talked about that this is a deck that you were watching out for. You were like, this is the spoiler deck to beat some of the top 5 decks. And, well, guess what? 2 of them were in the final.
And it's so strange to me that we talk about Thralls being one of the best tournament decks right now, and Papercraft being very flavor of the week coming up at the last second, and those decks having perceivably very good matchups into Heimerdinger Jace. And yet, the deck comes through to the finals.
That is Heimerdinger, right? He comes through. You're losing, and then suddenly you're winning.
I mean, Skarsnik, we have Vibard as a seasonal winner, and I still don't know what the deck does. I mean, are we going to see this deck, like, more, do you think? Or is this just, like, Trevo's like, haha, I just put a bunch of cards in and no one ever knows that this deck was trash. They just banned it. Like, is it a ruse? Are we seeing more?
It had to be a ruse. There was some sort of like the third deck. Boulevard was actually speaking on this much earlier in the broadcast, that finding the third deck is the bane of every competitive Runeterra player's existence. And so you just settle on something. You have the threat potential of Bard. Everybody who evaluated the deck, including us, could kind of understand what the idea was. And heading into that final set, I kind of got the feeling that it was meant to be like the knockoff of Felios Victor, where if your Felios gets banned, you still get to play this aggressive PNZ package, and then the chimes are kind of just there to back you up. And especially with Vi, who is just such a house, if you unnerf her with one chime, everybody struggles to get through that HP plus tough.
And Cassie, you were asking, are you going to see this deck? 100% play rate on ladder over the next 3 days. Easily.
Seasonal winning deck. It was in the. They're gonna look up the lineup of who won the Americas seasonal. They're gonna see that deck, and it's the interesting one of the three, and everyone's gonna be playing it. Yeah.
From now until the release of the set, it's all Vibard on ladder, baby.
It's all Vibard, and none of us saw it get played, which is the perfect. Like, that's the perfect way to do it. Okay. I guess we're at the point we can start getting towards some of our final thoughts. If you want to see Trevo's interview, head over to the Brazil channel, especially if you speak Portuguese and you can listen to Trevo's words. I'm really excited for his win, but of course he wants to share that win with his, home country and in his home language as well. But definitely follow Trevo on Twitter at Trevo_LOR. He interacts in both Portuguese and in English. He's an awesome guy. But I want to get final thoughts, and we'll start Skarzig, just your overarching from the day, but also just what you're looking forward to in the next seasons and worlds beyond.
I mean, for the next seasons, I'm looking forward to Gwen, honestly. So far, the reveals have been amazing. Yeah. And I'm just so glad that once again, whenever I hit the desk, I bring the hype with me. Like, these exciting games love to just come out of the woodwork and let me cast them, and that's what I'm here for. I'm along for the ride. Pleasure to be here. Big shout out once again to our audience for tuning in and showing their love to the Runeterra competitive scene, because as we all know, the broadcasts were maybe going to go away, but because of our collective want and voicing our opinions to the devs respectfully, we got them back. So big shout out to you at home.
Boulevard, same.
I'm looking forward to tracking the next couple of seasonals. We had one of the most diverse metas that we've had in a long time with this seasonal, and I think that it's going to be really difficult to kind of tell what nerfs need to happen, what's going to get changed versus how the new cards are coming out, because the power creep is happening. We're at the stage where, like, every time the set gets more powerful, we are long past the Shurima summer where a Shurima set would come out and do absolutely nothing to the meta, and then, oh crap, 2 weeks later we have to nerf everything. Those days are gone. We saw Ziggs Talia, the top 3 deck from the last seasonal. No changes, completely off the table for everybody. Is that going to happen to Winding Light? Probably not. You should probably nerf that card. But as for the other decks that we're seeing, I think it's going to be really interesting to check what the devs actually think is a problem versus what they think the new cards are going to handle as we continue on towards, hopefully, extremely diverse seasonals in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it as well. I want to quickly congratulate the Chem, P-Tash, Kakawin, and of course Trevo on all of their world slots. Trevo on the big win, finally getting it. We're also proud of you, happy for you, and excited to see what you do at Worlds. But I mean, that's going to be it for me and Skarzig and Boulevard and Majin and Aikedo. The rest of the crew here, shout-outs to Riot and shout-outs to all of you at home for supporting and watching the seasonal tournament. That's it for Worldwalker. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you on the next one.